My lovely, 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 lovely imps, how are you doing today? That's right, I'm here just a tiny, tiny bit early, just for you all. Sologracus, 10-letter name, Uncle Gumball, Red All Theory, Copioid Crisis, Louie Boy, Jade Monkey, Somniostatic, Aska, Copioid Crisis, Twos, Joey Ravioli, Emerald Queen, Mellow Anarchist, Fancy Shrimp, Dreadful Dave, Kiraz, Gamer Girl Ooh Woo, Intentions Nasty, Discordant Bowl, Killjoy 40K, Spyro Gal, EB the Purple, Corpse in Your Trunk. Goodness. Sorry, can't get your name. I'm very sorry about that. Try making it easier to say. Windleby, Varys, and from the YouTube chat, Alberto T, Toatrika, David Rhodes, Comrade Capernicus, Leanne Scott, Pizza, Junkman226, Paul M, Vienna Jeffrey, Inca, David Wooden, Trickster Jackal, Duke A, Deserex, and Chilaquiles Verdes. There you go, and Not a Wizard. Don't forget Not a Wizard. HGB guy as well. Everyone, I hope I got as many names as makes you all happy. Oh, sorry, Punksy Corpse, and also Hellhound. There we go. Nobody left out to the best of my ability. Why am I so spitty today? I didn't mean to be so fucking spitty. Okay, so before we get started, first of all, if you're here, smack the like button on the stream. We need as many likes as possible every single stream. As you all know, I don't take like sponsorships or anything like that. So your likes, your comments, and your shares are very, very important. That is how this show grows. So smack that like button. And if you're not subscribed, why not? Subscribe now. We need the subscribers. Spit, it wouldn't be a world first. I have unfortunately gotten spitty before, unfortunately. I try to avoid it, but I think it's because I had like a super salty dish just a little bit ago. I have a proper, look at this. This is a water bottle disguised as Coke today. Look at that. Emu Anon 34. Now I haven't. Yeah, so, okay. So there's a couple of things there's a whole bunch I want to talk about today, but the first thing I want to talk about today is I need to make something right. I made a mistake in my last stream, and I want to make it. I want to make things right with my imps, because it's really easy on the internet to just ignore mistakes, and I don't like that. So I want to make a correction, which is, while I was trying to talk about the leftist arm manufacturing conversation, I unintentionally spread some disinformation about Anna Mardoll, and I want to make that correct because the focus of that was really not intended to be about Anna Mardoll at all. In fact, it was supposed to be about the topic as a whole. I made some mistakes. I got a little sloppy, and I want to make it right. So the first thing I want to say, first of all, is that it is not correct that Anna Mardoll was involved in the harassment directed against Isabel Fall, at least according to what I've been able to find. Anna Mardoll says that he was not at all interested in anything like that and did not participate, and I went to look a little deeper, and as it turns out, there was no such involvement. I was just wrong about that. So I wanted to make sure that I was clear about that, and I also wanted to make sure that you all understood that my frustration is not with specifically Anna Mardoll. Though that was, like I said, even in the segment, the springboard for the topic, I was much more frustrated with people responding to the discourse and what I saw in people's responses. Hence why my original tweet about it and the bulk of that segment was focused on arguing with people who were responding to the discourse. As far as I really don't really give that much of a shit, whichever direction people conclude on Anna Mardoll, the individual. But as a topic, I was very frustrated with what I was seeing because what I was seeing repeatedly online was essentially people defending all leftist involvement in horrendous industries on the grounds that a leftist is better than a non-leftist in that spot. And I simply do not think that's correct. I think, I wanted, the reason why I'm making this correction right now is specifically because I don't want anybody going away from this thinking that my main frustration was with some random person on the internet who did or whatever, who worked for a bad company. My frustration is with the mentality that leads people to think that they should not be choosy with how they use their labor. That leads people to conclude that just because I'm a leftist, whatever that means, just because I identify as a leftist, that automatically makes me better than anybody else in the position. Because that's simply not true. At the end of the day, a leftist who just follows orders without any sort of resistance is identical to anybody else who just follows orders without any regard to resistance. Okay? So as long as that's clear, I wanted to be sure. That I was clear about this particular thing, and that I issued the very, very deserved correction, because it was a mistake of me to go off of sort of secondhand information with regard to the claim about the harassment of Isabel Fall. So that has been corrected. I hope you all will understand why I'm correcting it and also why I'm clarifying. Like I said, my original intent in that segment was just to talk about the discourse as a whole and people's response to the discourse. And because I got so mad, I ended up fucking up, basically. So there you go. Yeah, I always want to make sure that I don't know, like the least thing I don't know. It would be pretty shitty of me to not be willing to to issue a correction when I'm talking about us being introspective about the things that we do, right? So I hope that makes sense. That's the little thing that I wanted to do before we got into anything else on stream. I wanted to issue that correction because I know that a lot of my core audience is going to be here. As you all know, we have a firm no hate rating, no harassment policy on this channel. Imps always raid with love. That's it. We only ever raid with love. So, I should very much hope that people don't take anything on this show as license to go and heckle someone outside of politicians whose job it is to hear your concerns. Of course, you can always heckle your local politicians. That is always okay. That's literally their job. So the politicians aren't politicians are people, but they're politicians. So anyway, Mixed Dizzy says, yeah, I got the sense I was reflecting on my discomfort, that it was probably about the discourse critique, and that comments on Anna Mardoll were unfortunate the unfortunate results of research. No, it was literally just, I was using it as a springboard, and I just made a factual error. So I wanted to make sure I was clear, okay? Because I don't know, it bothers me. It genuinely, unironically bothers me when I make mistakes. Okay, yeah. So now that we have that out of the way, and everybody, and at least 200 of you have been corrected, now I can talk about some other things. So today we have a whole bunch of stuff I want to do. First off, we're going to be talking about not Alex Jones. That is not going to be the first topic today. The first topic today is going to be, of course, after our little introductory cozy hour, as we always do. It's not really an hour, but we're going to talk about the extremely troubling precedent that has just been set in Florida. So, yeah. We need to talk about that. It will not be a particularly long section, but it is a little dark and it is a little depressing, but we have to talk about it. It is very much in the interest of this channel to discuss the goings-on in Florida. We need to discuss that. So we will be talking about that. And then after that, we're gonna do the fun stuff, okay? Because after we do that, then we get to watch then we get to talk about the stunning conclusion to the Alex Jones trial, which is better than anybody could have hoped, okay? Genuinely, better than anybody could have hoped. And then we're gonna do a little bit of a fun deep dive on this Andrew Tate fellow, or whatever his fucking name is. I always fuck up his name. Is it Andrew Tate? Andrew Tate. Yeah. We're gonna talk about that motherfucker a bit, because guess what? Let me tell you, it's a rabbit hole, okay? It's a fucking rabbit hole, all right? I know that we got to enjoy the little debate with Hassan, but this guy, whew, let me just say, this guy is the most alleged scammer that I have ever fucking seen. This guy is totally doing SEO black magic to get his name all over the place, and we're gonna jump headfirst into it and just have fun laughing at him, because let me tell you, there are going to be some unhappy bag holders when this guy's little scheme pops. Yeah, it's gonna be, whew, yikes. Yeah. So, yeah, oh, that's what, actually, we were gonna be reacting to the Illuminati video. I was planning on, on reacting specifically to that one. So many people have sent it to me in DMs. I have not seen it yet, but multiple people sent it to me, saying that it was a solid start. So that's what I wanted to do. Oh, thank you so much, Michael Jones. Yeah, I really like this shirt too. It's one of my, I don't know. It's like, it's got vapor wavy, I don't know. I like it. It's got this like, it's a very discordant shirt, but I also find it, you know, it pops, you know? The other thing that we're going to be talking about today is, we're going to do some conservative react. So it's been a while since we've done conservative react, and I've saved up some good ones, you know? Are you talking about the MLM Doc channel? I think that's, is that Illuminati? Yeah, Illuminati does a bunch of videos on stuff like this, so we're gonna be watching that. Misery Chord, you're gonna be happy to hear we have, for October, we are going to be redoing the backdrop. We're gonna be making it all spooky themed. We have a whole bunch of ideas, so yeah, should be pretty fun. Yeah, we're gonna check in with John Doyle. We're going to check in with Matt Walsh. Matt Walsh has been up to no good, as it turns out. He's been laying a lot of stinkers. We're gonna stop in and check in with some of our Christian extremist friends. So it's gonna be very fun. Lots of making fun of them. Lots of being extremely performatively cruel. You know, the stuff I, shh, don't tell anybody. The stuff I really love. Wait, what? No, there's no fucking way Matt Walsh is younger than you. There's no fucking way. Matt Walsh looks so old. What? How old is he? He's only 35? I thought he was 50. I straight up thought that guy was fucking 50. His hair looks like it's been, his hair looks like it's been dyed like 10 million times. How the fuck? Holy shit, that's pathetic. Yes, we are, Killjoy. Yes, we are. Look up Charlie Kirk's age. I do not know Charlie Kirk's age. All right, let's find out. Let's find out what Charlie Kirk's age is. I actually do not know what this is, so let's see. Is this real? It's fucking real? Fucking really? He's the same age as my fucking younger sibling. What the fuck is wrong? What the fuck is wrong with the world? What is wrong with the world? Is there, well, I mean, they say hate ages you, so I mean, you know, but that's fucking shocking. It's fucking shocking. Yeah, true. Awkward Renegade from YouTube chat says 35 in conservative years is more like 50 in normal human years. True. Matt Walsh's beard looks like those toys at with the magnetic shavings and the magnet pen. Yup, true. Oh my god, that's so fucking true. These things, hold on, let me see the magnet beard. Hold on, is there a digital one? Yeah, these things, Woolly Willy. There we go. Look at that. Fucking Woolly Willy. That's the one. It is. It's fucking him. Oh my god, look at this shit. Wait a minute, here we go. Hold on. Hold on. This one is literally just him. Look at this shit. It's just bald Matt Walsh. Holy fuck. It really fucking is. Can we get a side-by-side? Oh yeah, we can do a side-by-side. Hold on, let's see. There we go. Bruh. Okay, here we go. Here's the side-by-side. Are you ready? You ready to see how legit this actually is? Wait. He literally has the same head shape! He has the same fucking head shape! Woolly Willy's got a bigger nose, and he looks more awake. But if you like if you gave Woolly Willy some Xanax, he'd be on the same fucking level as Matt Walsh here. Holy shit. Jesus fucking Christ. It's so bad. Also, every picture that you find on Google, if you search Google for images of Matt Walsh, every single picture that you find, his lips are dry. Like, if you think I'm just kidding, watch this. Look at this. I'm not kidding you. He has a fucking problem. He has, like, an issue, even on the fucking cover of his movies. Look, every single fucking one. His fucking lips. Oh, wait, you guys can't see it. Look at this shit. Hold on, how do I do this here? Look at this shit. Dry ass lips. Dry ass fucking lips. Dry ass fucking lips. Every single one of them. His lips are fucked up. Dude, oh my god, it's so bad. Oh my god, even in his, like, professional pictures, his lips are fucking dry as shit. Wait, is this what he looked like before? Oh my god, is this what he looked like before? Is this the real Matt? Is this actually him? Wait, it's the same nose. This is him before the beard. Oh my god. Wait, watch. This is the one. Hold on. We need another side-by-side. Are you guys ready? Are you all ready for this? Okay, hold on. Here we go. Okay, hold on. Here's the side-by-side. Are you ready? Wait, hold on. Am I wrong, though? Am I fucking wrong, though? I'm gonna feel really bad if this isn't him, but it's definitely him. He's got the nose, the head shape, and everything. This is like young Matt Walsh. It's like a perfect match. Like, he's got a little bit more of a substantial head, but it's really fucking close, honestly. Yep. It's the same hairline, same everything. Dude, wow, fuck. Listen, like I said, conservatives are never sending their best. It's just how it goes. They don't got much. I'm pretty sure that's Matt Walsh without a beard. I'm not kidding you. Nuts. Oh, here we go. Here we go again. That's Matt Walsh at age 10. Matt Walsh is only 35. We just established this. It's fucking terrifying. At least Madison Cawthorn is kind of twinkish. Madison Cawthorn has been, like, banging his male cousins for, like, the last 20 years. Of course he's twinkish. go. Congratulations, 10-letter name. That's fucking great. Yeah, well, Madison Cawthorn's done for. Have you noticed that? Have you noticed that Madison Cawthorn has not been in like the news at all? It's because he got fucking roasted. Also, well, we'll talk about that in a minute. It's all good. We'll talk about the Alex Jones stuff in a little bit. I don't want to jump ahead. You openly simp for both Shapiros on Maine. Just gonna let that one fucking sit there. Man. Oh my god, he is! What the hell? I forgot about this guy. Fucking true! It's fucking literally same glasses. This guy's more awake, though. They didn't nail it because in order to perfectly nail a Matt Walsh cosplay, you have to be, like, falling asleep. Did you know there are empirical studies that prove homophobia is linked to closeted homosexuality? Of course it is. Internalized homophobia is not, like, is not an uncommon thing. In fact, it's incredibly common. Yeah, it makes sense that people would be super self-hating if it's something they're grappling with and don't want anybody to know about. They compensate. Yep. Yeah, well, it's weird. It's kind of weird that both John Doyle and Matt Walsh both have like chronic dry mouth issues. Is there like a substance that gives you chronic dry mouth? There was another thing I wanted to watch today. So during our conservative react segment, that's happening soon, or I guess later in this stream, there is a video I was tipped off that the conservatives are very angry about the new Predator movie. I don't know if y'all have heard about it. I guess it's called Prey. It's about like a girl stranded on a predator planet or something. I have not seen it. I don't really care to see it. However, I am extremely interested in making fun of conservatives getting triggered over it. Oh, that's interesting. Why did I think it was... Oh, wait, that was the last Predator movie. That was Predators or The Predators or something like that. That's the one where they're on the island. Why do they not like it? Because it's a woman. I'm not kidding you. I've actually seen multiple clips of people freaking out, just screaming the word Mary Sue about the character. Nothing else. No other critique. Just that there's a woman who wins in the end. Yeah. So. Oh yeah, Prey. Apparently, Prey is about. Well, look, we can just look up the summary of the movie. Ready? Here we go. A skilled Comanche warrior protects her tribe from a highly evolved alien predator that hunts humans for sport, fighting against wilderness, dangerous colonizers, and this mysterious creature to keep her people safe. All right. I mean, sounds like a cool fucking setup for a Predator movie. How many fucking Predator movies are there now? Isn't there like fucking 100 or some stupid shit? There's too fucking many. Here we go. Oh, The Predator. Wait, that was from 2018. Oh my god. Wait, Predator movies. Let's look it up. What are the Predator movies? So there's the original Predator. Then there's Predator 2. Both Predator 1 and Predator 2 are pretty based. Then there's Predators. Then there's The Predator. And then now there's Prey. What is with these fucking naming conventions, though? Fuck AVP. Forget that shit. No, fuck that shit. That shit's too bad to even mention. AVP was so fucking bad. It's funny because, you know what's sad? I know this is not gonna come as a surprise, but when I was younger, I read the AVP book, I was actually like super into the Alien and Predator movies, as well as all of the Alien and Predator games, like way into it. And the AVP book was actually better than the movie. It's the exact same plot, and it was made as like a book, I don't know, a book adaptation of the movie script. Oh, the games were fucking sick. The games were fucking sick as shit. Like, every single AVP game was basically poggers. There was AVP which was made by Sierra, which was a poggers game. Then there was AVP 2, which is one of the most, like, it is one of the most beloved cult classics of PC gaming. It is fucking sick. Then there was Predator Concrete Jungle, which was a very weird Predator game, but it was good. And then there was Aliens versus Predator Extinction, which was a strategy game, also really, really good. No, Concrete Jungle was not bad. It was just very weird. It was actually really good. If you actually take the time to learn the game and its systems, the FPS was not bad. I'm sorry, they were classics. Even the original one, which was a little bit dated at this point, seriously good. Flunky PS1 game? Yeah, I mean, whatever. I don't know. One of the Alien games? Yeah, AVP. Oh, yeah, there was Aliens Colonial Marines, but I don't count that one because I forgot that exists. So, if I don't remember it, may as well not exist, right? Yeah, no one remembers that one. Then there was Alien Isolation. That game's great. Hey, new imp, yay! Hey, BBO Spray, welcome. Comics are pretty good. I need to play Isolation. Do you guys know that I haven't played it? I literally haven't played Isolation. That would be a really good game to play this Halloween, wouldn't it? Yeah, I've never played it. Have I played Prey? I have. Prey is a masterpiece. It's, oh my god, this is, oh my god. He's dry even then. The new Prey, or well, new, I say. The Prey from a couple of years ago was so goddamn good. It was so fucking good. Oh my god, somebody did it! Holy, wait, did you make this? Posadas John, did you make this? You photoshopped It's perfect! Matt Walsh's face onto the Homelander fan from The Boys. Amazing. Fucking incredible. Well done. Oh my god. This is just Matt Walsh. Oh my god. Holy shit. Wow, that tweet did good. Damn. It's the same fucking picture, everybody. It's the same goddamn picture. Yeah, so Prey. I really want to play that game on stream for you all. I don't know. You know, I really need to get more bold about playing games on stream. I really, really do. It's fucking good. It's terrifying. So I don't know that I've ever actually talked about Prey extensively because I played it like well before I started streaming. But Prey is a game that it's so scary. It's literally permanently affected my dreams. I have there are aspects of Prey that appear in my dreams even to this day, which is like, you know, it's that scary of a game. It's a truly terrifying game, and it's also really, really cool, has a great soundtrack, and is super fun. Yeah. Prey is a paranoia simulator. There's a couple of really specific ways in which it fucks with your head, but yeah, I really like that game. The shooting is a little bit weak. Yeah, it's not the best, but it's not the worst either. Yes, I did see that, Capo. Have I ever played Inside? I don't believe so. I don't believe so. Yeah, ADS lacking ADS was not fun. But the thing is, the way I played Prey was like super stealth oriented, and I used a lot of shapeshifting. So I don't believe so, Kaboka. I don't believe I have. So the last 2 days since stream, I've been playing a game called Paradise Killer, and I'm really enjoying it so far. It's been very fun. It's a game it's a vaporwave aesthetic investigation game that takes place in a really weird eldritch cosmic horror inspired universe. If you like Obra Dinn or other similar games, you'd probably like it. I haven't finished it yet, so I can't give it a full review, but I have been playing it. Also, Peasant Supreme 34, thank you so much for the incredibly generous $20. Cult of the Lamb is almost out if you're interested. I'm very interested. I already played the hell out of the demo, and I will be buying it day one, which should be pretty exciting. Yeah, Cult of the Lamb looks awesome. Cult of the Lamb is like, it's kind of got, it's very Binding of Isaac inspired. You play as a lamb that's possessed by an evil demon, and it's really cool. So I'm very excited to play that. I will probably play some of that, at least some of that on stream at some point. I'm very excited for it. I hope it lives up to all of the hype, because that would be great. However, everybody, before we do any of the other content today, while I have a captive audience, I have to do a review, okay, everybody? I have to do a movie review, okay? And it's for a movie I'm about to show you, okay? All right, because I've been wanting to do this movie review for a couple of days, and I need to do the review because it's fucking amazing, and you all need to go see it as soon as possible, okay? Ready? Here you go. This is the cover of the film. Just fucking feast your eyes on this beautiful film poster, okay? Absolutely incredible cover for a film, all right? This is a movie called Aniara, all right? It is a Swedish film from, I believe, 2015? No, 2008 or 2018. It's from 2018. If there is any recommendation that that you listen to me on in the near future, please let it be this film, okay? And let me tell you what it's about, okay? Aniara is a movie about, it's about confronting doom, okay? That's the best way I could describe it. It is a movie about being forced to look directly at your own death and figure out a way, if you can, to live with it. It is it is based off of a epic poem from the 1950s by the same name called the Aniara. And it follows the story of a interplanetary cruise ship that gets knocked off course, okay? I'm not going to spoil anything. It follows the perspective of a character who is called a mimarobe. A mimarobe is basically like the best way I can describe it, it's basically like a futuristic therapist, okay? So on this boat, on this interplanetary cruise ship, they have this AI, this basically an AI that can create dreams, and it's called a mima. And the mima basically lets you can lay down, and it lets you go into like a virtual reality of extremely realistic dreams, and it's powered by an AI. And this is a really important part of the story is sort of exploring escapism, exploring religiosity, exploring consumerism, and also exploring emptiness. And it is one of the most difficult to watch movies I've watched in a long time, and I've seen a lot of shit. Okay, I've seen a lot of really intense movies. Aniara, I couldn't stop thinking about it for weeks. It's been weeks now since I last saw it, and I keep going back to it because it manages to like poke at a extremely modern and relevant problem, which is that despite our lives being full of all kinds of distractions and all kinds of forms of entertainment, there is a lot of emptiness in our lives. And this movie concocts a scenario in which it must be confronted. It also deals with climate change, though I'm not going to spoil how. And also it has just a phenomenal cast. The actors are incredible. So there's a lot for me to tell you about, and there's very little I can say without like spoiling. But let me tell you something else that's really cool about it. Because it is based off of a famous poem, like an epic sci-fi poem from the 1950s, there has been many adaptations of Aniara. So not only is there a movie, but if you end up liking the movie, there is a metal album, a 30-minute long metal album that's based off of the poem that is also fucking incredible, and there's the epic poem itself that you can then go into if you want to learn more and enjoy. It is absolutely fucking incredible, okay? Like, I can't recommend this movie enough. I know I'm not giving you a whole lot to go off of, but I'm telling you, the movie drips with style. It drips, it is from beginning to end, you are just locked in this sort of emotional struggle alongside the characters, and I just can't recommend it enough. It is just so incredible. Also, Mother Meerset, thank you so very, very much for both of your donations. Thank you so much. Let me grab, I wanted to see the other one real quick here. Oh, there were two. There we go. Wait, oh, here's the first, wait, there we go. Let me just read this message here. I'm currently moving to a new place. Hope you're doing well. I'm doing great. I'm glad you like the new setup. I put a lot of work into it. But yes, again, beautiful cover for an absolutely incredible movie called Aniara. And if you end up enjoying the movie, which I'm sure you will, not only will it make you think, not only is it sexy as hell, I won't spoil why or how, not only is it horrifying, it is not a horror movie, but it is fucking horrifying, okay? Like, sickeningly horrifying. So if you are prepared to be, like, if you're looking for a movie that's really gonna actually emotionally move you, this is the fucking one, okay? I'm serious. I don't know why that issue would happen, Secular Socialist. Sorry about that. HK, thank you so very much for the super sticker. Thank you so much, HK. Yeah, Aniara. The movie is, I'm gonna put it in here, Aniara 2018, okay? Louis Boy asks, yo, Demon Mama, what could be an argument against comparing genocide to abortion? I'm struggling to put one together because of my busy brain. Help. I mean, there's a couple of ways that you can approach that. Abortion, first of all, a genocide displaces, not only, first of all, a genocide will also kill babies as well, will also kill fetuses. I don't know if you know this, but famine, starvation, and displacement are likely to also kill a lot of fetuses. So anybody who's comparing abortion to a genocide is completely missing the mark. They're completely misunderstanding the scope of these actions. Secondly, abortions are are something that are undertaken by an individual, that are counseled by a doctor, and they are decisions made by an individual about their own body. So the idea that there's like a genocide because of abortions is absurd. This is a decision that is undertaken by people who want the thing. They are seeking out the thing. They are not having this imposed upon them. Abortions are not imposed upon people. You could make the argument, perhaps, that abortions are imposed on people by means of capitalism. Capitalism makes people poor, so they are scared to have children. But the reality is that most people who seek out an abortion want an abortion. So there you go. I just wanted to, I'm sorry. I wanted to answer that real quick. That's important. I've said basically what I wanted to say about Aniara. Please go see Aniara. It is available all over the place. You can watch it on a fuckload of different platforms. Please go watch it. It is a genuine masterpiece. It is very much, very, very, very much about the problems of our time. It directly confronts consumerism. It directly confronts climate change. It directly confronts escapism, religiosity, cult tendencies, hedonism, nihilism. It is a incredibly cerebral and beautiful film. So yeah, go watch it. Go watch Aniara. I'll put it in chat again. Aniara 2018. Go see it. Put it on your lists. I promise you, you will not regret it. It is a fantastic film. And now I want to talk about another. Movie. Okay, you guys ready to hear about a movie that's not good? Come on, you guys want to hear me get mad and make fun of a movie that's not good? All right. Who wants it? Huh? All right. Here we go. Okay. All right. I'm gonna show you the cover for this movie, all right? Some of you are gonna get really mad at me, okay? Because a lot of people rated this movie well when it came out, and those people are motherfucking stupid, okay? I'm sorry. If you are one of the many people who gave this movie a 90 on Rotten Tomatoes, you are a fool, okay? It's an older movie. It won a bunch of awards, and it absolutely does not deserve them, okay? All right, because this is one of the funniest and like hilariously terrible movies I've ever seen. Okay, here we go. Fucking Bone Tomahawk. All right, that's it. That's right. I know. I'm reviewing a movie from 2015. Okay, but let me tell you. Now, hold on. You might think, oh, wait a minute. Why are you talking about a movie from 2015, huh? Why would you be talking about a movie from 2015? Let me show you why I'm talking. First of all, because I watched it recently. But also because if you go and look at this movie's reviews on Rotten Tomato, look at this shit. Are you fucking ready? Look! It has a 91. This is from critics. Fucking what? Critics' consensus: Bone Tomahawk's peculiar genre blend won't be for everyone, but its gripping performances and a slow-burning story should satisfy those in search of something different. Bruh. Okay, all right? This movie, let me just tell you, this movie is not a blend of genres. It's not because it's a peculiar blend of genres, all right? This movie is so fucking racist, it is so racist, it's not even funny, okay? It is like one of the most racist movies I've ever seen in my entire life. It is so goddamn racist. It is more racist than some actual Westerns, which I was shocked by because I saw Kurt Russell. I'm like, oh, okay, so maybe it's gonna be like a like Django has racism that's framed as the bad guys. This movie has racists framed as the good guys, okay? Let me tell you this, okay? So first of all, Bone Tomahawk is a movie about first of all, it's propaganda. The main character, our Kurt Russell character, is like a small town sheriff. Now, at the beginning of the movie, some random characters get killed by mysterious cannibals, okay? Is the message of the movie racist or does it portray racism? The message of the movie is racist, and the depictions are racist. Everything about it it's just so fucking racist, okay? It is so goddamn racist, okay? And what's the worst thing about this movie is it tries to lampshade the racism by basically it has this scene. Oh my god, it's so bad. Okay, there's a scene in the movie where they're like, okay, we're dealing with some cannibals. Are these Native Americans? And then they're like, I don't know about that, sheriff. I don't know if they're Native Americans, but they sure seem like they're, they're savages. And then they're like, hold on a minute, we better call in the professor. And then there's like a delay while you're waiting for the professor, and then the professor arrives, and the professor is like as a Native American guy who's like dressed up super nice, and he has his hair all done really, really nicely, and he's like, those people aren't Native Americans. Don't you racist white people would think that we're the same people, but we're not the same. There's something different, something worse. They're troglodytes. And I'm like, that doesn't make it fucking better. That didn't make it better by having like a Native American character come in and go, actually, they're worse than Native American. That didn't make it less racist. It's so fucking racist. And it's like, oh my God, it's so ridiculous. So there's like this, the whole plot is set around them like hunting down these cannibals, and we're bad, but yeah, literally, it's so bad. They have like a character who's like an assimilated Native American who comes in to tell them, no, actually, they're worse than Native Americans. Oh my God, it's so fucking bad. And then also, there's a character, so hold on, let me see. There's a character played by Matthew Fox, the guy from Lost. You guys probably know who he is. I kept calling him Doug Dimmadome. Let me see if I can get a picture of his character. You're gonna see what I mean. You're gonna see why I kept calling him Doug Dimmadome. He's literally fucking Doug Dimmadome. Look, oh my God, I'm not fucking lying. This guy, look, he's fucking Doug Dimmadome, owner of the Dimsdale Dimmadome. He wears this outfit for the entire movie. He wears an all-white suit with a cowboy hat for the entire movie. And by the way, this guy's character, I'm not kidding you, his character is, he killed a lot of Native Americans. That is his entire character. He doesn't talk about his background, his like history at all until the very end of the movie. Every time they talk about him, he's being racist. He shoots there's this part where they meet two Mexican guys at night, and he gets scared, and so he shoots the Mexicans. And then one of the characters is like, bro, why'd you shoot those Mexicans? And then the guy goes and searches the bodies of the Mexicans that he shot, and they have like crosses on them. And so like the old man is like, you just killed 2 Christians. They were good Mexicans, man. And then he goes, I don't care. They were probably pretending. And then in the next scene, they find out that they were just pretending to be Christians. So he was right to be racist and kill them and shoot them. The film is so racist. So there's a scene at the end where like he gets confronted on being a horrible racist. He's like, one of the guys is like, you just, why do you hate people so much? Why are you so hateful? And then he has like this weepy segment where he goes like, he's like, you would hate them too if when you were a kid, they killed your mom and dad. And I'm like, what? And then literally within like 10 minutes, he has an epic death where he's a hero and he kills like 3 enemies before dying. He has an epic showdown right after it's revealed that he killed like 250 Native Americans in like a genocide. He literally talks about genociding Native American people, and then within 10 minutes they give him a weepy backstory, and then he goes out in a blaze of glory. It is so bad. It is so fucking bad. Bone Tomahawk is the name of the movie from 2015. So, and here's where it gets really weird. Because the special effects are actually really good in this movie. There's a bunch of gore that looks really, really good. And, oh yeah, it is a really long movie. Kaboka says most of the negative reviews are critiquing its length. It's really fucking long. There's like the middle of the movie is just them gruelingly walking through the desert. And the weird thing is, the cinematography for the desert is actually like really good. They do a really, really, really good job like portraying the misery of the desert. and there's a bunch of competent filmmaking in the movie. There's a bunch of the visuals are fantastic. The special effects the gore, like special effects, both practical and CG, are both quite good. The cinematography is fine. The editing is not good. I will say that much. There is a part where there's like an actual error in editing. There's like a jump cut in the middle of a scene where like the character, it's the same angle of his face, but the camera jumps closer for some reason. So the editing is not good. But the acting, obviously, Kurt Russell's fine. All the actors are good. All the cinematography is fine. All the special effects are actually very good. Like there's a scene where they rip a guy in half, and it's fucking disgusting. The Kurt Russell gets like a hot piece of metal pushed into his wound, and it's disgusting, but also really really cool. But it's the worst written movie I think I've watched in a long time. It is certainly the worst written movie I've ever seen with this high of a rating. The story makes no sense. The entire first hour of the movie might as well have been deleted from the film. They introduce like somewhere between 5 to 8 characters that never appear again, that have no story purpose, and all of the characters that have some sort of story have no development whatsoever. It's just like, oh god, it's fucking, oh my god. I was laughing while watching it though, so like, I can't say, I can say that I don't recommend this movie as like a serious film to watch, but if you want to laugh and be angry at a film, this is a great movie to watch. And the reason why I say that is because the production is like high enough quality that it's like an enjoyable thing to put your eyes on. Like you're not going to be bored during the movie, but the writing is so laughably bad that you will be cackling as the movie goes on. There's also like, oh my god, I forgot about this. This is spoilers. At the end of the movie, they go into, like, all of the heroes get captured by the cannibals, and they have like a big showdown at the end. And they discover that like the cannibals have, they're like a predominantly male tribe. It's all men, and then there's like 2 women that they just keep fucking and having kids with over and over again. And it's really freaky. They have like, you find out that the women have had like their legs removed and stuff, and all this kind of, it's really very scary. And it's the prosthetic work is really good. It's a shocking scene, to be completely honest. But the effects look good, but they just leave them. At the end of the movie, all of the heroic characters they literally look at the like mutilated women who haven't done anything wrong. They're just innocent women, and they just look at them, go like, "Oh my god, these monsters," and then walk away. Literally just walk away. Oh my god, it's so fucking, oh my god, it's so fucking stupid. The movie is so fucking bad. Yeah, it's like the scene is genuinely upsetting. But they literally just, I'm not kidding you when I say they like shrug. They just are like, yeah, whatever. There's so many things. There's like multiple storylines that are set up but never have any payoff. There's like an old man character who's honestly like the best character around. He's like the good guy. He's this old man who's like, he's not racist, he's not sexist, and he loves his wife. And he keeps making references to his wife, and you think it's gonna go somewhere. It doesn't go anywhere. He just, at the end, he just lives. Nothing happens. There's no character growth for any of the characters. All of the characters are identical. The identical position they were in at the beginning of the film. It is, whew. Yeah. I do not remember The Passion of the Christ, honestly. I remember watching it when I was a Christian, and then I don't remember anything else. But just so you know, again, the movie is called Bone Tomahawk. It looks like this. Absolutely hilariously bad movie. Competent filmmaking on the film side on the writing, story decisions, direction, just garbage, but very funny. I imagine the original did not have any of the like a blatant lamp shading. Um, Also, so like they make a big deal at the beginning of the movie to be like, these are not technically Native Americans. They're not technically Native. They say it like 4 times that they're not Native Americans, but then they just call them savages over and over and over again throughout the movie. So it's just like, why? Why did you even bother? Like, what were did you think that was gonna fool any? Apparently it did though, unfortunately. It's, oh God, it's so fucking bad. Oh God, it's so bad. Yeah, it's like the lowest effort of like lamp shading you can possibly imagine. God, that's cool as hell. Uh, it's oh yeah, yeah. Oh yeah, there's another thing I wanted to mention about this movie. In this movie, there's a line that keeps getting repeated, which is that which is just like, it's like uh what does he say? What does she say? Cowboys. She says cowboys are fucking idiots. There's this wife character, and she keeps saying that like, you fucking cowboys are fucking idiots. And she keeps saying that over and over and over again, and it doesn't have any payoff. No payoff. They're just correct. All the cowboy characters are just epic and base and red pilled by the end. Even though they make an effort of like being like, what I thought was gonna happen was that they were all gonna die. I thought it was gonna be an anti-ending. Like all the characters were just gonna die, and then they were gonna get owned because they were genuinely stupid. Oh my God, I just remembered another part in the movie. There's like, the characters are genuinely stupid assholes, okay? Like, there's a part where the main character that's not Kurt Russell, because there's two main characters. There's like this young guy, and then there's Kurt Russell's character, and they have like a dynamic and whatever. The young guy has like a busted leg the entire movie, and at one point the doctor gives him opium, like a thing of opium, and is like, don't ever drink more than 1 spoonful of this because it'll knock you out and you'll die in the desert. And at one point he just literally shrugs and drinks the bottle of opium, and then he starts to fall asleep because it's a hard narcotic, and he and he falls down, and he's like, oh no, and then instead he has a vision from God, and then he falls asleep in a bush, and the like evil native characters, the like cannibals or whatever, they ambush him, and he just kills them. He's drugged out of his mind, and they explicitly have a scene where the doctor character's like, don't drink too much of this, it'll kill you. And he just wakes up when he gets ambushed and kills all of the cannibals. It makes no fucking sense. Also, at the same time this is supposed to be happening, it's like cutting between two things. At the same time, they poison the cannibals with the same pain medication. So he has another bottle of the pain medication, a different character, and they poison the natives, and it kills 4 natives who sipped a tiny, tiny bit of the poisoned water. They put like a little bit of medicine in the water, and it kills 4 of them, or 3 of them. It's it is an anti-film, in that everything that you expect that's supposed to happen, all of the setups, all of the like, there's no payoff for anything. There's no character growth. It is just so, literally, Windleby. Oh my God, literally. It's, oh my God, it's so stupid. But all I could do was laugh at it. All I could do was just fucking laugh at it, because it was that, because it's not like it's not like a B movie. This was a movie that was released in theaters. It has really high reviews. It's not a B movie, but it has some of the worst writing I've ever seen. So dumb. Oh, of course it did. The Pathologic has better everything representation, of course. Yeah. No, it's I don't know. I don't know who made this. RLJ Caliber produced this film. Who the fuck produced this thing? RLJ Entertainment was the distributor. The producer was Dallas Sonier and Jack Heller. It sucked, but it sucked, but in an enjoyable way. Let me just put it that way, okay? It sucked, but in a way that I could laugh at. So I wanted to tell you all about it in case you wanted something to laugh at. Stupid, but entertaining in a very like, oh my god, I can't believe this exists way. Also, I could not believe that Kurt Russell was in this movie. Oh yeah. Oh my god, there's so many, oh god, there's so many stupid things I could say. There's another thing in the movie. For some reason, all of the cannibals do predator roars. They have like they cut their vocal cords out and they put like a flute, a bone flute in their throat that lets them do a predator roar. And it never explains that at all. And also, there's a part where the main character gets like meta knowledge of the film. I don't. You guys have probably seen this happen in a movie, like where something is shown to the audience but not shown to a character, but then the character acts as though he saw what the audience saw. That happens in this film. There's a part where we see at the beginning of the movie that or at some point in the movie, we see a character that's not the main character, like cutting out the bone thing in the neck. He's like, what the hell is this? What the hell is this? And they're like, oh, it's like this weird bone. We don't know what this is. And then later on, without any contact between those characters, the main character knows to cut the thing out of the neck and use it to trick the cannibals into thinking that he's one of them from afar. For some reason. So he just goes straight and he's like, oh, I'll get this. Oh, I have to cut this out of the neck. Even though he never saw any of it. It's, oh God, it's, and yeah, anyway, they do a predator roar. I wonder if I can find like a clip of it without getting copyright smacked. Let me see if I can find it. Yeah! Here we go. Here's the troglodytes. Look at this. Oh, they got it. They got it right here. Oh, I don't know if I'm gonna be able to find the part. Oh, this is the racist. This is the part where the racist gets his blaze of glory. Oh, it's dumb. Never mind. Whatever. Yeah, it's definitely gonna get me hit. Fuck it. Yeah, that cave is fake. It's fake as shit. Anyway, they do a predator roar and it's incredibly stupid. So yeah. Oh, I've heard that they them kind of sucks. Queer exploitation? Yeah, probably. Have I seen The Danish Girl? I have not. I dodged that one. Believe it or not, I am not a big fan of movies that are like, I don't want to be mean, but that are trans baiting, you know? I don't know. I just, doesn't, people saying they slash them was decent. Oh, I'm ridiculously cynical when it comes to movies and video games, as you probably know. I have not seen the Bob's Burgers movie. I thought they them was going to be like a Christian like fear-mongering movie, but yeah. Boss Baby, every time I was in town, every time I go into town, there's a old Boss Baby poster that has never been taken down in Seattle. And every time I see it, I get angrier. So those are my thoughts about Boss Baby. Is it faded? Yeah, it looks like shit. Every single time I see it, I get a little angrier. Yeah. It's like, I can't remember what it says. It says something like, oh, yeah, I need a little cry in my car before work too. And then it has the Boss Baby doing the DreamWorks face. Let me see if I can find the one. It says something like that. Oh, here we go. This is the one. Oh, apparently this is this particular poster. This is the one. I see we're both having a good cry in the car today. And then he's doing the DreamWorks face. Yeah. Fucking sucks. I fucking hate this shit. Okay? But you know what I hate more than Boss Baby? Baby Yoda. Baby Yoda is like unironic, just pure hatred. Baby Yoda represents the most hollow and wasteful form of consumptivism this planet has ever known. And if you haven't been to a mall or any other public location in a long time because of COVID or whatever, let me just tell you, there is not Boss Baby. There is Baby Yoda everywhere. You literally cannot look in any direction, in any mall, shopping area, public space that's like metropolitan without seeing a Baby Yoda. Like, I'm not kidding you. There are just literally everywhere. It is the most manufactured Funko Pop ass bullshit. It makes me goddamn so mad. Fucking terrible. Okay? True, read all theory. Oh, it's even reached you. I'm so sorry, Intentions Nasty. I'm so fucking sorry that our shit-ass culture has been exported across the world. You have a Baby Yoda Lego BrickHeads. Can you melt it? Oh my god. Everybody loved Baby Yoda in 2019. It was a huge meme. It's Morbius. It was just the precursor to Morbius. People successfully tricked, I mean, Disney decided to try to like force everybody into liking Baby Yoda because Baby Yoda was made to be like Funko Pop brain bait. And unfortunately it kind of worked a little bit, but not as much as they thought. And so now there's just a surplus of Baby Yodas. You want to know what else is fucked up? You know how like at like Goodwills and stuff like that, like you always find like, or at least you used to always be able to find like interesting stuffed animals. If you go to any like thrift shop now, all you have is secondhand Baby Yodas, secondhand Disney Tsum Tsums, secondhand Paw Patrol. That's it. Nothing else. It's all branded stuff. No company makes stuffed animals anymore. No American companies make normal stuffed animals. There's no unique stuffed animals. They're all Baby Yoda. They all just make a version of that. I'm not kidding you. It's fucking terrible. If you don't believe me, go to your local Goodwill and go to the toy section and see how many are Disney Tsum Tsums, Paw Patrol, Baby Yoda, Baby Groot. Nope, the Among Us plushies do not make it to secondhand shops because people actually like their Among Us plushies. I have an Among Us plushie. It's fucked up. True, Emerald Queen, DIY plushies. True. Oh, Louis boy, are you really asking me? Like, are you trying to get me into a Funko Pop stun lock? Is that what this is? Is this like an attempt to get me in a stun lock? Yeah, Tsum Tsums are like these things. Hold on, let me show you. So Tsum Tsums were like, originally, I think they were like, I don't know. I think they were their own thing, but then they got bought by Disney or something. Let me show you. They look like this, okay? Hold on. How do I do this? Oh my god, all of them are ads! Literally, oh my god! You can't even get the images because every one is just a link to a fucking ad. They look like this, okay? Disney marketed them as the latest craze from Japan, but to my knowledge, I don't think they were ever really from Japan. I think they're just Disney, like, making a Japanese-esque toy. They are all over the place. They're, like, mass-producible, like, cute creatures, and there's just an infinite amount of them overwhelming every secondhand shop in America. Yeah, I think they're literally like reused Squishmallows. In fact, when I searched them, the Squishmallows were one of the things that came up. Yeah, here's the Squishmallows. They're really similar. They're just like kawaii instead of, you know, yeah. It's apparently oh wow, apparently they made a game. I didn't know this. Apparently they made Disney Tsum Tsum Festival for the Nintendo Switch. Yeah, Loot Crate is trash. I got a free membership to Loot Crate once, and we discontinued it after a single month because it was so garbage. Literal landfill, like landfill stuff. God, I fucking hate Disney. God, I fucking hate it. Oh my god, I hate this shit so much. How does anybody fucking live? How does anybody live like as a Disney adult? How does anybody go out into the world and see 9,000 baby Yodas lurking around every corner and not just go fucking bonkers? Because I feel like every time I'm outside and I see a baby Yoda, I take severe psychic damage and it pushes me one step closer to the edge. You know? And yeah, I just can't handle it. I guess this is probably part of the reason why I enjoy The Boys so much, because The Boys is so fucking drippingly cynical. They just like nail the Disney thing, and then they're just like, yeah, it's hollow to the core. Everybody involved with it on every level is just fucking there because they're in pain and want money. Anarchist squishmallows? What the fuck? What the hell? What the fuck? Oh my god. Listen, if you're not at least a little bit jokerfied by Funko Pops, okay, hold on a second. Guys, let me paint you a future, okay? Okay, actually, we were talking about Aniara. Aniara, let me just sell you a little harder on Aniara. Aniara is a movie that takes place in the Funko Pop future. I'm not kidding you. Like a huge part of the movie of Aniara is basically that humans are so consumptivistic that they just consume themselves into full tilt climate change, basically through the creation of just like fucking endless Funko Pops and other shit like that. Yeah. So yeah, it takes place in the Funko Pop cinematic universe. But you know, not to go back to that review. How can you not? Like, I want you just to think about it, okay? All right, everybody, imps, travel with me, okay? Travel with me into your mind. We can close our eyes together. I want you to imagine, okay? I want you to imagine the Think Geek store in your local mall. I don't think they've all gone out of business yet. Maybe they have, but they used to exist within the last 5 years. So imagine like a GameStop-sized store, okay? And then on every wall, there are 3 boxes deep, hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of Funko Pops, okay? No one will ever buy those Funko Pops. They will never be sold. Eventually, they will decline in value. They will be put into a garbage can. They will be dumped into a landfill where they will not break down because they are made of plastic, which is a petroleum byproduct. So they were made highly extractively. Then they were shipped using fossil fuels. They were made by slave labor. Don't forget that. Then they sat on a shelf to help, with brand advertising coverage, so that everywhere you look, you have to see Game of Thrones, Marvel, Disney, Mandalorian, Baby Yoda, Star Wars, Marvel, DC, Marvel. Okay, so that's it. They're basically wallpaper. Okay, then they go and they fill up a landfill where they will never rot for the rest of your life and 100 lives after you. 100 generations. Those Funko Pops will still be sitting there taking up space. And realistically, they'll be shipped away, dumped into the ocean where they will kill thousands and thousands of creatures, still never rotting away. For what? For fucking what? So Disney can have market saturation of nostalgia bait, ugly vinyl dolls? I'm sorry. It's not about we live in a society. This isn't we live in a society. This is we live in the stupidest society that has ever lived. We live in a society that is literally fueled by fucking rich people dangling keys in front of your face. Is man not entitled to a Funko Pop? No, you know what? Man can be entitled to a Funko Pop, okay? You can have a Funko Pop. But you're fucking telling me that every single fucking GameStop in America, all of the thousands of GameStop stores, really need a fucking wall this deep of Funko Pops? That every single fucking store in America needs a fucking 1,000 Funko Pops? You're telling me that? Come on. And guess what? That's not even the beginning, because there's also the Orbeez, the Adorbos, there's the Nendroids. There's 1,000 other identical fucking cutesy nostalgia bait branded bullshit. You don't wear it. You don't even look at it. You hide it away in a box as a collectible on the small hope that 30 years from now, some fucking neckbeard will buy your shitty fucking Funko Pop because it's a collector's item. But in truth, what it is garbage. It's more garbage than a fucking Beanie Baby. At least Beanie Babies have the snuggle quality. At least Beanie Babies can be like, I don't know, passed on to your children so they have like a cute stuffed animal. At least there's like some charm. Funko Pops are literally just the most cynical, hollow thing you can imagine. It is a generic looking printed vinyl figure that stares at you blankly, doesn't have any articulatable parts, and all it does is say, I represent brand that you like. I represent the brand that you will spend money on. Spend money. Fill the hole in your soul. Fill the hole in your existence. It's literally, it's so deep into like I don't even know. It's like a representation of the representation of the representation. It's not even the real thing. You're not buying a thing that's actually a part of the thing that you even like. And those things themselves have been completely hollowed out. Sometimes you just gotta fill holes, fill it with anything else. Literally, I can't imagine, I mean, I know I'm preaching to the choir doing this rant to my audience, but like, it's not just lifeless. It's not just lifeless. It dissolves your mind. Living in a society that is just a never-ending parade of advertisements for things that you don't even like, for things that you're supposed to like, because if you don't, then you're like missing out or something. Yeah, Legos at least you build. At least Lego parts are reusable. You can remix, reuse. The Lego pieces can be used for all kinds of different things. Hell, you can even make fucking furniture out of Legos if you want. You just glue them together. Funko Pops? Really? And I know I've ranted about Funko Pops, but they're Funko Pops are honestly the best. They're like they're like the poster child of this type of shit. Who the fuck buys Funko Pops from franchises they don't like? Collectors. I've said this before, but I genuinely think it's like leftist praxis to wring the head off of every Funko Pop that you see. This is not an endorsement. That is a joke. My show is a comedy show. But, yeah. We as leftists need to talk more about anti-consumerism and how evil American consumption is. I could not agree with you more. American consumerism is so fucked, but it's like, it's fucked fractally. It's fucked in so many different ways, it's hard to even comprehend it all. There is so much waste. Not just like passive waste either. I'm talking entire products that are designed to be ultimately thrown in the trash. No, I don't buy Legos. I don't buy Legos because Legos in their current state are not so great, okay? Let me just be real with you. New Lego sets are not, they're not great, okay? But also, like, you want to know, like, here's another thing. I've ranted about this before, and this particular brand is on the decline. Let me show you this shit, all right? Let me show you something disgusting. Some of you know exactly what I'm about to show up. Okay, it's this right here, okay? This is it. This is the thing, okay? I want you to see this, all right? Look at this fucking shit, okay? You see this shit? This is another example of exactly what I'm talking about. This is a children's toy that is a loot box. It is a literal loot box. I'm not kidding you. It is a blind box toy for children. You open it up and it has 10 surprises inside. And it's really funny. If you go on YouTube and you look up reviews of what's in there, what they put in there is like little plastic dinosaurs, those little soldiers with parachutes on them, fucking Post-it notes, packs of crayons. That's fucking it, okay? Now, this brand is already on the decline, but for about a year and a half, this was almost all of the Walmart section. Like, there was of the Walmart toy section, like a fourth of it was devoted to toys from this particular brand. And if you go to like a toy store now, you will notice that a vast percentage of the toys in toy shops or even in toy sections in department stores are blind box toys. They're literal IRL loot boxes filled with landfill trash that just immediately gets thrown away. They are the lowest quality toys you could imagine. They don't last. They're not designed to actually be played with. They're designed to be brand representatives. And if you don't believe me, I dare you. Go to your local Walmart, look in the toy section and count. Try to count how many different ones are blind box toys, because it's a fucking lot of them. A fucking lot of them. Oh yeah, you got the little bugs. You got the little blind box bugs. Surprise dolls. You got the surprised little collectible Pokemon that you don't get to see what's in there. You get the Disney collectibles, the Marvel collectibles, the Star Wars collectibles, all of them blind boxes. Just pathetic, okay? The state of toys is fucking pathetic. And that's not to say that there aren't some toys still made that are good, but you don't get them in stores. Not like that. Yeah, exactly. That's also true. It's like 10 fucking pounds of non-biodegradable packaging. It's unbelievable how much waste. It's literally like the American consumerist death drive is beyond your wildest imaginings, okay? I am not fucking kidding you. It is unbelievable. The level of like, it's just, there's nothing even there, you know? Everybody likes to. You can't even joke about old stuff anymore because by comparison, fucking Transformers and He-Man, they look like the most godlike toys you've ever seen by comparison to the trash that's on shelves these days. And it's not, this isn't even just a things were better back then. It's just that the mask has fallen off of consumerism to the degree that they don't even have to try to make toys anymore. They don't even have to try. They're just shoving brand in front of children. Did I read Jeanette McCurdy's memoir? No, I didn't, but I probably should. Oh my God. I'm glad my mom died. Holy shit. I probably should. Yeah, Bionicle's dead. Yeah, and of course, this isn't even getting into the other horrible, like, manipulative ways that like children are targeted by our disgusting consumerist culture. Like, you know, uh, microtransactions in video games, manipulative ass mobile game shit. Just, I feel bad for kids who are alive today. I genuinely do. Maybe I feel like I feel like this is like I feel like young kids right now are going to be the most jokerfied fucking people that have ever existed. Like you don't even have you don't have physical toys you can play with, and then the video games that are designed for kids are all basically training you to be a gambling addict by the time that you have a job, so that you can immediately funnel all of your all of your money into useless digital bells and whistles that you can't actually claim because you don't actually own them. Oh, it's somniostatic. They can get a lot more jokerfied. Millennials have largely like collapsed into like passive doomerism. Whereas I think that there's a level of jokerification that is genuinely going to be terrifying to behold. And also, like, think about this. Think of all the kids that grew up with like that are growing up on like Roblox and Fortnite right now. You guys know that like the majority of like a huge chunk of Roblox's content is made by users, made by actual literal kids for nothing. They get basically nothing for it. It's literal exploit, tricking children using manipulative systems into becoming literal digital slaves. And Roblox and Fortnite's whole internal system is literally designed around stigmatizing non-participation, aka you're supposed to feel bad and stupid for having the default dance or the default skin. You are meant to feel bad, and it encourages implicitly, not directly. They never do it directly because then you get caught. You have to do it quietly. But if you there's a presentation you can watch about it. James Stephanie Sterling did a video on this at one point. It's called like turning players into payers, and it was a actual GDC talk about with the professionals of the industry talking about ways to psychologically manipulate ideally young players with access to their parents' cards, older players who have lots of money into buying endlessly. And one of the ways of doing that is by creating in-groups and out-groups based on purchasing things. It's so fucked up. It's gotten so out of hand. And the like the nihilism of the people, the nihilism and greed of the people creating these structures is disgusting. It's galling, and it leaves us living in a world that fucking sucks. Genuinely, in a world that every single day you wake up and everybody feels this pang of disgusting emptiness that is because nothing, you have no basic expectation of anything meaning anything. Nobody actually, like, here's a great example. Did you know that that if you have like a digital library of music or a digital library of video games that are purchased from basically every major storefront with a few very small exceptions, you have no actual right to those things. They aren't yours. You are simply buying permission to use them, and they can be taken away from you, and have been. In fact, there was literally a game that was just recently, I can't remember the title of the game, that was just recently removed from Steam. For people who bought it, you can't even play it anymore. It was an Ubisoft game. Yeah, of course, PT is another example. Art just being obliterated out of existence because that's the world we live in. We live in a world that has been completely consumed by corporate intellectual property struggles. And it's hard to advocate for any other alternative because most of the alternatives have been choked out, bought up, sued into the ground, or outlawed. Odd, isn't it? It's really weird. Almost like laws and norms in our society are weaponized to force you to use the most exploitative channels imaginable. Yeah, that's the one. Assassin's Creed Liberation HD. Silent Hunter 5. God, the spammers on YouTube have gotten so bad. Anyway, this was supposed to be like a cozy section, but it ended up turning into me getting really fucking mad about the maskless nature of fucking late stage capitalism. And that's really what it is, guys. There's no ifs, ands, or buts about it, okay? I know. How's it been 90 minutes? I know. It doesn't even feel like it for me, and I've been fucking screaming. Hey, it's okay, Max. It's all good. Don't worry about it. Yeah, it's the same bot that we've been having lately. It's all good. How many games have been completely ruined by battle passes and loot boxes? Like, I mean, literally, there are so many games I don't play. There are so many games I've quit playing specifically for that reason. I don't play any game that has battle passes or loot boxes anymore. I just don't, because it feels bad. Because it feels fucking terrible. Secular socialist. This sort of thing is saddening. Hard to see how it's possible to fight, but maybe that isn't possible. Maybe we can just carve out some pockets where these forces aren't felt. Yes, actually, that's the thing. You can't win against corporations on a 1v1. It's impossible. You cannot 1v1 a corporation. But what you can do is you can outmove them, you can outmaneuver them, and you can out-cooperate them. And what I mean by that is that there's all kinds of shit that we could make for ourselves and for others. You want to know a great example of that? Not to toot my own fucking horn, but this show right here. You notice there's no fucking ad rolls during the live stream? I don't advertise fucking, I don't run Raid Shadow Legends bullshit. I don't fucking, even though, by the way, just so you know, I've been offered 5 separate sponsorships from Raid Shadow Legends, and I have ignored every single one, and I will continue to ignore every single one. I probably could have made another $15,000 for myself taking those Raid Shadow Legends sponsorships. Especially if I asked you all to just hollowly log in and play the game. But I wouldn't do it. And part of the reason for that is because I don't want my show to be that. I don't want it. I don't want it to look like that. I don't want it to be like that at all. And there's other people who do this, you know? It's not just ignoring ad offers. It's in how you structure your show. I don't like, and we're going to talk about this because we're going to talk about the Andrew Tate thing, and I don't want to spoil anything. But you notice how there's no like, you know, I don't sell you a secret to happy life. I'm not saying if you subscribe now for $50 a month, you will get the secret to living happily. I would make more money if I convinced people that if I wrote a shitty book and told you that it would teach you how to be rich if you just pay me $50. I would be significantly richer if I did that. But I don't. And I won't. Because I don't want to. Because I don't want to live in a world that's like that. I don't want a fucking world where every single interaction that you have with another human is this coercive, I'm trying to screw you over, where everyone's always suspicious that everyone's trying to fuck them over all the time. The thing is, I do sell products. There are, I mean, I don't sell a product yet. I want to sell shirts and stuff. But as I've said, anything that I ever make will be specifically designed to be things you will like and you will use, that I would like and I would use. I have no desire to make a shitty t-shirt with my name printed on it that's scratchy and that starts to dissolve the moment that you start to wear it. I have no desire to make a fucking crappy beanie that just says Demon Mama on it and nothing else. No, I want to make a fucking unique thing that when you wear it, it's comfy, it's stylish, and it shows off my own fucking creativity. But again, enough. I've tooted my horn enough here. I'm not the only one who does this. You know, I'm not the only person who said, no, I don't want to live in a world like this. Unfortunately, it isn't as simple as just doing like making slightly different choices, because the fact of the matter is that we are contending against people who want to eliminate any other options besides themselves. We are contending with corporations that desire to squeeze out and choke out anybody but their competitors, and they've done so. I've talked about this before, but I grew up in a place where there was no Walmart. I was a child when the first Walmart appeared. And I got to watch my home state change after the arrival of Walmart. I got to watch the composition of the local environment, the composition of shops, the composition of society, the organization of the cities change after Walmart arrived. And Walmart is only one such example, but Walmart is a company that aggressively impoverishes other people in order to enrich its own gigantic, cosmic horror-like structure. Yes, they were. Windleby, a lot of people were very, very upset. They knew what was going to happen. And Amazon is doing it now. You know how now you can't get a fucking good deal unless it's on Amazon? You notice how like all local stores charge like 50% more than Amazon? That's because Amazon is waging war on the fucking American populace. And when every other competitor is out of business, those prices are going to skyrocket. And if you don't believe me, look at the cycle. Look at the cycle of Walmarts, the cycle of fucking Smiths and Star Market grocery stores, the cycle of fucking gas in America even. Pyrogal, please DM that to me. I want to keep an eye on that. Hey, thank you very much, Corey Lane. Deeply appreciate that. I don't know. Something that I've been thinking about a lot is how much more angry everybody should be at this shit. I think that a lot of times it feels bad to be angry, but I think we need to sit with our anger for a bit. I think a lot of us need to sit and stew in our anger, and we need to be okay with being fucking pissed off about this shit. Because it's genuinely disgusting. We have watched over the course of my lifetime, over the course of as little as 30 years, we've watched the world become more and more and more hollow for the enrichment of like a handful of people. Everybody's lives becomes less colorful, less interesting, less varied. Thank you, Spiral Gal. I appreciate that. That's what they want, Jessica Metal. They want people to burn. They want people to not just burn out. They want people to become resigned. They want people. Corporations benefit from uninterested and unmotivated people. If you are just fucking tired and exhausted and you give up, that's the ideal. Praised BB, the movie was the Aniara. They want people to mave out. Yeah, it's an excellent reference there, Silent. Yeah, they want people to end up like Maeve in The Boys. Resigned to their fate and scared. And there's reasons to be scared. But also you have to realize that the fear is a generated illusion. It is a designed illusion. Corporations, they are invested in selling you the idea that they're unstoppable. And they're not. They're just not. And also, we're as time goes on, as we enter into this period of American history where people are just getting poorer really fast, and there's fucking two plagues coming at us, and everything's all fucking chaotic, and there's this attempt to try and like restructure our society even further around consumptivism, even further around these manipulative subscription services and contracts and all this shit. You're going to start seeing how people react to them, and we should learn from that. We should learn, we should watch, and we should see what's effective. We should see how people are responding and striking back at this shit. Delaney says, let's not forget that religion seems to be the only thing left keeping people some sense of community and purpose. We should fight against that. We should truly fight against that. You, me, all of us. I mean, I'm doing my part to a certain degree, but everybody has to be involved in this process. The creation of bold, new communities that aren't built around bare manipulation of others' emotions, that aren't based around fucking extracting everything that you can from people. Communities based around genuine connection. Communities based around mutual empowerment. Big tech and streaming is room music. It's not just that. Okay. We'll have a conversation sometime properly around the influence of big tech, Google, Apple, Facebook, these sorts of examples, Amazon. These tech companies are not just tech companies. None of them are just tech companies. Facebook is not just a tech company. Google is mostly an ad company. Amazon is a million different companies piled into one. These are not just, they're big tech, but they are not just, that's not even close to what they just do. What they're aiming to do is to calculate and control everything. I'm not kidding you. That is the goal. The goal is to make everything calculable. And the problem is, though, some things are too fuzzy to be easily calculated. And so what's the answer? That thing has to be either crushed into a simplified form that can be processed through polling, through data analytics, or through, like, what are they called? Like, uh, I can't, why am I blanking on the term? Groups, consultation groups. What's the fucking word? I'm blanking totally on the word right now. Um, where they bring a bunch of people in a room and they ask them a whole bunch of questions. And they're just like, oh, how do you have focus groups? Thank you. Focus groups, digital polls, data analytics. That is how you make something understandable to a corporation. It needs to be broken down into rational, bite-sized bits, but you can't do that to human life. Human life cannot be simplified to a focus group. Art cannot be simplified to a focus group. Existence cannot be simplified down to just raw analytics. But that is the only way for a corporation to continue making money, because risk has to be eliminated, because risk represents the potential for loss. So the way that everything has to be done is simplified, broken down, smashed down, made so that it's digestible and easy by a machine, not by you. It's not being designed for you, it's being designed for the corporations. And this is being applied not just in how we consume digital things, but also in how everything is run. This sort of algorithmification of everything we do. Yes, exactly. The commodification of literally everything. And it's wild too, because what you see is not just a sort of there's a veneer of progressivism and of progress in general around these tech companies. They all like to pretend and put up a front because they can afford to. They can paint every wall a rainbow color and they can act as though they're friendly on the surface. But the reality is, they will never be friendly to anything that isn't digestible and able to be turned right back around and sold. Well, yes, commodification does attempt to co-opt and absorb dissent, but that's why it has to be. That's why it always is a moving front, and we have to embrace and recognize that when you are dealing with entities like imperial entities like the United States government, when you are dealing with entities like Google, these entities that are by their design aiming to take over everything. They're aiming to control and encircle everything. Then the front is always changing, and that's okay. And as long as you recognize that and flow with it, then you will never find yourself in a position of some things you might be nostalgic for may get cheapened and turned into Disney Tsum Tsums. You might end up with Che Guevara Funko Pops. But if the front is continually fresh and there are people constantly adapting and moving to different spots and coming from different areas, it can't last forever. These companies cannot last forever. They are expensive. These machines are enormously expensive. And not only that, but they require an incredible amount of obedience. None of these corporations function unless they can beat as many people as possible into line. Everybody knows that. That's why they fight so hard to prevent strikes from ever happening. That's why they fight so hard for innovation that is against their profit margins. They try to squash that as hard as they can, because the truth is their position is precarious. Otherwise, if their position truly wasn't precarious, why would they care? The truth is their position is precarious. All of these companies are one disaster away from eating a hole into their pockets and collapsing. Ah, these spam bots. And also, there's another aspect too, which is that humans literally can only be pushed so far. Okay? Humans can only live from burnout to burnout for long enough before they either collapse and die or break bad. You understand that, right? Like, we've seen this again and again and again. And without question, throughout all of history, every single dominant force has always miscalculated how that operates. Well, then you're very lucky, Nuts. I hope you put that to good use, because if you're wasting it, it would be a shame. Not motherfucking die. That means there's only one option, right? You know? You can't, if you're not allowed to die, which you shouldn't, don't fucking give up. Fucking die. Do not fucking die. And if that's true, then you have one other option, which is to struggle and resist. All right, everybody. All right. All right, all right, all right. That's really weird. Drop thing? That's fucking... Excuse me. Oh. Any updates on the Frogman? As it turns out, yes. Yes, there has been. Climate will sort us all out? Oh, I really hope. Okay, you know what? Sorry, I said we were going to move on, but I'm not quite ready. Let me just tell you this, okay? You are going to live in the time of climate change. You. That's right. You. Barring you literally disappearing now or in the next few minutes, you are going to live in the time of severe climate change. It's happening right now. It's happening incredibly fast, okay? And there are entire swaths of the United States whose functional only form of economy is based around yearly or multi-yearly disaster economies. California, like a huge chunk of Northern California and Southern Oregon, is the biggest the biggest employer is the Bureau of fucking Land Management. We are in an era where the climate is shifting unbelievably, okay? And that means a lot of people are going to be experiencing life in a way very different than the life that they were living when they were younger. And part of that is always true about life. In life, things change all the time. The world changes quickly, and you have to keep, you have to keep engaged, and you have to be willing to accept that a lot of things are going to change. But what I'm talking about here is that a lot of people that you know, a lot of people that I know, a lot of people here right now are going to experience the sudden disappearance of things they had taken for granted. Things like regular governmental support is the biggest one. Things like electricity, things like the internet. If you've ever lived in an area that's regularly beset by climate disasters, like a fire area, some of you who are viewing right now probably live in those areas, and you can probably attest how frequently you do not have electricity anymore. In 2022, there are swaths of California and Oregon that lose power for chunks of every year, predictably. Every single year, you just don't get power. Even though it would be possible to prevent this, the government isn't there and the corporations don't care because they're making money off of you. So there are, and if you're in an area where that's not the case, it will be soon. And the reason why I bring this up is because climate change is not just going to fix the world. It isn't going to wake anybody up. You have to wake yourself up. and other people have to wake themselves up, and we have to help other people wake up. Climate change alone, disasters alone are not going to change the world. We have to think and go, I can't live without these things. How do I make sure that I have these things, that my community, that the people I care about have these things? How do we sit down and make sure that we take care of each other in this way when the government doesn't show? And if you don't think that the government is gonna just disappear, what happened in COVID? Do you think the U.S. government did a great job, responding to COVID? Do you know how many Americans died from a disease that we should have been able to have control over? That we should have not like control over the virus, but that we should have been able to easily respond to. And that's from a plague. That's from a thing that we've been dealing with for unknown periods of time. Climate change, global climate change is upon us. And the government is literally at the behest of corporations who have no interest in stopping this process. Yes, I know. COVID has been gone and eliminated, essentially eliminated in many countries. The truth is, the simple, hard, horrifying truth is that the vast majority of people, those who do not have the money to move, those who do not have the money to afford personal generators, blah, 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 those who do not have the money are going to be left behind. Because guess what? When the climate starts changing and it becomes harder to feed people, the important people are going to be the ones who get fed, who get the stuff provided for them. That is who's going to do it. It's going to be the people who have the money. Those are the people in positions of leadership. Everybody else is going to be left to fend for themselves. And I think people need to recognize that that's the case, and instead of just sort of putting it off and hoping on this sort of like this sort of pie in the sky hope that maybe we'll elect Bernie Sanders and he'll give a shit. The reality is we don't got time for that. It's not happening. Okay? People have to get ready now. People need to be starting to think about these things now. People need to think about, wait a minute. The government didn't help me here. The government isn't going to help me here. We're likely to have Republicans. Republicans are hostile to government aid. We need to figure out how to do these things now. And the truth is, it is possible. It is possible to work together to ensure you have a higher quality of life. It is possible to build new things that are that can save many, many lives. You want an example of that? In fact, recently, in a town really, really close to here, a on Native American land, a tribal council came together and made the decision to start building tsunami shelters. They're basically these really, really tall, super sturdy pillars, basically with stairs that go up that can hold hundreds of people, so that you can be raised above floodwaters or tsunami waters safely and be rescued. Nobody else is doing that because there hasn't been tsunamis yet. But there's a lot of places that are in danger of tsunamis and a lot of places that know that there's likelihood of tsunamis to come. So some communities are looking ahead and going, wait a minute, people here could be in danger. How do we work together, look out for ourselves, look out for the people around us, look out for our communities, and build these things? And it's possible. It is possible to do these things. That's just a single off example of a particularly large project that can be undertaken not by federal government, not even by state government, but by a small group of a native council that came together and did that. No. You're misunderstanding what I'm saying here, secular socialist. Secular socialist says we shouldn't act now. We should have already acted 80 to 90 years ago. We should have acted 80 to 90 years ago. No one in this chat was alive 80 to 90 years ago. We don't have a choice about about that. None of us, as to my knowledge, nobody in this chat is like a CEO on a petroleum company. Nobody, nobody here was a is the president of the United States, unless Joe Biden, if you're listening, go Dark Brandon mode, okay, before it gets ruined. All right. Um, but no, we have no choice but to act now, and how we act now has to be built on the correct on as correct assumptions as possible. The government has already shown that it is uninterested in aiding the bulk of people. The United States has shown that its priorities are the economy, which means the financial industry, which means large corporations, the tech industry. Yeah, I know about that. I heard about the flooding in Death Valley. That's an excellent example of exactly what I'm talking about. That there are drastic changes coming, and that's going to require people to be willing to change, to be willing to adapt, to be willing to come up with new ways of living that make you happy, to be willing to engage in a way in ways of life that are different than before. Yeah, someone in chat is probably a secret CEO. Well, that would be cool. Thank you. For those of you, for the CEOs out there who are doing their due by supporting my show and helping me, I don't know, tell people to think a little harder. How do we convince doomers that there is hope? Well, there's a number of ways that you can do that. But also, personally, I, uh, I, I, I don't know. I just think there's always some level of hope. You can never truly know the future, and I am somebody who wants to go down fighting. I'm not somebody who wants to. I don't want to just resign myself to death. I want to try every option until there's none left. And um, the more of us who resolve ourselves to struggling to the very end, the more likely we are to succeed. Yeah, absolutely, Kaboko. What a skill. There's a lot of skills. And I'm not saying that every person needs to become like a survivalist. I don't think that's realistic or ideal. I don't think that everybody needs to, grow all of their own food. I don't think that's necessary at all. But if everybody we know starts taking steps to empower one another around them, to empower themselves, to take steps that allow them to be some level of independent, from groups that are not going to help you, then and the more effort that we spend on things like that, the more likely that people will be able to meet each other's needs. You don't need every single person in the world to have a fucking farm on their property if everybody around you has something else to bring to the table. So, all right, everybody, that was a hell of a rant. Okay, but intention's nasty. Your art is fucking incredible, and your art, not only is it inspiring, but it brings genuine creativity and color into the world. Artists out there, you guys make this world livable. You did get me to rant about Funko Pops to the degree that I actually I don't know. Anyway, we got to talk about some other things, okay? We got to talk about some fucking other things. I ranted about a whole bunch of stuff for 2 hours, and it was a good ass rant for sure. However, we got to talk about some of the specific things I had prepared. If you're kind of good at chemistry, you should consider getting really good at chemistry and then figuring out how you can apply that skill. Because let me tell you, that is a hell of a skill. If you're, I'm ranting again, but that was a point is, A lot of you have skills. A lot of you have the ability to develop skills that can be beyond valuable. We just have to be bold enough to live. We have to be bold enough to think about what is needed and meet those needs, to identify needs and to meet those needs together. That is so fucking fundamental. How many people do you know who are struggling, semi-isolated, because all of our society for the last fucking multiple decades has been spent fucking working ourselves to the bone, allowing our social connections to die because the only promise of any sort of future was to work yourself until you have a little bit of savings and hopefully you can get off the rat race. The truth is that there are all around us are incredibly skilled and talented people, and we connect and work together, we can meet our needs even if no one else will help us meet them. The message for so long has always been just go to your work, do your part, do your vote, and don't worry, the corporations and the private economy will do the rest for you. But then when push comes to shove, you should have made better personal choices. You should have just not got sick. Have you ever considered not being born with a disease? We are in a period of the world where it is essential that people reconnect with one another, that people aim to not just give all of their efforts and time to corporations that don't give a shit about them, but instead, especially because, and listen to me on this for a second, because it's going to get harder in the coming years for people to make a living. Even those people who are doing everything right, those people who are working the wagey cagey, those things are not, I mean, they're already not sufficient. Prices are going up. The economy is in a fucking death spiral. Do you notice how you probably, if you're my age, you felt it through your life. You felt your paycheck stay the same numerically, but get worth less and less and less because everything costs more, because you have more things you have to pay for, because this got privatized, that got privatized. So a lot of people are going to be forced into positions where the climbing the ladder isn't even a moderately viable path anymore. And when that happens, what's the answer? Figure that out. As it turns out, it's a complicated question with a complicated answer. I mean, oh yeah, there was something I retweeted just the other day. In fact, I can let me just show you this. You want to see the most blatant? I retweeted this the other day and people were laughing at it because it was so funny, but let me just show you. Can I just fucking show you what I'm talking about? Here. You can get it from the fucking horse's mouth, okay? Ready? Take a look at this, all right? The vibe session. All right, let's go read this, okay? A jobful vibe session will keep workers on the payroll. Inflation will allow companies to cut labor costs without mass layoffs through stagnating wages while prices rise. Now, this is being presented as a positive by this magazine. The jobful vibe session. Recession fears are leading naturally to anxiety about job losses. How many people will be thrown out of work by an economic downturn? How high must unemployment go to curb inflation? Laying off millions of workers is one way to rebalance the U.S. labor market, but there's another way, one that seems much more likely in this inflationary economy and far less traumatic for both workers and companies. We're seeing it already, a labor market cool down happening through shrinking paychecks instead of job cuts. How many of you can survive with a shrinking paycheck? Americans don't have any savings. Americans can't afford shrinking paychecks. Nobody can. Nobody fucking can. I could read you this whole article, but it literally just repeats that over and over again. That basically people should be happy that your paychecks are getting cut and your pay is getting cut instead of you losing your job entirely. That right there is the attitude that every single struggling person in America is going to be met with. You cannot look to corporations. You cannot look to a government that serves corporations for your salvation. It will not happen. It will not happen. They will not save you. They will not help you. We must look to other solutions. And it's not even close to the only article. These articles are being printed like fucking Funko Pops. It's absolutely fucking absurd. Going to happen when the rent that's been skyrocketing for the last 2.5 years coincides with people making less money, and then people just start not being able to make rent at all. Where do you go? Well, some people will be able to move in with roommates. Other people will start living in their cars. Other people will become homeless. And that's a lot of people. That's a lot of people who are working jobs, who are gainfully employed, who are going to be squeezed out of housing and healthcare. Oh, yes. I agree with you, Gayfish. Living in your car is being homeless. I don't disagree. All I'm saying is there are a lot of people who are currently living in their car who are going to no longer have a car. It is a uncomfortable fact. In fact, from time to time, I just go and read articles, collections of stories of people who are talking about what it's like living and working from their car right now. I'm very happy that a lot of people aren't in that position, but the fact of reality is that there is a lot of hostility. Rent prices are rising and wages are falling at an unbelievable rate. We already saw an unfathomable spike of increased homelessness and housing insecurity as a result of COVID, and COVID hasn't gone away. A lot of the support has. So, what I'm saying is, we have to motivate ourselves to move beyond just the life that you're told to live, to move beyond the sales pitch of capitalism and start thinking about how we can build together, how we can apply our skills to helping one another survive, how we can look out for one another, how we can stop being snitches, how we can stop unintentionally helping the death machine. We have to take time to analyze these things, to really take a look at our own lives and go, are there ways in which I can take energy that I'm putting towards assisting the goals of the death machine and instead put them towards building community, helping one another, looking out for one another? And the truth is, though, that it is possible. Not only because I've participated in it myself and seen the results. There are people, there are people in this community who can speak firsthand about how I personally get involved. But that's not really even the important part because I'm just one person. What I'm telling you is that you and other people around you, people who you have genuine social connections to, can save your life, can make your life livable and nice. You can live a nicer life even as time gets worse by adapting and adjusting, by changing to work together, by changing your focus, by becoming more suspicious of corporations, of those who are trying to use you and exploit you, and instead turning your mind and your energies and your focus and your skills towards people who actually care. Jackalope says, everything is going to get way worse because student loan repayments resume this month and there will be tons of people who can't make that payment. That's very true. There are going to be a lot of people who don't pay. And guess what? That could also prove to break the system's back. If nobody pays, you've heard the saying, right? If one person doesn't pay, that's your problem. But if nobody pays, that's the bank's problem. And the reality is, there are a lot of people who cannot and will not pay. All of the things you were talking about that are going on in the world right now is what's leading to the loneliness crisis we see. Yes, but the loneliness crisis is manufactured, okay? The loneliness crisis comes from us living in a society that is bereft of connection. It is a society where we have hollowed out our social lives, we have hollowed out our artistic dreams, we have hollowed out our visions of the world in exchange for a perpetual treadmill of going to work, getting the paycheck, buying the Disney Plus, going back to work, getting the paycheck, buying the Disney Plus. And what I'm saying is, we have to be the ones who start to break that cycle. We have to be the ones who say, how can we live differently? What are the ways that we can look in our own individual lives? We all live this. What can we do? What actions can we take that connect us more to others? What actions can I take that will make this, that will start to break this cycle? Because the truth is, if these cycles are expensive, is what I've been trying to say this entire time. It is expensive to keep a capitalist economy going, disgustingly so. And the more people who don't help, the more people who drag their feet and who clog up that machinery, the more expensive it gets. And that cost goes up fucking fast. It doesn't take that many people. Jade Monkey, thank you very, very much. Appreciate that very, very much. The student loan debt is used as collateral for a large section of the economy. It's a big pillar, and if it falls, things get crazy. Things get shaken up. It doesn't take that much. It really doesn't take all that many people to make decisions, to make meaningful decisions in their lives that change the course of the future. Slacktivism. Listen, slacktivism, people joke a little about slacktivism because slacktivism is generally like posting your way through the pain. But the truth is that there is a form of slacktivism that is extremely effective, okay? Being a stubborn, foot-dragging, slow cog in the machine can actually have a positive effect, okay? But also, keep in mind that our society perpetually tries to tell us that everything we do that isn't going to work on time is slacking. And in truth, it's not. I think that it's important for us to do things, for us to actively pursue other things than showing up to job on time, than showing up, than doing everything you're told on time. I think it's fucking important for us to participate and specifically to go out of our way to find those things. That is also true, secular socialist. What you're telling me is a lot of these foundations are actually fragile. They're shockingly fragile. And the fear that corporations display and the aggressiveness and the severity with which corporations take towards labor organizing is a great example of this. The unbelievable force with which certain struggles are targeted in order to try and it's because it's designed to strike fear. It's designed to make sure that others don't do the same. Why do you think mine workers in West Virginia, the feds decided to make mine workers pay a corporation that they were striking against $35 million out of the pockets of the union? Why do you think that the government would side on that side? It's because they want other groups to be afraid, because they're afraid of what the impact of that is. Because if workers, if not just one group of workers, if one group of workers stands up, they can push down on that group really hard. But if a bunch do, well, all of a sudden, you're not getting your quotas. You're not getting the raw materials you need to make the other thing happen. That creates issues way down the line. And remember, we live in a world of just-in-time production. We live in a world where there is a real thin margin. One thing goes wrong and everything's late. And that's not to say that these things are easy, but what it is to say that that the fear that is pushed onto people is designed more than anything to discourage anyone from resisting. It is to discourage people from actually taking the steps, the practical steps necessary to make changes in the world. Hey, thank you very much, Cripple Punk. Deeply, deeply appreciate that. Thank you so, so much for the incredibly generous tier 2 sub. Thank you. Happy to have you as a green name. Anyway, there's the rant. For those of you who are here who are not yet subscribed to my channel, please press subscribe. For those of you who are here who have not yet liked the channel, please press the like button. It takes 1 second to like and subscribe. And also, we would really like this channel to grow, so consider sharing my videos, my clips, memes, just telling your friends about the show, because I would really love to have more imps. You guys see how much fun you have in chat. You guys, fucking 250 people show up here, even if I'm just going on an off-the-cuff rant, and that is the most poggish shit ever. And I want to see more people here. I really do. No, you didn't, Emu Anon. I have been stun-locked for so long. We had an unbelievable rant against anti-consumerism because it's been on my mind a lot, and I've been very angry about it. I get angry about Baby Yoda and other things, so I yelled about it. Oh, that's gonna be a segment. Don't you fucking worry. I'm gonna make that a segment. Don't you fucking worry. That'll be one. Oh no, I haven't heard of that, Kuraz. That sounds fucked up. Any podcast updates? We're just waiting for I'm just waiting for Zan to give the go-ahead. My studio's good to go. Zan's been doing some work on his studio, and then we're gonna record the first episode. So it'll be pretty sick. I want to read communism and socialism books, but I'm scared to fall down the tanky pipeline. Don't worry, it's really hard. It's really hard to fall down the tanky pipeline if you're a person who has like even a little bit of like critical thinking. The tanky pipeline, here's the secret. Tankies never actually read what they say they read. I'm just saying, they never actually read what they say they read. And also, there's a fuckload of communism and communist and socialist texts that have nothing to do with party-based socialism, that have nothing to do with like Leninist-focused stuff. I can make some recommendations. I've been reading a bunch. Me and Doyle read together very frequently. But the tankies tend to recommend a very small selection of books, and those are usually books that specifically focus on their style of organization, which is not the majority. Do I think tankies are gullible? I think some tankies are gullible. I think other tankies are kind of like socially pressured. Basically, tankies are one of the things tankies do is they're kind of cult-like. And I mean this. I mean, like, literally, most like tanky organizations are super super culty in their structure. They love bomb new members. Everything is done like with a bunch of public and pseudo-public accountability. So like if you try to leave, there's a lot of shaming involved. There's a lot of shunning and getting cut out of like friend groups and stuff. So a lot of people genuinely feel socially pressured to go further and further in. People don't get converted into tankies because they read a book. They get converted because they fall in with a social group online, and then they realize they need to keep spouting certain things, which self-reinforces. You'll notice this. There's a lot of buzzwords and phrases that all tankies use, and you can basically identify a tanky very easily because of a certain number of phrases that are used. They love their fucking catchphrases. The similarities between tankies and Christians is shocking. Okay? I'm dead serious. Hey, thank you very much, Discordant Vole. Deeply appreciate that. Thank you so much. There's like a lot of stuff you can read. I mean, hell, it all depends on what you're interested in, right? I mean, I could recommend some really, really easy reads that are by anarchists. One of the first ones that I would recommend is a book called 2 Our Friends by the Invisible Committee. Absolutely love that book. It's a book that is focused specifically on talking about organizing and politics in the age of big tech. Literally, a huge chunk of the book is targeted at that. Very, very good book. Another really good book is Desert. Desert is short. It's very short. It's a eco-nihilist text. It's a little bit doomer, but it's pretty open about why it's so doomer and what they think that means and how they turn that into a meaningful politics. It's called Desert by Anonymous. Very, very good. Also an easy read, a good little piece of modern stuff. You can always go and read classic anarchist stuff. I personally find, so if you're looking for like older theory and stuff like that, I have read Malatesta. I find very enjoyable. Malatesta's writings are deliberately kind of simple. They are meant to be like, he sort of puts forward general principles of anarchism that he thinks are important and how you can, and like sort of simple ways you can engage in that. Very, very good. Yeah. I can't recommend reading basically anything by the Invisible Committee. Recently I read a book called Introduction to Civil War by Tikkun, which was fantastic, but is definitely hard to parse. Specifically because Tikkun is a mysticist, a leftist mystic, kind of, is a way, it's kind of hard to explain. Tikkun is a like super leftist, like Jewish believes in Jewish mysticism, and a lot of that is incorporated. And Introduction to Civil War is kind of written very, with a lot of abstract, like not abstract, but like with a lot of I don't know, evocative language. It's designed to be a very emotional journey. It's very interesting. Tikkun. It's spelled like this. Yeah, Tikkun here. That's how it's spelled. Introduction to Civil War is a very provocative book. I can't say I've grasped it in its entirety, but it is absolutely interesting. It proposes a very different framework than a lot of leftists do. It is very struggle focused, and I find it incredibly interesting in that way. So another recommendation. So let me go back through those recommendations so that everybody knows what I'm talking about. The first recommendation is a book called 2 Our Friends by the Invisible Committee. Very, very good book that sort of gives a overview of anarchist thought and a certain perspective of prescriptions for anarchism in the era of big tech and surveillance and all of that. Desert by Anonymous, which is a sort of eco-nihilism manifesto. Very, very interesting, talking very, very blatantly about very bluntly, I should say, about the challenges that we're facing from from an ecological perspective. Then I recommended Introduction to Civil War by Tikkun, which if you like artsier stuff, a little bit more poetic stuff, you might very much enjoy that. I think it's interesting nonetheless. And then I also recommended basically anything by Errico Malatesta. Malatesta is a old school anarchist, so some of it's a little dated, but if you're looking for the historical angle, you can't beat it. Malatesta's a fucking real deal. So there you go. Yeah, he's an old school anarchist from way back, way back. Actually, as it turns out, reading is super good, and people should probably embrace reading a little more. You know, reading is a good skill. Well, it depends on where you're in. Like I said, Lauren X Pandamus, like I said, Malatesta's writings were designed to be very accessible. So they're not super, they're not like, they don't go deep on economic theory or anything like that. They're more prescriptions for how he views what anarchism really is. A lot of these, by the way, all of these books are ones that I have read. And I have really severe ADHD, so you can listen to them or read them with ease. The cool thing about a lot of anarchist-leaning texts is they tend to be, for the most part, not all of them, but they tend to be a little bit on the more brief end of things. They're not capital or anything like that. Okay. I mean, some people would, Panas Main, some people would describe anarchism as when the government is gone. It really depends on who you are. I think I think I think I have moved closer to the anarchism is when government is gone position than I used to be, but I still think that's a simplified version. Um, yeah. It's the abolition of bedtimes. True! All right, everybody. You know what time it is? It's time for us to do something that is not as no, two our friends. I should have said that. To our friends. That's the one. There you go. It's time for us to talk about, this one is going to be a little brief, but it's time for us to talk about fucking Alex Jones, okay? Everybody, you guys ready? Cause some funny things have happened, okay? We really need to talk about Alex Jones, and it's not going to be a super long segment, but I really want to talk to you about what happened with Alex Jones. Okay, so first off, we're gonna start with the appetizer first. Okay, everybody. Here we go. Yeah, previously on Demon Mama, I did do a absolutely banger segment. You guys, those of you who haven't seen it, it went up as a single segment today. I highly recommend checking it out if you didn't watch the first part. Even if you know what happens, I'm telling you, I am so proud of my Alex Jones segment from last stream. You gotta see it. If you weren't here, you gotta go fucking see it. Okay? But let me tell you, Alex Jones, okay? He got fucking clapped. So let's just real quick, let me just very quickly show you just how hard this motherfucker got clapped, okay? Real quick. Oh, god damn it. The link that I had was the fucking New York Times. I always forget the New York Times locks me out. I gotta get that fucking extension reinstalled. Here we go. All right, here we go. We got this. Here we go. All right, part one. Okay, this is the appetizer. Okay, here you go. The little appetizer. Okay, don't get too excited. This just whets your appetite. All right. Jury awards the parents of Sandy Hook shooting victims $4.1 million in defamation case against Alex Jones. Okay, so remember when Alex Jones said, "Listen, anything more than $2 million would sink us." Okay, and then of course it was revealed that he was lying. Well, the jury found it necessary to charge him $4.1 million in damages directly to the victims of the case. Okay? So not only obviously he was lying about how much money, okay? And this is lower than they were initially seeking. The family, as you can see here, was initially seeking $150 million, but they were awarded $4.1 million, which is a sizable amount. But it gets better, because that alone would have been so satisfying. Of course, it's great to hear Alex Jones get hit for twice as much as he thinks he can handle, literally a day after being exposed. But you see, Alex Jones really fucked up. And Alex Jones didn't just get hit for the damages he did to the victim. Because as we watched on the last segment about Alex Jones, he committed perjury. Alex Jones lied under oath, provably, multiple times, directly to the judge, directly to the jury, and the jury came to a unanimous decision to award the plaintiffs in this case $45.2 million in damages. Okay, 45.2 fucking million. Yeah, that's right. Jury awards $45.2 million in punitive damages to Alex Jones, or against Alex Jones in the Sandy Hook trial. U.S. conspiracy theorist Alex Jones must pay the parents of a 6-year-old boy killed in the 2012 Sandy Hook massacre $45.2 million in punitive damages, on top of $4.1 million in compensatory damages already awarded, which brings the total to just about $50 million. Now you might go, damn it, Alex Jones was pulling in like $145 million a year gross from what we were shown in the actual trial. But yes, as Jessica Metal in chat has brought up, indeed, he has at least 2 more civil lawsuit trials coming up, and I have received some information that it appears that Alex Jones's ex-wife may be subpoenaing his texts because he may have lied to his ex-wife when they went to court as well. So wait, is that true? The state law caps, I thought this went above and beyond state law. State law caps punitive damage at $750 per claim per plaintiff on this verdict that was just reached. So the $45 million amount is useless. Wait, what does that mean? I mean, that's still a huge amount, right? Plus, he has 2 more cases going. Wait, is that legitimate? I have not seen anything about that. Ah. Uh-oh. Here it is. Reynal later told Reuters he aimed to minimize compensatory damages throughout the trial, knowing that there is a cap on punitive damages. Outside the courthouse, Reynal told reporters the verdict was high, but that Texas law caps punitive damages at $750,000 per plaintiff. That sucks. That's a downer, isn't it? However, there is indeed still some good news. Even though it is unlikely then that he is going to get slapped for all of that amount, he will be responsible for the $4.1 million and the $750,000 per plaintiff, and he has additional upcoming cases, and the January 6th Commission has already asked for his texts. So you might have noticed that a lot of the conservatives that have been friendly with Alex Jones have been shockingly quiet about the Alex Jones trial since it was revealed, specifically since it was revealed that his texts were leaked, that he leaked, his team leaked his own texts. Did he? Yeah, the quartering did. Yeah. It's very interesting. I want to show you some of the things. There's a really telling one. Okay, I want to show you this one. There was one that popped up that's really telling. Let me just get the tweet up here for you real quick, so you can wait. What is it at Tim Pool? Was it at Timcast? I always forget his at. There we go. Let's see. Let me get that tweet up real quick. Did he delete it already? Aw, that would suck. Come on. Hey. Did he delete it? Did he fucking delete it? Tim Pool came to get Tim Pool's big tweet on the issue. Oh, here we go. Found it. Here we go. Everyone in the Alex Jones trial is so fucking annoying. The whole thing. He thought Sandy Hook was a hoax, so he needs to be held accountable. He needs to be held accountable for defaming private persons. So, I'm gonna make a small prediction here, okay? This is a tiny one, all right? But I've seen this before. Some of you may remember a fellow by the name of Milo Yiannopoulos. Y'all remember when Milo Yiannopoulos was a darling of the alt-right, when he had television appearances and speeches at every single conservative organization all across the country? He was going on tour, he was on the cover of every fucking conservative magazine, and then one day, he was just gone. And everybody started slowly, being like, Milo was, it sucks, but, I wasn't ever a really big fan of Milo. And all of a sudden, you start seeing all these people who previously were doing things with Milo, all of a sudden, they're like, yeah, I never really was really all that close to Milo. And now you see tons of people who are just like, all these right-wingers who are just like, oh, fuck Milo. Milo's a piece of shit. What a piece of shit. Oh, what a fucking piece of shit, right? My prediction is the exact same thing is going to be happening to Alex Jones. And this happens all the time, as we know. Conservatives will puff up and then tear down and forget about their people like fucking that. We all talk about leftist infighting. People always like to talk, oh, lefties love to fight with each other. That's true. Lefties love to argue with each other. But no one tears apart a former ally like conservatives do. Conservatives are like fucking wolves. The moment that someone is not convenient for them, they tear them to shreds. They all disappear and that person is left for fucking dead. And we're starting to see that. Tim Pool is one of the is like he cites InfoWars on his fucking show. This guy beefs up those guys all the fucking time. And now all of a sudden he's like, oh, everyone's so fucking annoying. Soon enough, we're going to hear all of these right-wingers. This is my prediction. We're going to see all these right-wingers slowly try and distance themselves from Alex Jones and then get to the point where they just fucking hate Alex Jones. Because he's not convenient anymore. And he fucked up. His team has potentially revealed information about the extremely valuable and intimate information about what goes on behind closed doors at these fucking remarkably rich conservative outlets with these conservative political actors like Roger Stone. There is going to be a lot of stuff that comes out from these texts, and it's on him. Do you think his conservative buddies, these fucking bloodthirsty ghouls, these power-hungry motherfuckers, you think they're gonna play nice? You think they're gonna remember the times when Alex Jones did him a favor? Or do you think they're gonna fucking cut his throat and throw him to the side, just like they do with everybody else? Because I know where my money's at. I know where my fucking money's at. Yeah, it's gonna be interesting. The person who I'm most interested the person I'm most interested on is Joe Rogan. I think Joe Rogan will probably just, ignore it. And the reason why I think that is because I think Joe Rogan's fans can't remember the day before yesterday. But other people are going to make it less easy. More online figures who are a little bit more plugged in with the Alex Jones, right-wing Nazi meme sphere. Those people are going to have a real reckoning with how they stand on this, especially if there's gigantic findings in his texts, which we don't know for sure. Maybe his texts don't have all that much in them, but I got a feeling they've got some revealing information in them. You think he's in the Epstein zone? I don't know yet. I think it's definitely possible. I think he's probably seriously sweating. Keep in mind that Alex Jones has been a part of this himself in the past. Alex Jones has one of the longest careers of like right-wing pundits, of any living right-wing pundit. Obviously Rush Limbaugh is gone now and he was like the kingpin of the right-wing pundits, but Alex Jones has been around a long time. Alex Jones has participated in the puffing up and the tearing down of countless right-wing figures. He surely knows what's in store for him. I wonder what InfoWars is up to. I wonder what they're publishing on this right now. Super interesting. Oh wait, he did a response. Oh my god, he did a fucking response. Should we watch it? Wait a minute. Oh right, you can react to it on YouTube, but let's watch it. Let's watch his official statement, okay? Oh my god, it's so long. Holy shit, look, Alex Jones still has me beat in the ranting department. Let's fucking watch it though. Come on. I have no idea. I have no idea what to expect from this. This is his official statement for Infowars.com. So keep in mind, this could be the most unhinged thing we've ever seen, or it could be the most boring, distracting, ad-ridden bullshit. If it sucks, we'll go watch something else. But I have a feeling it's not gonna suck.
InfoWars.
He is not gonna say slurs. Are you fucking kidding me?
Today.
Well, I can't say that I personally enjoy the entire establishment trying to bring us down. But deep down, it is satisfying to know that we're really giving.
Just remember, by the way, hold on, I gotta show you just real quick. Just remember where he was just a little bit ago, okay? All right? We're gonna keep this one up so you guys remember what we saw him like just the other day. Look at how he's got some time to clean up. Oh, hey, bring that back.
These corrupt globalists a run for their money and that they fear us above all others for igniting brush fires in the minds of men and women everywhere, as Thomas Jefferson talked about, the author of our Declaration of Independence. Well, this is a Saturday evening emergency special with my good friend and well-known constitutional lawyer, Robert Barnes, who's been here for 2 weeks covering the show trial of the century.
The show trial of the century. My man, you got clapped. You got clapped. You perjured yourself live on air. Everyone saw it. The show trial of a century. It was a show, but not because it was a show trial, my man. Also, I love bringing in a fucking constitutional lawyer for your fucking defamation case.
And they got 2 more coming up. Wow.
2 more show trials. Yeah, bro.
To break it all down is just insane. We're going to do it here today because people have a lot of questions. It's been the #1 story for the last week in the United States. It's been in the top 10 stories in Europe and other parts of the world. Not China threatening war, not Russia winning the Ukraine war, not collapsing borders, not human smuggling, not mass suicides and fentanyl deaths. but the monster, Alex Jones, who questioned a mass shooting.
Remember how he was talking about it when he was on trial? Do you remember him talking about it? Oh, I was mistaken. Sandy Hook is real. Now he's just like, I questioned the story. Meanwhile, the other day on trial, I was wrong about everything. I'm very sorry. Real sorry about that. I'm extremely, I was just totally mistaken. Now he's like, I was a champion of truth. Oh, Your Honor, it's really interesting, right? These guys are so fucking cucked. You'd think, I gotta give him a little bit of credit because he did go in, like, just balls out. He didn't exactly, he clearly didn't, like, try to get a lawyer that was gonna make him win. But even still so cucked. Even this fucking balls out asshole who got clapped from the fucking high heavens, still cucked.
And then I have the mayor of Uvalde in my stack actually coming out and saying he thinks there's a cover-up in Uvalde. Well, I guess he'll be the next person to face a $40+ million judgment.
Literally right back to it. Literally right back to it.
You're about to get the exclusive details of what really happened in the show trial, what it means next, what these huge judgments mean. Is InfoWars going to be closing? Is it going to be shutting down? We're going to talk about it all here in the next hour with Robert Barnes and play some of these incredible clips. The ambulance chasing lawyers of the Democratic Party openly bragged in their closing statements, take his megaphone away and everybody else like him. We have to shut them down and silence disinformation. The judge said she is the arbiter of truth, not me. She said, I'm a liar. My lawyer's a liar. Everybody's a liar. This is an incredible.
You were proven to be a liar. Just remember that. Everybody saw you lying fucking flat. He said it himself, remember. Keep that in mind. He said it himself. One of the most watched trials, like the most watched trial in the last, since the fucking Amber Heard shit, a lot of eyes were on this, and a lot of people saw him blatantly lie and get fucking exposed.
Time to be alive and to lay out how this.
He's I gotta say, he's a little low energy. I feel like my Alex Jones impersonation is better than his Alex Jones impersonation right now. This is the lowest energy I've ever seen him on his show.
Trial of the century that would make the Nazis blush is Robert Barnes. Robert, simply incredible.
No doubt. Basically, even the Soviets tried to make a show trial at least a good show. This was a show trial that was so one-sided, so evidently partisan, so made for the movie script.
Got Nazis and Soviets in one breath there.
I was
fucking
talking
incredible.
to Mark Robert the other day, and this is a Hollywood screenwriter, and even he was shocked to hear how it was basically designed. The courtroom was designed like a set with 3 big movie cameras, with the judge alternating the what could be said and when it could be said and how it could be said and who could say it in such a way that had nothing to do with the rule.
Set. You see, I want to tell the truth, but being on this movie set has made me feel like I'm reading from a script, and that's because the trial was a hoax. That was not me. I assure you, I was not actually on the podium. I was not actually up there on trial. That was a clone or a lookalike or maybe even a goblin in a very convincing Alex Jones outfit. Okay?
Rules of evidence, nothing to do with the rules of law in Texas, nothing to do with constitutional liberties and protection, and everything to do with scripting a case so that it would have a particular outcome, and in particular, a future media narrative that could be spun, and ultimately an actual future movie where the judge has made herself the star. That is what has happened in this case. And
wait, so this guy's saying he thinks they're gonna make it into an actual movie? I feel like they could have workshopped a better fucking comeback stream than this.
it is a show trial unparalleled and unprecedented in American or world history. There have been analogous examples, but nothing as severe, nothing as substantial, and nothing as literally scripted for a movie as this case was.
And again, whether we're right or wrong about things, that's up to the public to decide. When they try to censor and control outlets, they're trying to censor what.
Dude, the jury found you a liar. A fucking jury of your peers. It wasn't just a judge. Not only that, but also in the public opinion, bro. Everybody saw you fucking lying, man. You know, it's really it's really up to the public to decide. The public decides you're a fucking liar. Well, the public is they're fucking goblins. They're all a bunch of goblins.
You can see what you can watch and literally mind control you. Since I mentioned it, here's Axios. Do they deserve to be sued in oblivion? The Uvalde mayor says he fears cover-up of deadly school shooting. The same thing that the head of the state police is saying. They've been lied to. This is incredible. Robert.
A police cover-up. And secondly, this is them citing a mayor. You alleged it yourself, you dumb shit.
Barnes, continuing with your observations, both watching the trial on TV, being down there, having live coverage of it, why you say it's the most insane show trial ever.
It is because, well, first of all, there pretty much wasn't a right that the judge didn't violate. First Amendment right of freedom of expression, freedom of association, freedom of the press. Second Amendment right to speak out in favor of the Second Amendment right to self-defense. Fourth Amendment right to privacy. She violated that repeatedly throughout the proceedings, not only what went on in the discovery being unduly invasive, but in fact turning over and telling the plaintiff's lawyer he could turn over attorney-client privilege communications.
They turned it over. Remember, they turned over the texts. His team, they literally gave them the opportunity to redact them, and they didn't respond. Literally, Alex Jones just fucked up, and this guy is just going, oh, yeah, my First Amendment, Second Amendment, Fourth Amendment, Ninth Amendment, 12th Amendment, 16th Amendment rights have been fucking violated it was the Democrats.
Protected by the Fourth Amendment to the January 6th committee or whomever else. Fifth Amendment rights to due process of law.
By the way, this guy, first of all, this guy has the smallest hands the craziest head-to-hand ratio I've ever seen. Tiniest hands, biggest head. It looks like a camera trick. I'm not manipulating this. Maybe Alex Jones is to make him, maybe he's put a filter on here so that it looks like he has the biggest hands around or whatever. Holy shit. But secondly, look in this guy's eye. This guy hasn't slept in a fucking week, and this guy's like, what the fuck am I gonna do? How the fuck am I gonna get paid? Am I gonna go down with Alex Jones? Am I gonna get sued? Holy shit.
Denied rights to bring motions to dismiss, anti-slap motions, denied right to bring appeals of summary judgment motions. Sixth Amendment rights to both counsel and confrontation, infringed by the attorney-client privilege being disclosed, and the right to confront those making accusations against you. Seventh Amendment right to trial by jury, and that means a right to trial by jury on all facts, not just the facts the judge decides can be tried. And that all of those same analogous federal constitutional provisions have
Alex Jones addressed the jury. How can they pretend that there's obviously it's InfoWars, so what they do is just constantly, blatantly lie. That is their entire thing. They've always been like that. They always just constantly, blatantly lie. But there's literal video. They're probably going to show literal video of Alex Jones addressing the jury.
Logs in the state constitution of the state of Texas.
Well, that's right. Her quote was when Bankston said he's going to give what they call the contents of my phone. It's not. The January 6th committee.
Oh my God! The message he's going to his audience with! The message he's going to his audience with is, those were faked! The contents of my phone were faked! He gave his phone to his lawyer. His lawyer sent the entire file, and then they got it. There is a perfect paper trail of how this went down, and he's going to try to claim that it's not actually he knows there's some fucking shit in there. Holy shit. Okay, you want to know who the truest marks in the entire universe are? The most gullible and uncritically thinking people on the planet are InfoWars fans. Conspiracy theorists, despite the fact that all they do is they go, oh, question everything. You gotta look for the truth. You gotta look deeper, brother. those types of people, they literally, when it suits their biases, they are literally incapable of not being totally tricked by anyone who tells them anything that even remotely appeals to their emotions and their feelings. It's genuine. I'm very happy to hear that, HGB, that you're out of that. It is genuine brainworms. It creates holes in your brain. It's absurd.
She said, I will not stand between you and Congress. Well, the state's supposed to stand up for our rights.
Exactly. I mean, it's only because of a judge's order that information is in the possession at all of the plaintiff's counsel, who basically stole it under the law. That's what he did. He got information he knew he wasn't entitled to, admitted that.
He got information that he wasn't entitled to. Then he emailed back or wrote back or called back and said, you sent me the wrong information. I don't think you meant to do this. Legally, I have to ask you this. And then Alex Jones' team did not respond. This is on video.
Openly in court, and yet was allowed to be rewarded for it. But that wasn't all. Then you go to Texas substantive law that was routinely and flagrantly violated at every stage of these proceedings. This includes the right to summary judgment for claims that are brought under these terms that don't have a legal basis, the right of statutes of limitations. These claims were mostly all past the statute of limitations, the right to bring an appeal.
Bro, if statute of limitations is your only defense, Your Honor, yes, I did kill that individual. But it's out of the statute of limitations. That is not a good PR move. That just goes to show you how desperate their PR really is. If the only thing you can say is, well, yes, I did do the crime, but technically it was out of the statute of limitations, so he claims.
Of a summary judgment motion, the right under defamation law to challenge whether or not an apology, correction, or retraction was given and to mitigate damages, the right to demand that a punitive damages request be done in a timely manner, which didn't happen here based on their own testimony of the plaintiffs in court and what the plaintiff's lawyers said and admitted in court.
Yeah, this is the biggest, this is like the biggest like self-suck cope stream. I think this might be the most copious cope stream we've ever seen. This is fucking Trump. This is like Trump getting trounced on election day level of cope. It is so fucking copy.
The attempts to get an inflated punitive damages verdict that is in excess of what Texas statutes allow or what constitutional due process permits. And then, after that, violation of pretty much every rule of evidence you can possibly imagine. The rule of evidence concerning relevance, the rule of evidence concerning materiality, the rules of evidence concerning completeness, the rules of evidence concerning hearsay, the rules of
evidence. For folks that don't know, they wouldn't let us have any of our videos in, even though they were in evidence and turned over to them and their evidence. But then she would not let us play videos when we wanted to. They would play 5-second clips from my show last week out of context. And I would say, may I please see the larger clip? No.
Was it the clips of you displaying a animation of the judge in your case being set on fire? Was it that? Was it the video that you animated, that you had your team animate of burning the judge? Was that the part they showed?
It just went on, and now they want to sanction my lawyer and Dino right now.
I mean, it's an attempt to punish everybody who defended you in any way, shape, or form. There's been constant attacks in the court of public opinion and in the courts of law against anyone who defended Alex Jones or InfoWars.
And let's be clear, if I was caught with dead kids in my basement, the defense lawyer that took the job, they call him a hero, because every man deserves a defense. But now with Alex Jones, who just questioned a mass shooting, oh no, we've got to sanction every lawyer involved.
Absolutely. Not only that.
Just questioned a mass shooting. Dude, we saw under oath what you fucking did. Everybody in the fucking country saw what you fucking did. You didn't just question a mass shooting. You led a years-long harassment and defamation campaign against individuals whose children died in the shooting. Just remember that. Just remember, like, I know that, like, it's InfoWars, so we should expect all of this level of dishonesty. I just want us to be cognizant of the level of disgusting dishonesty we're seeing, even in the Cope stream. That he's literally, this guy ran a fucking harassment campaign. He ruined the lives of parents whose kids had just died. And that's just questioning a mass shooting. Boo-hoo. Bruh. Like I said, there's no pit in hell deep enough for Alex Jones.
They excluded your lawyer of choice repeatedly. They tried to kick me out of the case early on. They did exclude multiple other lawyers who you had retained to appear. They didn't allow them to appear in Texas, didn't allow them to appear in Connecticut. So they controlled which lawyer was representing you. They controlled how the jury selection went forward. They're not supposed to be allowed to ask, hey, do you commit to a ridiculous verdict before you even sit down? Yet that's what happened here. And the only jurors that were allowed to participate were the ones that thought there was never been any media bias against Alex Jones or InfoWars ever. And it committed to a $100 million verdict before they were even seated. So,
did you know? Did you? Listen. You may have seen me confessing and lying under oath and confessing to horrible, horrible crimes. You may have seen evidence of my text messages in which it is a matter of public record that these are indeed my text messages. And I did say these are indeed my text messages. I did say that myself. But what you don't know is that the jury was made entirely of goblins. You understand that? Goblins. Every single one of them was a Damon Rat goblin. And if you look on the videos, if you go and check our website, you can see videos of the jurors going out on their lunch break, and you can see them shrink down to little green men in real time. You understand? It's fucking, dare I say, a conspiracy.
you had violations at every single level of the process. Violations of basic rules calling things learned treaties exceptions that are basically news articles, pretending people are experts who aren't qualified to speak in the subject matter.
They had a graduate student get up there, and we're going to walk through all of it because this is historic. And you did a great job laying out just some of what they did. You'll have more time, but we should answer the big question up front. This is the first thing I should have gotten to. Obviously, the $40-something million judgment on punitives, the previous judgment, and then clips of the plaintiff's lawyers literally admitting they want to silence me and take me off the air and use us as the precedent for everybody else. Now, obviously, we said that was the plan, but they admitted it during their statements in court, during their closing arguments.
I mean, is that really as much of a gotcha as you think it is? You are so bad. You are so negligent, so dishonest, such a disinformation, misinformation peddler. You're so bad that you might end up being the precedent by which other forms of disinformation are challenged in the United States. Is that really what you want to be boasting about right now? Is that the strain of copium you want to be smoking right now, Alex Jones? Because I feel like that's painting a target on your back for all of the future Republicans who get fucked under this law. Because, you know, not that I really care. Please dig yourself into a deeper hole, Alex Jones. I would love to see you get obliterated in every possible way imaginable in Minecraft. However, I feel like you might be making yourself your case worse here.
And in press conferences, we have those clips coming up, but this is incredible coordination. Robert Barnes, talk about the law, and is this really a $40+ million judgment, or what's really happening?
So two different things there. One, the plaintiff's counsel continues to lie to the press and the public. 2 days ago, he said that you could get a punitive damages award and the only limit was due process and whether it was 10x the ratio of damages. That's the U.S. Supreme Court. That has nothing, by the way, it's 6x is not 10x, is the historical definition under the BMW case by the U.S. Supreme Court. So he misstated even what the U.S. Supreme Court said. But Texas law has always limited what punitive damages are allowed. And he lied again yesterday after the verdict, trying to let people believe there's these false claims out there that they can enforce part of the $45 million or $13 million or $32 million. All false. The Texas law is completely clear. It's $750,000 per defendant, cap total, period. So basically,
Fellow prison planners, I want you to understand. Yes, I was found guilty or liable on every charge, but there is a technicality in the law that says I do not have to pay as much as they said. I rest my case.
What these verdicts end up being is something like 3.6, 3.7 million for each plaintiff, and that's it. And so the idea that it can, actually, sorry, 2.8 million per plaintiff. So you're talking about 5.7 million collectively between both defendants. That's all. It's not a $50 million verdict. The reason why the judge didn't honor that and respect that right out of the gate is because she wanted the fake news narrative to go around the globe to say, see,
yeah,
this is
the judge
death of
was
Alex Jones.
the judge
This
was
is the
in
end
on
of
it.
Alex Jones. This is a judgment that nobody could possibly.
Bro, it's the end of Alex Jones because not only did you like completely expose yourself in public with a publicly verifiable record, but also you screwed over all of your fellow conservatives. That's why it's the end of Alex Jones.
Possibly repay. That's what they want.
He will probably recoup his money from the slop buckets, but I do not think he will ever recoup his connections. Like genuinely, I think there is a very low chance that Alex Jones is actually able to bounce back from this, especially if there are further trials that go forward, especially if anything comes of the messages that have been now subpoenaed by higher authorities who have the ability to actually act in a criminal manner on those text messages.
They wanted the headline, but the headline is a lie about the law, and that's why the plaintiff's lawyer, Mark Bankston, went out and lied to the press about what Texas law represents. Texas law limits this to $750,000 per plaintiff, per defendant, and that puts a cap and reduces almost all of the punitive damages verdict to a small percentage of what the jury issued. What was more terrible...
Oh, he slipped up! He slipped up! He just said it. Remember, he said before he was blaming the judge, but the jury was the one who set this amount. He just slipped up. Oh, not that his viewers care, but we can enjoy it.
Terrifying from my perspective is what you bring up. They overtly, openly, and explicitly called for the execution of Alex Jones financially in the closing arguments.
They explicitly, openly, directly called for the execution of Alex Jones financially in the final closing statements. Holy shit, he literally just did a fucking in Minecraft. Oh, I love it.
What they've been
Fucking
hiding
incredible.
and lying about, saying, oh, this case is just about Sandy Hook. This case is just about some parents. This case really had nothing to do with either. Just look at their punitive damages arguments. See how much in their punitive damages arguments they're talking about Sandy Hook and parents.
Your Honor, if my client is executed financially, if my client is not allowed to make millions and millions of dollars off of his conspiracy show, he will not be able to continue being a journalist. You see, he does it for the money. I mean, the truth. I mean the truth. He does it for the truth.
And how much they're talking about kill Alex Jones, kill InfoWars. Don't let him ever come back again. Don't let him ever be on a platform again.
Those are quotes. Why would they be so brazen?
Because I think they had a political jury that they knew that the facts of the case were not persuasive enough to even a liberal Democratic jury to issue a big verdict, even though this was mostly a Pyrrhic symbolic verdict. They needed to appeal to the political prejudices of the jury, an overwhelmingly liberal Democratic jury, and say, this is your chance to censor and suppress Alex Jones forever. Remember, one of the jurors during the jury trial.
The jury was not convinced by the cruelty against Alex Jones. However, if you up the cruelty and say you're going to kill him, then they were excited to get on board. They weren't convinced before. Just what? Just what is this? Again, brainworms. Literally not logically following.
Trial said, can we use this case to go after election deniers too? That's what they were appealing to. They had heard those same questions and they said, okay, yeah, maybe our case is kind of crap. Ignore that. This is your chance to remove Alex Jones from the air.
That's right. Let's be clear. Never said these people's names until the trial.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, and by the way, that's called the constitutional requirement of colloquium. New York Times versus Sullivan established this, not just the actual malice standard, which they also got rid of.
Yeah, well, that's funny that you should say that, because the Mississippi Tribune versus Berkshire says that conspiracy theories are outside of the normal jurist process. So you can actually be held liable for up to 12 times as much under the findings of, fuck, what was the name that I made up? Guys, shit, what was it? Fuck. Can't remember. Was it Mississippi versus, shit.
In your case. But also
Berkshire. Thank you, Berkshire. Well, let's get a second take on that.
The requirement that you make a specific factual claim about a specifically identified individual. And
well, a lot of top lawyers, I've got their quotes here in a stack of articles, are saying you can't just have the Alex Jones exception. This is going to spread to everybody. This is going to cause talk show hosts, you name it's insurance to go way up. I mean, this is a real attempt to get rid of the First Amendment.
If the same standard was applied to Axios that was applied to you, they could be sued into bankruptcy tomorrow by running a headline that says the mayor of Uvalde questions whether or not there's a school shooting cover-up.
Wrong. It's interesting there. How interesting is it? It's almost like they forgot that the trial wasn't just about whether Alex Jones denied the occurrence of Sandy Hook, but rather how he targeted the victims of Sandy Hook. For years, all the way up till literally the day of the trial, where he still had blatantly false misinformation targeting the families at Sandy Hook up on the InfoWars website. Absolutely fucking incredible. Absolutely fucking incredible.
Because to be clear, they didn't limit this case to just one or two specific statements. They said any statement questioning.
Oh yeah. Here's another thing. If it's true, by the way, if it's true that Axios will be taken down under these same rules, why don't they sue? Why don't they fucking sue? Why don't they go and find the guy and fund the guy who can take down their opponent? They won't, because they can't. Because they're full of fucking shit.
Concerning the Sandy Hook official narrative warranted a death penalty. They gave you a death penalty sanction in the default judgment stage.
I can't believe this is the line they're going with. They're claiming that he was given a death sentence. Oh, InfoWars is they're such ballistic liars. They're such huge liars. It's just fucking unbelievable.
And gave you another, and they asked for a death penalty sanction from the jury in the punitive damages stage. A punitive damages stage where you were not allowed to present any evidence. You were barred and gagged. I mean, I told people the closest analogy to this case is the Chicago 7 case, and even they got to say at least a little bit in their own defense. I mean, they got more of a defense than you did. And it's the same
This
pattern.
is so incredibly dangerous. So people ask me, how are you handling it? These are some of the big questions people have before we get these video clips. I'll answer them. I'm worried about America and my children's future and your children's future. I know I don't have $2 million in cash sitting around. I know that we're maxed out. I'm not about making money. I'm about fighting the New World Order.
Dude, your finances were revealed in the trial that everybody fucking watched. What do you mean you're not about the money? Everybody knows you're making fucking $200 million a year that's mostly going to you fucking piece of shit.
But it takes money to do that. And so I even have crew members ask, are we still going to be on air? What does it mean that we've declared bankruptcy? We've declared bankruptcy to put our cards on the table and show there's not all this money and we can't fight these other show trials and do all of this, and then we're on the verge of insolvency. But yes, InfoWars is continuing on with the War Room, with American Journal, with myself, with Greg Reese, and all the other great producers, from Darren McBreen to John Bound, to everybody, and the millions of
struggling to remember your producers there,
people a day that we reach. But that's really up to the listeners and viewers. If you're asking if we're going to continue on, we can go for years and years and years in bankruptcy and appealing these cases and fighting for sure, but only if you go to InfoWarsStore.com and buy the great products and continue to support. But the globalists see it.
Barely spun it into an ad. Oh! Dude, it's so blatant. Oh my God. It's so fucking blatant. Yes, we are, InfoWars is horrifically managed. We are on the edge of insolvency. But if you keep giving me lots of money and buying my products, I can keep my $20,000 Rolex and my my Lexus and my Escalade and my yacht and but we're on the edge of insolvency, so you guys really gotta pay up. Really gotta fucking pay up. Okay?
Us as a major light on the hill or a beacon, a lighthouse that they don't want out there for the rest of the people in the nation and in the world. They know we're having a big effect. They know we're exposing the Great Reset. They know that if they can shut us down and demonize us, they can intimidate everybody else. So that's why InfoWars is a major rallying point right now for free speech and our message of exposing the Great Reset.
Dude, you're doing it. If this is his sales pitch, this is the worst sales pitch you can imagine. Yes, I've spent the last year doing nothing but getting in trouble and basically making you all follow my personal court journeys that were made by me putting my foot in my mouth and hiring stupid asshole lawyers. But please keep giving me money so that I can fight the globalists and free speech and that bullshit.
And the New World Order. And that's why your support is absolutely critical. Yes, we're going to continue on if we get your support, if you spread the word, if you share the articles, if you tell people Alex Jones is live, they don't want you to hear it. Infowars.com, 11 a.m. weekdays. If you do that, we will win. The people are hungry for the truth right now. Now, since we mentioned this, I want to play a few clips here because I don't want to just say this like the media does. They'll say something, won't show proof. I want to actually show you some clips of the lawyers.
You mean like the entire 20-minute segment you had leading into this, where you literally almost 15 minutes of your lawyer saying shit without showing any evidence whatsoever, literally claiming to know the political predilections of members of the jury, even though there's no possible way you could know that?
In front of the jury, who'd already been told I was guilty more than 20 times by the judge, unprecedented, saying it's about silencing Alex Jones. And these are just some of the quotes. Take his megaphone away. He's patient zero. Get rid of him. And then Bankston, one of the ambulance chasers, outside telling the press about their big master plan to cut up the corpse and share the corpse. It's a quote. Divide up the corpse. Quote. But first, let's hit this because people want to know about this. Robert, what needs to come out of this? How do we, the people, how does Congress, how do the governors, how do the legislatures, how do we counter the total weaponization of the judiciary? And what they admit is this pilot project with us to use this against everyone, which they've now admitted they're planning.
There needs to be a parallel approach. One is continuing to fight it in the court of public opinion because more and more people need to hear about this, know about this, and understand the outcome.
Main way that you need to do this is make sure you post really hard. Don't whatever you do not look into the case files. Whatever you do not look into the laws around this matter. Do not take anybody to court because you will lose. Just keep posting and buying things from the Infowars.com store. Okay? Just whatever you do, do not look into the legal, just buy from the store.
Rage of it. For example, like Tim Pool yesterday had a discussion on it. Frankly, it was a very underinformed conversation.
I told you! What did I tell you? They're turning against him, and they're firing back. The beefs begin. The beefs begin. They're gonna tear each other to shreds, and we get to see it. It's so good. What a beautiful day.
A much more informed conversation about what this case is really about.
Yeah, I like Tim Pool, and I only saw a clip of it, but I saw a statement about how he hated everybody in the trial, and it was just horrible. So let's. I like Tim, but let's call out what you saw.
Yeah. So I mean, he had people on that honestly, some of them had just read the media and they had not actually looked at what happened in the case. And I've run into this repeatedly. As I've said, if you look at people who have looked at this, Mike Cernovich, Jack Posobiec, Charlie Kirk, and others called it out yesterday. The people that have studied this case, Michael Malice, others on the
Oh yeah, also remember when he said he was going to show you those, the proof? They didn't end up showing the proof, did they?
Myself, Viva Fry, and others in the legal community that have looked at this case understand.
How does the mind of an Alex Jones fan engage in such mental gymnastics? It's not mental gymnastics for them. Let me tell you, I've known a couple of people who were hardcore Alex Jones fans. Their brains turn off. The Alex Jones show operates entirely on emotion. There is no attempt at factuality. They use, like, facts are props, is the best way to understand it. They're props in an emotional story. They're never actually, first of all, they're rarely ever actually true, but any facts that they bring up are like, imagine it like a little scarecrow that's being used to keep you entertained. It is literally about lulling people into a basically like a place where their brain shuts off and they're involved in the narrative. That's why Alex Jones gets so worked up and he's like, yeah, this is the end of the world. The goblins are coming for you. You gotta get ready. The demon rats. Hillary Clinton's in your backyard. Hillary Clinton is reaching up your asshole to control you like a fucking puppet. And the reason why he does that is specifically to keep people in this forever emotional zeal, this sense of, oh my God, everything's going. I have to keep acting. I don't have time to slow down and think. Look at what these deep state pedophiles are doing. I have to act. I have to go. That's how they do it.
And how dangerous and what an outrage it is. That it is a case that poses an imminent risk, a perilous risk to...
Truth does not matter to anybody who is involved in Infowars.com. Even in the old Alex Jones days, when he wasn't quite, when he didn't do this to this degree, the people who sought him out were people who weren't looking for truth. They were looking for a very specific type of truth. That's the thing about these conspiracy theory websites. That's the thing about conspiracy theories in general. The people attracted to them already know what they're looking for. They want to be told that there are aliens, that there are demons. They are looking to be told that the earth is flat. That yes, the thing that you already believed is so true. And then they're willing to be sold on other things that build into that. You know, like, you know, anti-Semitic tropes or anti-LGBT tropes. They're willing to digest these things because it helps confirm their pre-existing bias. It is so strong. If you've ever sat down and like had a long conversation with a conspiracy head, you will find that this is true. If you challenge them with like facts, not only will they get very angry and emotionally upset about it, even if they do it to every fucking family dinner you go to, they derail everything by saying that aliens did this or aliens did that. If you actually challenge them, first of all, they'll get really fucking emotionally upset. And secondly, they will just say that your facts came from a bad thing. Oh, it was, you know, Jewish facts, or oh, it was, you know, deep state facts, or it's the evil demon rat media. They have all these different thought terminating cliches. They're not interested in the truth. They're interested in having their specific idea of the hidden truth, whatever it is, confirmed. And conspiracy places like InfoWars, they give you that confirmation bias, and then they tie it into other things that are politically expedient for them. Is that why Flat Earth turned into QAnon? That's exactly why Flat Earth turns into QAnon. Because the Flat Earthers are looking for things to confirm them. There's a really great video called In Search of a Flat Earth. It's done by Folding Ideas, and it talks about like the ways that people respond to challenges in the Flat Earth community. Because one of the things that happened is like Foldable Ideas, the channel, they went and did like mathematical research, their own original mathematical research proving that the earth is not flat. And they presented this data, and instead of getting like rational arguments in response, they were told to go pray. You need to go pray about it. You're wrong. Even though none of the arguments actually addressed what was being said. And the reason for that is because everybody in that community has already decided that the earth is flat, and they are looking for secret pieces of evidence that confirms their suspicions. And while they're there are all kinds of other opportunistic people looking to sell them on other ideas. And that's why you end up with things like QAnon, Flat Earth, anti-Jewish conspiracies, anti-LGBT conspiracies, all existing in the same thing and coexisting. Yeah, we did it. We did a YouTube short. Oh yeah, we do. Yeah, let me see if I can get our TikTok about that. Here, let me show you. I have a TikTok about this. Oh, don't do this to me, you fucking, don't do that, TikTok. I gotta sign in. Wait, hold on. Here we go. Let me play our own TikTok about it, okay? God damn it, TikTok. Come on. Speed up. Where is the one? Ah, the conspiracy theory pyramid. Oh my god, where is it? Hold on. Ah, here it is.
It actually happened. COINTELPRO, Mockingbird.
Here we go. I got a TikTok for you. Here we go. Ready?
This is called the conspiracy chart. You have things that actually happened. COINTELPRO, Mockingbird, Big Tobacco lied about cancer. Then we have questions about JFK assassination, Area 51, UFOs, Princess Diana. You have questions. Then you start leaving reality, where here you have crop circles, Greta Thunberg being a time traveler, Bigfoot, alien abductions, aliens building Stonehenge, dangerous to yourself and others is 5G, global warming, soy boys, chemtrails. You get into Hollow Earth, Flat Earth, Elders of Zion, Deep State, QAnon is a big one. Once you're in here, this is a level of detachment from reality that people usually will float in between, and all of these, even when they're contradictory. And this is the anti-Semitic point of no return. This is called the conspiracy chart.
There you go.
Things that actually
Boom.
happen. COINTELPRO.
There it is. There's our video we did on it. And here's the chart. Yeah, if you ever want to look at the actual chart, we've shared this around a couple times. It's made by Abby Richards. But yeah, this is a commonly used, a commonly used, or a commonly drawn on chart, because it's really, it's really true. Like Antifa perpetuated the Capitol insurrection, follow the White Rabbit, George Soros, Illuminati, Sandy Hook is fake. All of these are all promoted by the same people, the same manipulative people like Alex Jones, and specifically, people come in with one that they're already convinced on, and they're so deep into it that they easily get sold on other ones, which are sold as supporting it. And it's fucking wild. Conspiracy theories are a hell of a fucking drug. And there's a certain type of person who's particularly vulnerable to conspiratorial thinking, which is usually people who have no true basis for critical thought. They just, they have emotions and thoughts that are, contrary to common beliefs, and they confuse that for being like truth seekers.
Core First Amendment freedoms for everybody.
And they say they're using it to take over and take speech.
Exactly.
Yeah, the interesting thing is that the interesting thing about these things is that in the chart they talk specifically about how there are conspiracy theories that have ended up being true in spite of conspiracy theorists. What I mean there is that, yes, there are some mysterious, suspicious things that end up having real grounding to them. But it's never conspiracy theorists who discover that. It's always people who actually are looking into it and asking questions and being critical. It's never these people who just throw out all of these random ideas that also conveniently align with their need to hate gay people or their need to hate Jewish people, etc., etc.
Say it's a blueprint.
Any illusions about what this case is about are gone based on the closing statements and punitive damages stage of the case made by the plaintiff's lawyers and made by them in the press and made by other members of the press. You can read press articles today saying this will be the template to take out everybody we don't like.
This was an arrogant declaration of war.
Completely. I mean, the most historical analogous circumstance was in the late 1950s and early 1960s, which led to New York Times versus Sullivan, but only because there had been so much public outrage around the country about what was happening, was Southern corrupt sheriffs.
Yeah, Killjoy 40K says Mormons are really vulnerable to this. One indicator of conspiratorial thinking is being inside MLMs and other cults. Well, of course, cults and MLMs both prey on some similar things. It's a lack of critical thinking skills, a very everybody is emotionally, every human on earth is impacted by their emotions. Everyone is biased by their emotions, every last one. But there are some people who are so deeply emotionally driven that basically whatever they feel becomes the truth. There are a lot of people like this, and religions breed people like this. They create people like this. A lot of, not all religions, but certain types of religions, Mormonism, Christianity, fundamentalism of most forms of religion tends to create people like this. They create people like this by subjecting them to indoctrination, not just indoctrination, but social pressures that slowly they break down your ability to think critically, and they force you to rely on purely emotional thinking, purely prejudiced thinking. Is this a uniquely American thing? No. Conspiratorial and anti-intellectualism is all over the world. It exists in every country. It is fueled, of course, by reactionary movements, which are always happy to play on prejudice. But yes, it literally exists all over the world. Yeah. Yeah, it's a thing that exists everywhere. There are societies, of course, that are more vulnerable to conspiratorial thinking. I mean, obviously, we know the Nazis were, Nazi Germany was conspiratorial thinking was all over the place in Germany, pre-Nazi Germany, and of course was all over the place during the rise of the Nazis. That was used. They took advantage of that. Yep, of course, we could talk about Shinrikyo. That's a whole other thing. The 5G thing is huge in England. There's a ton of it. There's a ton of conspiratorial things, and they change in flavors, but their basic function and their basic form of operation is the same no matter where you go.
And Klan-oriented policemen were suing dissidents and press and independents and civil rights participants and protesters into bankruptcy and oblivion. That's what New York Times versus Sullivan was really about. Crazy verdict, similar to what took place here on the punitive damages side. And their goal and objective was to intimidate, terrorize. This is why it's so important people continue to support InfoWars, because InfoWars can continue to pay its monthly bills as long as InfoWars continues to get support. That money is not getting diverted to anywhere else. That money is going for operational, ongoing bases. As everybody is watching what's going to happen.
Also, keep in mind, a lot of Apple says capitalism makes people feel unstable. And also, Intentions Nasty said, up here, crap like this makes me feel bad for neurodivergent people who are a little gullible and or prone to delusions. They get roped into this. Yes, it is no secret that there are a lot of autistic and schizophrenic people in conspiracy theory communities, and that's not because of any that's not because there's something wrong with these types of people. It's because if you are somebody who is already likely to be to be separated from social groups because of discrimination, because of neurodivergence, we know that people who think and act slightly differently are often exiled. Isolation is social isolation is a huge predictor for likelihood of falling into cults and falling into conspiracy nonsense. The reason being is that cults, of course, actively do this, and there are many cults in conspiracy theory spaces, but conspiracy theory spaces also do this. They encourage further social social separation from people who don't already buy into the cult or the conspiracy. So eventually, if you're already isolated, you only have a few connections who aren't conspiracy heads, then all of a sudden the only people you're ever talking to are conspiracy heads who are constantly reinforcing you, who are constantly telling you, yeah, this is correct, and there's no one else to ever check or ever have a counterbalance to that. So, yeah. Okay, rest well, Laura. That's true as well, Rhodes. Rhodes says, autistic and schizophrenic people are also less likely to be taken seriously when they say anything, so they get used to people talking about our ideas like they're insane. Yes, the pre-existing prejudice and isolation are things that contribute to conspiratorialism. Anyway, let's continue. Louis Boy says, I live in Colombia and a friend's dad started with Atlantis and ended up blaming Jews and black people for having it too good for too long. Yes, unfortunately, that's a common thing. People start with something seemingly innocuous, like flat earth or whatever, and as they go deeper and deeper into it, the people who are there encouraging them to go deeper are also telling them other politically convenient things. It's so fucked up.
Everybody's watching. Will InfoWars be off the air? Because that's...
And by the way, I'm sorry. I know I'm pause-andying the shit out of this. I just think this is important. Autistic people and schizophrenic people aren't necessarily, like, intrinsically more likely to fall into conspiratorialism. Maybe certain types of paranoid schizophrenia can fuel that because of the paranoia aspect. It's genuinely because of the social isolation lots of people face. Because they the number one thing that extreme cults and, of course, many extremist conspiracy theory communities, they aim to isolate you from other people who aren't already believers. I said this before, but I wanted to make sure I bang on this because it's extremely common. QAnon, one of the things that people just kept discovering, all these researchers looking into QAnon, the one thing they kept discovering was that all these QAnon extremists, they used to have, they alienated their family. They were starting to get lonelier and lonelier. They alienate their friends. They get further and further into QAnon. All of a sudden, the only friends they have are other QAnon heads. So it's constant,
That's what the plaintiffs' lawyers were predicting yesterday. They were going to chop up Alex Jones and distribute him for all of their cannibalistic political patrons to consume. And that's what their audience is expecting.
They literally, like I'm a suckling pig at dinner.
That's exactly right. That's really what it is. I mean, they got the spoke ready to roll. And so when people...
Was that Alex Jones just venting his kink live? He just looked at the camera so satisfied when he said he's a suckling pig. He was just like, I'm like a you think I just stick it in me, put an apple in my mouth and call me a suckling pig.
Don't see that. When people see because this has really always been a war on the audience.
We were supposed to be off the air 4 years ago.
Absolutely. They've gone attack after attack after attack after attack. And this one is supposed to be the death kill. This one is supposed to be the end of InfoWars, and in particular, the end of
You mean the kill shot? Did he mean to say kill shot? The death kill? Dude, these guys are they couldn't even, oh my God, it's so bad. Oh, I love it. These are some fucking Bushisms. What is this shit? It's the death kill. I'm gonna get you with the death kill attack.
InfoWars audience, the audience's ability to...
Yeah, you're the ones they hate. They know we're just a focal point. Exactly. And I promise you, my friends, we're not going anywhere unless you don't support. It's not the bankruptcy. It's not the plaintiff's lawyers. None of that matters. We have got a lot of big stuff going on, like the film, the book, but even bigger stuff. And we're going to, as John Paul Jones said, the founder of the U.S. Navy, I've only begun to fight. The British said, you ready to surrender? He said, no, I've only begun to fight. And then his ship, 1/3 the size of theirs, took the ship. We have only begun to fight. This is when the real intensity starts.
Oh, absolutely. And as long as people continue to hold the line.
And like my great-grandpappy P.J. Jones, Jameson Jones, he went out and he was fighting the Nazis, and they had a big old tank and he had a tiny tank, and they said, you're gonna give up? And he said no, and then he just did some total badass shit. It was sick as fuck. You just have to believe me.
They are the front of the line, and as long as they hold the line, they will not be able to break InfoWars. They will not be able to destroy Alex Jones, because Alex Jones is everybody and everybody is Alex Jones. This is about the voice of the people.
What? Oh, they're going so hard. It's reverse Spartacus. It's like rapey Spartacus. It's not like I am Spartacus. No, I am Spartacus. You are Alex Jones, and you are Alex Jones, and you are Alex Jones.
That's the voice they want to silence.
That's right. They're coming for everybody, and the listeners know, and we're getting a lot of support, and it's great. So let me raise this before we play these clips. They had this so-called economist up. who said he assessed the Koch brothers. He didn't work for the Koch brothers. We looked it up. He did an assessment of them from afar. He read newspaper headlines. So I couldn't have my list of notes for questions, but he could have a stack of notes and say, well, this is why we know Jones does this. The New York Times says so. He said, I have $270 million. He said, I personally made $70 million last year. He said that all this stuff, and I'm sitting there watching this, it was fantasy land. But that's why the jury then thought, well, give him $40 million because Alex Jones has it. But that's why it's a joke, because bankruptcy court will show that we don't have all this money.
Oh, in fact, it was an absurd calculation. Nobody would do a media company analysis and say it's worth 200, 150, 10 million.
You said 270 million.
270 million. No one would say anything like that with a media company that doesn't even have its talent under contract anyway. So, I mean, so it's a patently insane calculation, not based in any economic assessment.
But explain how that works. I'm not comparing myself to Michael Jordan, but they're trying to blow up Bull Stadium because Michael Jordan in his prime is playing there. But Michael Jordan, if they burn down the stadium, he just goes and works for the Lakers or you know, for whoever he wants. The point is that they see me as the Michael Jordan of populist, conservative, anti-globalism, and we are, the listeners are, this whole family is. We are Michael Jordan together. But
What? What the fuck? This is fucking all over the place. My family, it's all about family. You're Michael Jordan, you're Alex Jones, I'm Michael Jordan, you're Michael Jordan, you're Alex Jones, I'm Alex Jones, no, I'm not Alex, you're Michael, we're all Michael Jordan, and the Bulls Stadium is getting blown up, and then he's gonna go work for the Lakers. What the fuck is going on?
But they still don't get, I was sitting there in like the 5th deposition they have with me for Connecticut, and he goes, what is the most valuable asset of InfoWars? And I said, it's me. But they think like I'm loyal to the audience, I'm loyal to the crew, I'm loyal to this infrastructure, but I can go anywhere and do the show. Everybody's going to come anyways.
Right.
So they don't even, they're like, he's over, it's over. No, this big operation, this crew I'm loyal to was set up back when we were on social media. I've just kept him employed and spent all my personal money. I'm out of money keeping him employed. It's like this ridiculous joke.
Oh, complete. Well, they don't.
Yeah, he's super out of money with the $20,000 Rolex he's currently wearing. He's just so poor. He has nothing left. There's nothing left. He sold the clothes off his fucking back.
What I don't understand is they can't, in fact, shut down the audience. They can't suppress the audience. They can't really shut down or suppress your voice, and they can't shut down and suppress the audience from supporting that voice.
That's right. As long as we can have somewhere that's a beachhead, even if I don't own it, and I'm on air, they can't shut that down.
Exactly, and that's their problem.
And all they're making me do is do that.
Right, they're making you be creative and intelligent and informed and be strategically ahead of the curve.
So if you think about it, actually, they did me a favor. See, because they're forcing me to be more creative and intelligent. As you can see, I'm actually just doing better. In fact, why don't you sue me for more? You should hit me. Why don't you make me more liable for even more? I mean, you know, maybe we should reshoot this segment.
To fight the system and fight the man on their own terms. And that's all they're really doing. And because they're the thing they've never understood is they've always thought
I'm super happy we decided to watch this.
And that you were kind of fake. And they didn't understand it couldn't be more opposite. The reason the audience exists is because of how real it is, and the reason you exist is because of how authentic you are. So that's what they don't understand. They cannot crush the American spirit. And that's
it. And they believe they can crush me and they can crush you. And I'm not just saying that. This is a battle of wills, ladies and gentlemen. And that's why now I'm quite frankly surprised, because listeners are so used to us being steadfast, so used to us being resilient, that they're like, okay, well, Jones has said he's close to oblivion quite a bit. We're getting a little extra support, but not what we should. And I think if it becomes
this is the 3rd time he's about to shake his audience down for more money.
Becomes evident where we actually do start shutting down, we'll have a lot of support, and then we'll try to reorganize and do something. But now's the time to support if you ever were.
Oh, no doubt, because this is what keeps InfoWars alive on a monthly basis, that pays all the salaries, that make sure that its broadcast can continue to be made and continue to be distributed and continue to be shared. So as long as the audience holds the line, they cannot breach that line.
And Robert, how beautiful it is it that there's no extra money? So they're doing these huge expenditures in long-time wars to shut us down, and our listeners just hold the line in a stalemate while the New World Order comes out in the open and our credibility goes way up. They don't understand, like, every month our credibility goes up. Every month they're...
Yeah, dude, your credibility totally went way up by one of the most politicized trials in recent memory since the fucking Amber Heard shit. Everybody saw you lying to the faces of every single person. Yeah, your credibility has totally gone up. Yeah, it's definitely your credibility that's up, not your fucking blood pressure.
Credibility goes down.
Well, it's like...
They understand, like, they think we're strangling us, and they don't understand, no, it's the other way around.
Precisely. It's very much like the Battle of Bunker Hill. Like, they thought they would win, and they did. The British did win the Battle of Bunker Hill, but they lost the ultimate battle of the spirit and the soul because of how people fought back and resisted. So as long as the people hold the line, as long as they see InfoWars is still there, as long as they hear Alex Jones's voice is still heard, as long as the people are continued to get what they want to get and to distribute it accordingly and have heard and have listened to what they want.
My lovely, lovely imps, thank you all for being here today. You are personally members of my family. I love you, each and every one of you. And as you know, I am like the most coolest badass you have ever seen in your entire life. You know who I'm like? I'm kind of like Superman, you know? I'm like Superman in the sense that I am delivering you the most exciting and interesting things. As you can see here, Exhibit 1, Superman. Me, I am Superman. You know who else I am like? I am also like Karl Marx. Let me just, I'm like Karl Marx. I'm like Vladimir Lenin. I'm also like, let's see, can we get let's get some historical pictures up here. Here we go. Yeah, Demon Mama, am just like Karl Marx. Karl Marx, as you can see here, a hero of the people, just like me. I'm standing here only possible because you keep giving me money to keep being as much of a badass. As you can see, I'm also like the amazing, the amazing character here. Let me show you some other, amazing historical characters. I am also like the famous backwoods doctor and hero Artemi Burak. As you can see, there's a striking resemblance. Much like Artemi, I am bringing you the literal panacea to all of your problems, but only if you subscribe for at least $25 a month here at demonmama.com. Actually, even though my detractors have been, taking me down lately. In truth, I am actually stronger than ever before. So just make sure you subscribe for $24 so that you can see me being like Abraham Lincoln. Abraham Lincoln, the amazing person who ended slavery. I am just like Abraham Lincoln. Guys, fuck, I forgot the Abraham Lincoln thing. Oh yeah, like Solid Snake too. Big Boss, that's me.
To have heard and listened to, then that will break down their ability to crush the populist movement and the American freedom movement.
Well, Robert, they're always saying I'm this Machiavellian genius, and I'm not. I just go with my guts and what I think's right.
Yes.
And what they don't understand is if I was...
Everyone always says I'm a secret genius, badass, awesome person, but the truth is I'm just passively a genius, awesome, badass person. Oh, I don't think anyone has ever called Alex Jones a genius. This is the best Cope stream I could have ever asked for.
Machiavelli.
Holy fuck.
I'd shut this down and disappear for 6 months. The minute I came back anywhere, it would have hundreds of millions of views. But I don't want to do that because of my crew and everything else. But they don't even know. They don't even know how media works. It's really bizarre. They don't even get that as long as we stay on air and don't let them convince.
Oh yeah, remember. Wait, remember. He's now telling you that they don't know how media works, but they are also, at the same time, despite not knowing how media works, they are also the mainstream media, and they also specifically conspired to give him a large amount of money in punitive damages to charge him a lot of amount of money in punitive damages specifically to initiate a global media conspiracy, but they don't know how the media works at the same time. Yeah. Just, just let's keep track of the rhetoric here. Like I said, remember, this show is designed to turn off the brains of people who already believe everything that he is saying.
Convince us that we've lost and convince us we've been silenced.
Hey, good night, Killjoy. Have a great night.
We're bad when they're the ones that lie on purpose. We make mistakes. We just got bigger from this.
Yeah.
More people than ever are going to want to know, well, what is this forbidden thing? What is this fruit I'm
They're bigger than ever, but they don't have any
not
money.
supposed to have?
Oh, exactly. Well, it's, you nuke out.
He's got no money, but he's got that Rolex. He's paying a staff of 80 people, but he's got no money. He makes $800,000 in a day, but no money. Keep buying.
Alex Jones, you get Godzilla. You don't get Hiroshima. And I think that's what they still don't understand, and that they still won't understand as long as the people hold the line. Everybody holds the line. They will not be able to breach the line. And that's the key.
But that's a great analogy from the latest Godzilla movie is when they nuke Godzilla, that's when he really gets powerful because he was made out of radiation.
Exactly. And that's what they don't understand.
It's not being fun being nuked, but I tell you, it's a little...
Well, I mean, hey, we might as well live in interesting times. And so it's the willing, every great story needs a great crisis, needs a great obstacle, needs a great difficulty. It's what gives the story its moral weight and moral power and potency.
Are they just admitting to... Do you see what I'm saying? They're literally unintentionally telling on themselves. We're just writing a story, and the interesting story, you got to make it interesting. So Alex Jones is Godzilla.
And that's no different here. This is the system's attempt to take out populist independent voices by every means possible. And the reality is they can't, because they can't crush the soul and the spirit of working class, ordinary Americans who will hold the line, have held the line. And that is why freedom stays alive, is because of ordinary people like the audience holding the line.
I totally agree. Let's play some of these clips we promised to. I spent hours getting these together. We haven't played a one yet. Let's play clip 21. Here they are in closing arguments. This is just part of it. They say, take away his megaphone, shut him down. He's patient zero, send a message. This is their declaration of war against the First Amendment, fashioning Sandy Hook not just into a Second Amendment killing operation, but a First Amendment killing operation. Here it is.
He's still pushing the Sandy Hook conspiracy on air now. Thank you very much, Leela B. Thank you so much. You are making me into the living embodiment of George Washington, Abraham Lincoln, Superman, Homelander, Billy Butcher, fucking Artemis Burak, anybody that you think is cool, the character from Celeste, fucking Sekiro from Sekiro, America, who else is good? Fuck, who else is cool? Anyway, thank you very much.
Ask that with your verdict, you not only take Alex Jones.
Wait, did somebody say Omni-Man? Hold on a second. I need to show you what I will become. I need to show you what I will become if you keep giving me money, okay? If you keep giving me money, I will become more powerful than you could possibly imagine, okay? You have no idea how powerful I will become. Let me just show you. I will give you video evidence of how powerful I will become, okay? Prepare yourselves. This is gonna be me if you keep donating. All right, I have to stop because it's going to hit me for copyright infringement.
Platform that he talks about away. I ask that you make certain he can't rebuild the platform. That's what matters. Take him out of this discourse, of this misinformation, of this peddling of lies, and make sure he can't do it again.
Seems fairly straightforward, given that the jury ruled that you did a lot of damage to individual people. I don't think this is helping him.
That is punishment. That is deterrence. Misinformation spreads 6 times faster than the truth. That's what we heard on that stand, and I believe it. Alex Jones found a way to monetize that. Boy, did he find a way to monetize it. And in monetizing that, he made a huge, huge amount of money. I hope that we never see someone like him again. I hope that with your verdict, he can go away. Alex Jones is patient zero for our society's inability to speak without lies. I believe it. He is patient zero for alternative facts. You heard it on that stand. Ms. Karpova on that stand literally used the words alternative facts or alternative reality, something like that. Sickening.
Sickening. 2 men can have a baby. 2 women can have a baby in prison.
Do you see what I was that right there, just so you know, is exactly what I was talking about. Remember how I said this entire show operates off of prejudice, off of confirming pre-existing prejudice, off of confirming some people's prejudice in one way and then building new prejudice that they can then have confirmed there? It's literally all this show does. That is all conspiracy media. That is all far-right media. They do this like fucking nothing else.
2 + 2 = 7. Open borders is good. Joe Biden really got elected. Inflation isn't inflation. We're not in a recession, but a recession's not that bad. That is it. And it goes on. I mean, there's like 10 minutes. I want to play on the Sunday show tomorrow. His whole closing deal was just like, take his megaphone away, ban everybody else. It starts with him. Now we'll have the truth.
Well, put it this way: if you had said what he had said, they would have accused you of a death threat, right?
Thank you, Like
him
a Faye.
out. Those are his
It will
words.
boost the power level.
He said it. Take him out.
Thank you.
Take him out. That's the language being used. Never let someone like him ever show up again. That's what this case has been about.
Yeah, send a message to everybody. You shut up, you dirty Americans. You flyover country scum.
Or we will take you out.
Remember, this is the guy whose own words were read under oath, his own words saying that he believes that the jury was a bunch of blue-collar people who don't know what's going on in the world around them. He literally called the jury stupid.
That's the message that they want the world to hear. That's the message they want the world to fear. And that is why it is so critical.
Thank you very much, Burry, for the $5. And
well,
yes,
that's right. Well, they're about
true.
Ain't no retiring now. Ain't no going into lower gear now. We're. Let me tell you, these people with their statements gave me more energy than I've ever had. It's on.
Even though they have.
Should I bring it back up? Should I bring it back up? These people with their statements gave me more energy than I've ever had.
The phone and the secret contacts with Vlad, and they were supposed to be going over to Moscow soon or whatever.
Oh, I'm going to play more of their clips, but let's talk about that. It's 6 months of my phone, late 2019, early 2020. It's some CPAC stuff, and it's pictures of my wife and me and the kids and stuff like that. And I gave Texas and I gave Connecticut the phones. They were searching them in 6 month tranches, and the paralegal left like a 6 month raw thing in there. And we all went through it. There's nothing there. We didn't do anything wrong anyways. And so he's like,
He's not selling it. He's really, really, really trying to calm people down. Oh, there's nothing in there. It was only 6 months. We know it wasn't 6 months. We know it wasn't. That it was his fucking legal team. They leaked the unedited documents. We already know they pinned him. And remember earlier he was claiming it was all faked? Now it's not fake. So which one is it? Was it faked or is there nothing in there? Was it faked or was there nothing in there? Which one is it, Alex Jones?
we have 2 years. We have the whole phone. That was not true.
Yeah.
Like they have Hunter Biden's laptop. And of course, well, where's the crack pipes? Where's the whores? Where's the, sorry. I mean, there was a photo I sent my wife of her naked. Okay, they got that. So my wife looks pretty good. Go ahead. I mean, the point is that there's one naked picture of my wife in there. So there's
child porn in there, isn't there? If he's making a joke about his wife, a naked picture of his wife, there's totally child porn in there. Holy fucking shit. Oh, he's going down. This dude is fucking, oh my God, he's fucking panicking.
what they've got. And it's just no dick pics, no nothing.
Well,
I mean, I'm a hardworking guy, guys. I'm not like running around party time here. Well, I wish I was, but that's what's so insane about this is they tell you that and they act like that. And, oh, January 6th has got it. It isn't even in 2021. Yeah. It's from 2019.
Yeah, I mean, it's more fake.
I know oh, wait a minute. They're talking about that right now. Oh yeah, this was from before. In 2019, in an earlier case, there was child porn found in the archives of the stuff that he sent. Now they claimed it was malware, that InfoWars got attacked by a malware attack that put them in there. But that is a real thing that happened. That was in 2019 though. Yeah, he said it was malware. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Fake news. And it's an attempt to sort of, I mean, what's extraordinary is they got to see a microscopic up-close view of InfoWars and Alex Jones, and they couldn't produce any incriminatory information. That's why they had
one text message about Paul saying this looks like a BS Sandy Hook story.
And he is exactly, which had nothing to do with Sandy Hook.
That's their smoking. Oh, we have your phone, and here it is.
Yeah, completely. I mean, there's no basis of a.
He's laughing now, but remember what he looked like on the day of the trial. He's laughing now. He's trying to downplay it, but remember what he looked like when he found out. This is what he looked like when he found out live. Just remember that. He's talking a big game right now.
Criminal case whatsoever. There's no perjury. There's no lies. There never was discovery abuses. The only lies were the courts trying to make up stories about what existed and didn't exist. Well, the evidence that basically it was, give us the evidence that you're guilty. Well, I'm innocent, Your Honor. Okay, I will declare that you're guilty because you declared yourself innocent.
And shouldn't we be offended? They go, intimate Roger Stone text. It's like Roger saying, yeah, my wife fell and broke her leg. God, it's hard. Somebody just beat us up in the parking lot. And I'm like, I'm so sorry, man. And that's intimate.
Yeah, I know. I mean, all of it's just one. If there was anything there, it would be on the front page of CNN, the New York Times, and everywhere else. It would have already been fully disclosed and revealed and released.
This is some serious damage control. Just so you know, this is some fucking serious damage control. And also, that makes me want to increase my my wager that this is going to get really bad. If they're damage controlling this hard, he's trying to save face. This is them trying to calm down other right-wingers who might be freaking out right now. They're fucked. That's my guess.
There isn't anything there. It's like Trump. In other words, they get to do a microscopic look at your entire life, and all they can come up with is pretty much nothing. And that's because that's the reality and the truth. I remember somebody asked me, what are the secrets of Alex Jones? I was like, the real secrets, if you got a sneak peek of his life, is he likes barbecue, he likes steak, he likes women,
I was about to say, it's
water.
messages like, will you go get me a T-bone?
Yeah, exactly. I mean, he loves fireworks, he loves July 4th, he loves being out on the lake,
He loves Abraham Lincoln. He loves being a good boy. He definitely does not, no matter what, diddle kids. He does not do that. He hates that. He hates that shit. Oh, he hates lying. He hates diddling kids. He likes ice cream, blueberries, apple pie. He likes bald eagles. He likes Donald Trump. He hates child porn. He does not like that. He doesn't look at child porn. Definitely no. He likes American-made cars.
Loves shooting guns that are fun in safe places. That's who Alex Jones is. That's the deep, dark secret of Alex Jones. If you got a sneak peek into Alex Jones's life, that's what you find. An old-fashioned, old-school, true American.
This is such hardcore damage control. Oh, that makes me think there's so much shit in there. Holy
That's what drives
fuck.
them as crazy as anything else.
Imagine how frustrated they were to have 6 months of my phone and there's one naked picture of my wife.
I know. I mean, there's nothing there. There isn't all the. Put it this way.
Yep.
that's my
no,
wife.
go right ahead. Go right ahead, Gay Fesh.
Through projection. You
Yeah.
can
Go for
imagine
it.
what's on some of these people's phones and what's on some of these people's computer profiles and what's on some of these people's search engines. I mean, you can just look at some of the social
These
media
people?
of some of the people who follow this Alex Jones hate community and go, these people you don't want around your daughter. These people you don't want to be within a mile of if you can avoid.
Your Honor, my opponents are all pedophiles. That's literally all they fucking got. They're just like these people, not saying who it is. They all must be pedophiles. Yeah, totally. Definitely. Oh, they're so fucked.
It. You definitely don't want to be in a dark alley or a bedroom with them, that's for sure. It's that kind of vibe that you get. They project their own sins upon those they accuse when, in fact, the only virtue is the virtue in those people they're criticizing.
Wait. Now, I did say that I would gamble that there is child porn on Alex Jones's fucking phone, but the judges didn't. I don't know who are they talking about projecting. They're literally self-reporting here. Yeah, this is literally a self-report. No one said that about them. No one, like, what are they fucking? This is projection of projection. This is what you call a fucking. Wait, that's the wrong one. No! I pressed the wrong buttons. A self-report. I pressed the wrong fucking button.
And that's what they found. They got to do the whole review, and at the end of the day, they couldn't find anything.
I fat-fingered two wrong buttons.
And that's why they got stuck talking big. And how do they say it in Texas? All hat, no cattle.
Absolutely. So let's play a few more clips here. Here is the judge scolding me for lying, saying I'm in bankruptcy, and scolding me.
You want me just to mash the key? Okay, no. But I fucked up.
For saying I'm innocent. Because you're not allowed to do that in America. And then let's play clip 23. Let's play these back to back. This is Bankston talking about his master plan. Here it is.
You may not say to this jury that you complied with discovery. That is not true. You may not say it again. You may not tell this jury that you are bankrupt. That is also not true. You're already under oath to tell the truth. You've already violated that oath twice today in just those two examples. It seems.
Why? What is the... I feel like he's making his case worse. This is... I mean, it's... Yes, he is putting the name of the judge right on here and, like, where it's located. Like, it seems like they're trying to, you know... They're trying to nudge people, is what it seems like. But this makes him sound worse. Especially because anybody who sees this is just going to know he actually was lying.
Absurd to instruct you again that you must tell the truth while you testify. Yet here I am. You must tell the truth while you testify. This is not your show. Do you understand what I have said?
Yes, I believe what I said was true. So I don't.
Yes, you believe everything you say is true, but it isn't. Your beliefs do not make something true. That is what we're doing here. Just because you claim.
Hit pause. Back this up. Back it up 10 seconds. This is literally 1984, where Winston is torturing him to death.
I don't know. He said the fucking line. How do you? I don't think there's anything, like, I don't know. He just did the meme. Somebody told you were a liar, and you go, well, I didn't think I was lying. And then she goes, we have evidence that you were lying. And then he goes, this is literally 1984.
Or O'Brien's torturing Winston to death, and he says, it doesn't matter what your eyes see, I'm reality. I mean, this is creep fest, man.
You know,
that's not what she said. She said you're lying. She accused you of lying with evidence. Extreme publicly available evidence.
What's the answer? 2 + 2. Oh, it's 4. Zap. No. 2 + 2 is 5. 2 + 2 is 5. And why? Because I say it is. And that's exactly what the judge says. The judge says, I know you believe this to be true, but the only truth is what I say is true. That's
She even earlier said the truth is in this courtroom.
Yeah.
Here, start the clip over. Start the clip over. Here it is.
You may not say to this jury that you complied with discovery. That is not true. You may not say it again. You may not tell this jury that you are bankrupt. That is also not true. You're already under oath to tell the truth. You've already violated that oath twice today in just those two examples. It seems.
I mean, obviously, again, his audience does not have a single, does not give a single shit about the truth, but this really is not helping his look.
Absurd to instruct you again that you must tell the truth while you testify. Yet here I am. You must tell the truth while you testify. This is not your show. Do you understand what I have said?
Yes, I believe what I said was true. So I don't.
Yes, you believe everything you say is true, but it isn't. Your beliefs do not make something true. That is what we're doing here. Just because you claim to think something is true does not make it true. It does not protect you. It is not allowed.
I mean, this is North Korea.
Yeah. And when you heard her say it, this is not your show. You
This is North Korea.
know what she was wanting to say.
This is my show.
Exactly. And the judge is supposed to be an impartial referee. Imagine if you went to a football game and you saw the referee,
The judge is supposed to be an impartial referee and is telling you that you can't just make up shit and lie about it. Oh, this is so stupid.
umpire wearing the uniform of one of the teams, and then telling one of the teams, "Okay, your opponent can have 11 players. You can only have 5. They can throw a forward pass. You cannot. They can have certain blockers. You cannot. And you can't. And then we'll throw, like, I think they counted it up, 110, 115 objections she sustained from the plaintiffs, and only like 8 or 9 she sustained from your side.
Maybe because your objections were stupid? Is that possible? Is it possible that your objections were stupid?
I mean, imagine if all they did was throw flags on one side the entire game. Everybody would be like, "This is a complete crop."
Why is she so arrogant?
Because this is what.
Why is she such an uppity bitch? My audience, have you considered why is the judge such an uppity bitch?
If people wondered, what does a social justice warrior who becomes a judge look like? You got to see a real live example. And again, the difference is the Soviets and the Stasis and the Nazis, they knew how to run an actual show trial. The Cubans knew how to run an actual show trial so that at least it looked good. This looked like a disgrace. This made idiocracy look like an ideal version of justice. That's how bad this case was, how egregious it was, and it's why they did what they did and why they had to do what they had to do. If they had confidence in the facts, if they had confidence in the law, they would have allowed an open, impartial jury and had a neutral, fair judge.
I agree. I also love how they said my cough is fake. I've had laryngitis for 2 weeks. I'm driving the crew crazy doing it. Why would I fake cough and have tears in my eyes? Because at one point he's asking me questions and I got tears in my eyes because my laryngitis and my...
Nobody thought it was fake, bro. They thought you were shitting yourself from fear. And that's because you were shitting yourself from fear. Should I bring it up again? Should I just bring it the fuck up again? Here we go. There's some fucking video. Here's some fucking screenshot from the trial. Nobody thought you were fucking faking your cough. They thought you were fucking having a stroke out of fear, bro.
My larynx is torn up. And they're like, why are you fake coughing? Like, well, what the hell does that even mean?
Well, I remember when he asked you, he goes, well, I don't hear you coughing on the air. He's like, that's why I have a cough button. I mean, anybody who knows you and has been around you knows that.
I like how he throws in a cough right then and there. Oh my God. Did you hear that? He just coughed right now just to prove, look, I have a cough, guys. See, I have a horrible cough. Everybody's so annoyed. My roommates get so annoyed. Don't ask them, but they're really fucking... Oh, I'm coughing so much. My laryngitis is acting up.
The case. I mean, that's the kind of patent absurdity they were trying to make up. This was about scripting a narrative that was fake. If any aspect of it was deeply true, they would have allowed all the evidence in. They wouldn't have violated all the rules. They would have allowed a trial by jury.
This is a perfect microcosm of the rest of the world, how the corporate media sees the world. Just lie to them, keep them in the dark.
That's exactly.
And you can see that, where they create a whole false reality.
It's like a live mushroom strategy. You know, you keep them in the dark and feed them crap, and just keep doing it.
I agree. Let's go to the Bankston clip. This is him yesterday evening coming out after his victory and putting out all these weird theories how they're going to chop up our corpse and serve it. Here it is.
We're not going to be spending 2 years going up to the Texas Supreme Court or whatever. Nobody's going to waste their money doing that. We're going to this bankruptcy court. And those claims are going to have to get valued and resolved in that bankruptcy estate. And when we have a litigible basis to potentially wrap this case up for years and then ultimately collect our entire punitive damage argument, yeah, there's going to be a resolution made under what these claims are valued at. And that's also going to have to take into account what the Lafferty claims are valued at, and the Posner claims are valued at, and the Fontaine claims are valued at. And that is why I've been saying that what this is heading towards is there's going to be a large set of plaintiffs who are going to be dividing up the corpse of InfoWars in the bankruptcy estate. And over the course of that process, that could get very, very dangerous for Mr. Jones, because there is going to be a new level of financial scrutiny. And if, some lawyer like me can basically find out that he's hiding the keys to the candy store, pull it out in front of him on the stand, I can only imagine what Federal Receiver's going to do. So yeah, it's going to get interesting.
True, because keep in mind, the big looming question over all of this is also, did he lie to the IRS? Because if he lied to the IRS...
From here on out.
They think InfoWars is the candy store.
Well, you can tell that well, I won't say what comes to mind, but
I mean, the point is that you've seen the finances here. It's so funny. They're drilling a dry well, and they just can't imagine that. They project this stuff onto us, but what do you make of those claims?
So, I mean, I think there was definitely some confession through projection there. The way his eyes lit up at candy store. I don't want to know why he goes to a candy store. I'll put it that way. Or what he means by it. But
these guys are fucked. They've got nothing.
I think the nature of what's sort of taking place in general is a belief of the caricature of you from Homeland season 6. They still think
they believe that. I've run the Democrats.
Absolutely. And they can't imagine that there's this huge group of Americans who deeply believe in liberty and freedom and will fight for it till the day they die. They can't believe that there's generations of it, that this goes back generations, that the future generations are the same way. They can't imagine that world exists. It requires too much cognitive dissonance for them to absorb. So,
well, that's the thing. If I wanted my enemies to fight me, I would say, I will destroy you. You're over. I'm going to dominate you. Don't they know what they're doing? Like, do they not know the gold with our audience? Them saying we're going to cut up his corpse. We're gonna shut them down. We're going to shut all these Americans down. They literally just declared war on the middle class in America and the Midwest.
Completely.
I mean, like,
what? What?
These are people who still imagine, they're like the old Brits who can't imagine there's a bunch of Paul Reveres out there. They can't conceive of that world. And consequently, they have this caricature of you, and that's what they're going to divvy up is the caricature, because that person doesn't exist. That version of it.
Plus, there's no money.
That's what I mean.
I could go anywhere and have a huge audience. I'm being loyal to my crew, who I love and who does a great job. Like, they keep acting like there's some spoil, as if this is the spoil. I don't think of myself as that great. You're great. I love our guest. I love our host. But I mean, it's me, dumbasses. And that's what they said. Always got to be very careful now that the feds are involved in his finances. As bad as the feds are and as bad as bankruptcy is, it's better than these rig courts in Austin that are known to indict Rick Perry and Tom DeLay for no reason. We're certified in federal court what we have and what we've done, which is game over for you. Because you won't be able to tell your plaintiff.
We'll see, won't we? We're going to find out if it's game over for them. Because I don't know, Alex Jones. You look pretty fucking worried when you find out that they know what type of money you actually bring in. you look pretty fucking worried when you find out they have your private text messages that because your guy fucked up and gave the unredacted version. I don't know, man. I'm not sold.
I got $270 million when I ain't got $2 million.
Yo,
It's
welcome,
game
Lady
over.
Kilgana.
And
Hope you're enjoying it so
act like,
far.
oh, we're going to run to the bankruptcy here. No, they're scared of that.
Oh, exactly.
It's game over.
Oh, yeah. I mean, and he's probably as clueless about bankruptcy. He clearly is. You notice he's scared of the Texas Supreme Court. It's like, oh, we're not going to have to deal with the Texas Supreme Court. Yes, they will. This is a bondable judgment. We'll go up to the Texas Supreme Court. Will be decided by them at some point in the process. And if the Texas Supreme Court gets involved, it's game over for the plaintiffs. They throw out the case entirely.
We already had like we're one short of half.
Only one justice short of them taking it and throwing this out from the very beginning because the very nature of the suit violates the First Amendment to the United
Almost there. Isn't there?
States Constitution. Always has. Also violates
I hope
Texas
you're having a
law
good time,
on the
Mr. Krabs.
definition
I'm
of
doing great.
intentional infliction of emotional distress. So consequently, they know they lose, and you can see that reflected in the way he talks about that he's nervous about that court finally
So
stepping
bottom
in.
line to listeners and our crew, because I've told the crew we're not going anywhere, and I've told but people run around like, oh, we're shutting down. I remember 4 years ago we got deplatformed. Half the crew was going to quit. I love this crew is great, but some of the crew was like, and I'm like, listen, we have hardcore listeners that are going
Uh-oh. He's insulting his own
to
crew.
back us. They're going to censor everybody now. We're going to be the leaders in the fight. It's okay. We were proven right. So, look, we will be shut down if viewers don't support us. If viewers don't buy the products, if viewers don't spread the word, yes, we'll be shut down. But
Ad
it's not
number
in
4.
Bankston's hands. It's not in this SJW judge's
Ad number
hands.
4.
It's not in Hillary Clinton's hands. It's not in Satan's hands. God helps those that help themselves. It is in your hands. And I'll be quite honest with you. I'm going to fight 100%. I'm going to do the best job I can. But if you take me out of the game, if it's time for me to get off the field, we've had nothing but devastating victory. I'm like an old NFL quarterback ready to retire, okay? But I can't because this isn't football, folks. This is our children's future. I'm telling you, I will never give up. But if you don't back us, and if you don't get how serious this is, you're next. So I can't quit, and I will not quit. But if you quit,
Notice how much more intense the begging for donations has got. It started with, we're doing great, we just need your support, to, guys, it's really fucking serious, please donate, to, they're gonna get you next, they're coming for you next, if you don't give me $25, they're gonna get you. Save yourself. It's an investment in your future. They're coming for you. If you give money to me, I can stop them from getting to you.
I have no power. And I say that with very humbly, because I'm the opposite of these people that are in the power structure that feel powerful and screw folks over. I know I'm finite. I know I'm just flesh and blood. I know I'm weak. I know I'm going to die. But I don't want to roll over to these people. So I need you to spread the word and pray for us. And I need you to support us financially because I don't want to let these people break our back. You see what demons they are.
No doubt. I mean, the goal is to simply hold the line. It's like the line from Braveheart. The reality, the power of Alex Jones is the power of the people. The threat of Alex Jones is the threat of the people. As long as the people keep Alex Jones and InfoWars around, Alex Jones and InfoWars will be around because you can't kill and crush.
By the way, if you ever feel, or I guess, you know what? This is for me. Anytime I feel bad about promoting my show, I just remember what the normal state of affairs is on the far right. On the far right, they're literally like, I am the savior, give me money, I will personally save you. If you don't give me money, the government will come for you and your children. It is actually unbelievable. I should promote my fucking Patreon. Here. Look at what you don't have to deal with. Support the Patreon. Unlike Alex Jones, who's currently wearing a fucking $20,000 watch while pretending to be George Washington and Jesus Christ and William Wallace from fucking Braveheart and also Spider-Man or Uncle Ben maybe, Michael Jordan. Unlike that, I am just Demon Mama. If you like watching the Demon Mama show, please support me because I want to keep growing the show. There you go. I got a Patreon. You can also support through my website. Both of them are fucking great. Both of them are super great options. If you subscribe to my website or to my Patreon, you can help me keep making this sick-ass show where we make fun of people, grifters like Alex Jones, fucking cult-ass grifters like Alex Jones.
Everybody, you can't kill a spirit, you can't kill a message, and that's what will stay alive as long
now
as
he's V for
ordinary
Vendetta.
everyday Americans carry the message and the torch of liberty that our ancestors gave us.
And we know by what they attack, what they fear. Despite all Trump's problems, he means well and he loves America and freedom. I support him. DeSantis is even better. I support him. Kerry Lake, all this stuff. We're on the march. This is their fear. But if you won't back your champions, you're going to lose, folks. And I'm not bitching at you. I'm just telling you, I know the listeners are just like me. You're just regular folks. You don't want power. You don't want control. You want to keep your head down. You want to take care of your family.
Oh, yeah. Alex Jones, totally a guy who keeps his head down, just wants to take care of his family, doesn't want power, doesn't want money, doesn't want a $20,000 Rolex, doesn't want, tinted window Suburban, Cadillac Escalade. Totally.
I'm sorry. You're not going to be able to do that. You got to be leaders. And you've been leaders spreading the word. You've been leaders supporting us. But no matter what happens to me, folks, you're going to have to be those leaders. And I know we've inspired a lot of leaders.
Oh, no doubt. And in fact, that's what.
To be honest, though, if lefties were able to and supported fucking shows as hard as right-wingers do, we'd probably have a very different media landscape. I'm just going to say that much. At least, it's still capitalism. It's still just fucking money. It's still just people making TV shows on the internet. But at least it wouldn't be like mostly Matt Walsh, mostly Daily Wire, mostly Ben Shapiro, mostly Alex Jones, mostly Rush Limbaugh.
Why it's there. If you look at it, when these
To be
kind
fair,
of attempts have been made throughout American history, the Patrick Henry.
Aren't most right-wingers funded by oil billionaires? They're funded by oil billionaires and tons and tons and tons and tons of people who go to their site and buy their bullshit. Like, statistically, they are both supported by giant oil companies and also a horde of people who are willing to dump money into their fucking, like mug clubs, all these other things. It's actually absurd how much money is in these fucking organizations. It's absolutely insane. And yes, it is. They do have lots of paying viewers who will literally give money anytime they're told, same way as a church that tells you need to tithe for God. Now, of course, they sell them with this type of rhetoric. That's part of the reason why there's so many people, because they scare them, literally. They say, you're next. If you don't help us, you're gonna die. Your kids are gonna fucking die. But, we don't do that here. But it is true that more support would be better.
Trial, give me his later speech, give me liberty or give me death. What happened in the 1950s, early 1960s with the South trying to suppress civil rights movements, the Chicago 7 trial at the end of the 60s trying to cover up the corrupt defense establishment. All of those were the despairing cries of a dying empire. And that's what we're seeing here, with these desperate efforts to completely suppress and censor any independent voice is a sign that they are losing.
These guys talking about empire is fucking hilarious, seeing as how they literally believe that Donald Trump would be a great theocratic president. These guys love empire.
And on the verge of complete collapse. So they're reaching out and lashing out in this desperate effort to try to stop and prevent the spirit of American freedom from being heard. And as long as ordinary people continue to carry it, then it cannot be crushed like it hasn't been crushed for more than 2 centuries.
All right, Robert Barnes, great job here. I'll be back tomorrow, Sunday night, 4 to 6 p.m., ahead of the War Room show they do Sunday.
All right, everybody. We've had enough Alex fucking Jones, all right? We've had enough fucking Alex Jones. Enough! Enough, Alex Jones. Enough of your fucking bullshit. You know what time it is? Now it's time to look into another crackpot alleged scammer who's also full of shit, who also runs a cult, who also scams his audience, Andrew motherfucking Tate. But first, I gotta go to the bathroom. So, here's what I want you to do. Talk to each other in chat, have a good time. I'm gonna play the bathroom song, I'm gonna go to the bathroom, and then we're gonna come back and we're gonna do some fucking Andrew Tate deep dive bullshit, okay? All right? Okay, let me play the bathroom song. Where's the bathroom song? Here we go.
Hey chat, Demon Mama has to go to the bathroom, so listen to the Demon Mama bathroom song. She streams 20-hour days and 9 days a week, so let's give her and her bladder a little fucking break. Okay, it's been a minute and she's still in the bathroom. I'm not a math whiz, but I can count to 2. Let's all calm down and spam emotes while we wait and chat. Maybe someone here also needs a bathroom break. Been a bit since Demon Mama went to the bathroom. Not like I'm counting, but this track's at 142. So don't you fret, my little limbs, cause I wrote this track down to give you something boppin' while she's taking a break. Jesus fucking Christ, can Fawn go check in the bathroom? I hope she doesn't lock the door when she uses it. But if she does, you might need a little running start and hope the door hinge is weak enough to break.
Lovely, lovely imps.
Okay, you're just fucking with me now. Put down your phone, the stream is still running. I can only assume you forgot because you were doom scrolling. Jesus Christ, Demon Mama, do we need to call a doctor? Song's over, stop. Somebody help her out.
Excuse me. Please, God, don't make us listen to this again. I should make you guys listen to it again. It was my sister who made those pride bees. Well, thank you, Lady Kelgon. I appreciate that. It's not supposed to rhyme. That's the point. That's what makes it funny. That's what makes it funny, you fucking tasteless idiots. No, I don't want to play it again because I really want to do more content because my head is hurting and I want to, but my head is hurting, but I really want to do the Tate stuff. So yeah. Let's do this fucking Andrew Tate shit. All right? All right. So guys, for those of you who don't know, Andrew Tate is the latest internet craze. And by internet craze, I mean, he's managed to game YouTube SEO and TikTok SEO by literally telling people that a path to success is to change their username and their bio to his multi-level marketing company, which is called the Hustlers University, which he calls HU. And part of it involves him actively advocating for you to use his name, use his picture, and also put his website and links to his multi-level marketing buy-in scheme in your bio. So what you have is a bunch of easily fooled mostly young people, basically boosting his SEO to unbelievable levels. So basically, what we have on our hands is a extremely uncreative, already rich because he inherited casinos from his dad, already rich guy who's basically memeing himself into the public eye, a la like Ty Lopez. I don't know if you remember that guy? You know what I love more than my Lamborghini? Knowledge. You know what I love more than my mansion? Books. And what's inside of books? Knowledge. That guy, you guys remember that motherfucker? Remember how like it was like nobody could really figure out where the fuck all of his money came from? And he was just always showing off his rich things and then saying knowledge. If you want to know how I got so rich, sign up for the Ty Lopez Path to Richness Challenge or whatever fucking bullshit. He's doing the exact same thing. It's the same exact thing. And unfortunately, it would be one thing if we could just point and laugh and go, ha, this guy has fooled a bunch of people into his Hustlers University, which is a page-for-page multi-level marketing scheme, which we'll get into that in just a second. But the problem is that people like this, especially Andrew Tate, which is the name of the guy we're talking about, Cobra Tate. We're gonna look at some of his memes and stuff throughout. It's pretty funny shit. But the problem with people like this is that they're not just tricking, asshole like men's rights activists. They're also actively getting young people, sometimes lots of minors, involved in a scam that not only introduces them into a dangerous cult led by a extremely abusive individual, Andrew Tate, an extremely abusive individual, a guy who jokes, and when I say jokes, I mean he doesn't joke. He's being dead serious, but he says it kind of like a joke. He talks about how he went to Romania because you're less likely to be prosecuted for sex crimes in Romania. That's the reason why he went to Romania, according to his own words. So that type of person is roping in young, easily impressionable people, charging them money, telling them that it will make them rich and famous and cool, exploiting them, and then also harming them. So, yeah, Andrew Tate is basically a giant piece of shit. And what we're going to do to start out this little Andrew Tate segment is we're actually going to react to a video that I've been told is super, super good. I have not yet seen this video. This is a fresh react. This is Illuminati's expose on the structure of his Hustlers University. The reason I want to start with this instead of the memes is because I want people to understand that once we dive into memes, that this guy is not just something funny to be laughed at, that this is a person who's exploiting people who are vulnerable, who is deliberately building a structure that is going to hurt and impoverish a lot of people. See, the problem with structures like what Andrew Tate has built is that there are a lot of people on the bottom rung. These people are sometimes referred to as marks. These people are sometimes referred to as bag holders, but I like to use a better term, victims, okay? Now keep in mind that all of this that I'm saying is alleged and is also my opinion. So, I am just a streamer, but I like to shine light on things where I can. So we're gonna start this, like I said, we're gonna start this by doing a deep dive into the structure of his Hustlers University. And then after that, we'll react to some of the more prominent memes, and we'll go and take a look into his community and the types of people that seem to be attracted to his community. And yes, as one of my lovely imp chatters, by the name of Humphead Sassy says, he's making inroads in the Twitch sphere by specifically targeting like edgy gamers, by doing lots of videos with people like XQC, even by getting into a debate with Hassan, which we watched the other day. If you watch his debate with Hassan, he keeps plugging his goddamn website. And he had a lot of people who were listening to that. He's fishing for impressionable, easily fooled people, young people, people who might be desperate for cash. He's telling them, I have a secret that will make you lots of money. All you have to do is pay me $50 first, is pay me $100 first, is pay me $300 first, and then you'll be rich. But it never works out that way. So, if you're here and you're liking what you're hearing so far, please smack the motherfucking like button, press subscribe. I am a viewer-supported show. We don't do any fucking ads or sponsorships or any stupid bullshit like that. So if you want a show that's fucking real, we got real and real queer, as you can tell, go ahead and subscribe. We want to have you here. So let's dive in. This is a video by Illuminati, and this is about Andrew Tate. So that's what we're going to start with, and we're going to just react to this. Again, I haven't seen this yet. But I've been very excited to see it. A lot of people have told me that this is a video I have to see. And yeah, I'm excited for it. So here we go. Without any further ado, again, the channel is Illuminati. Obviously, as you can see, doing quite well for themselves, significantly larger than me. But also, I've seen a couple of their videos, and they tend to be very, very, very well researched. I'm very excited to see where we go with this. All right? I'm actually going to move my camera. Oops. I'm going to move my camera real quick up to the corner here because I want people to be able to read the text. All right, let's fucking do this. Let's go, everybody.
S-ar putea să fie cu am pe telefon pe aia, cred că unde a ieșit ea la cafea cu asta prima dată. Și am văzut-o care figură dubioasă și nu mi-a plăcut, dar zic, nu întreb fată că zic, hai și acolo o colegă la facultate. Dar din fotografie mi-am dat seama că aia nu e lucru curat. Acum câteva zile.
This is roughly what one mother of a young 20-year-old Romanian woman told one news source after her daughter was found at the home of Andrew and Tristan Tate in Pipera, Romania. The Tate brothers denounced the Romanian media police reports insisting that two girls were found there, a 20-year-old Romanian woman and a 21-year-old American woman. In fact, Andrew Tate has vehemently denied every aspect of the case and said, "No girls were found in my house and nobody was arrested." Andrew's TikTok shows clips from the brothers' podcast where they claim that the 21-year-old, they don't mention the Romanian woman, was actually just attending a party at their house.
A girl had been at a party at my house, and her boyfriend saw her Instagram stories, said, "Oh my God, you're at the Tate brothers' house in Romania." This was some American chick. And she went, no, I didn't want to come to this party. They made me come here and I'm not allowed to leave. She said that to her boyfriend. That's some excuse.
The brothers found that hilarious, stating that her boyfriend was some, quote,
"Was he one of these believe all females? Oh my God, my girlfriend's not kind of guys." She was cold.
She was, one second, she wasn't even.
This is, by the way, the most sussiest way you could possibly defend yourself from allegations is to say she was a slut and she wasn't even that hot. Like, genuinely, if that doesn't give you every single red flag in the book that these guys are the most fucked up assholes you could ever imagine, just imagine what mental state you'd have to be in to respond to a allegation of literally of keeping someone against their will in your overseas estate. Your answer is, oh, she was a whore, a liar, and she wasn't even that hot.
She wasn't even hot.
Ugly.
Andrew and Tristan also claimed that the woman in question was caught on CCTV footage outside the home taking a pizza delivery, clearly not held against her will in any way. The Romanian police, upon seeing this footage, were allegedly laughing along right with them. Therefore, this whole claim about them running a human trafficking ring is a joke, pathetic, and based on a wild misunderstanding. Supposedly. The thing is, can we really say that this woman was free just because she was dancing and taking pizza deliveries? If she was American, then she was in an entirely different country, as the Tate household was located in Romania. Maybe she's dancing because she feels she has to do exactly what Andrew wants, otherwise maybe she'll be harmed. Maybe the police don't take her seriously since Andrew has admitted to bribing Romanian law enforcement to get what he wants in the past.
I probably shouldn't say this on the internet, but I'm going to. Romania is completely corrupt from head to toe, right? I have a very, very extensive network in Romania. I like to make this very clear. One of the reasons I love living there so much is because I'm at the very top echelon of society. So I did a deal with them to open them on the sly and pay bribes. So I was open for like the first month with bribes. But the bribe kept going up because it's Romania, right? The police chief would come, he wants some. It's just like everyone's got on the phone like, hey, this casino's still open. They'll pay you to go away. So before you know it, every 5 minutes, someone's in the door for money.
There are so many other possibilities here, but the Tate brothers and their followers have seemingly ignored them, all in favor of she was getting pizza, so she's fine. But make no mistake, Andrew Tate is a vile human being. He moved to Romania largely because of their lax rules around the way women are treated, specifically how they have a difficult time pursuing assault or sexual assault charges. And
remember how I said this wasn't just about your everyday MLM, which multi-level marketing schemes, some people refer to them colloquially as pyramid schemes, although there's a legal distinction between the two, allegedly. That those things are already abusive enough. But what we have here is a guy who is deliberately preying on young people, taking their money, isolating them from friends and family, and abusing them, allegedly. And there certainly seems to be a lot of evidence that's pointing to that as probably what's going on. And not only that, that is all on top of the fact that he's running a multi-level marketing scheme called Hustlers University. Let's go.
Tate benefits from the corruption in the Romanian system. The number one reason he lists for moving is the #MeToo era.
People say, why did you live in Romania? And I explain my 5 reasons. One of them is the Me Too era. They go, oh, wait. I say, no, I'm not. But I like the idea of being able to just say to do what I want. I like being free.
How charming. But before I get too ahead of myself here, we have to learn who Tate is. Then we'll talk about his scams, his supposed values or lack.
If you have to run to a country that's notorious for lack of prosecution of sex crimes because of Me Too, I just want you to understand that puts you in a category of like the most likely serial rapist you could possibly imagine. If #MeToo means you have to literally flee to somewhere else, that is about the biggest red flag you could possibly fucking imagine.
Thereof, and of course, his crimes. So, hello everyone, and welcome to another episode of Multi-Level Mondays. I'm the Illuminati, and today, we're discussing Andrew Tate. Andrew Tate had a pretty decent career in kickboxing once upon a time. He won most of the fights he was in and was rated first in Europe in his weight class. He even allegedly endorsed the kickboxing equipment company Sidekick Boxing so much that people began to think he actually owned the business himself. Tate was not necessarily an A-list celebrity or anything, but he was making a name for himself. Enough to get on the show Big Brother anyway, but that didn't last. In 2016, multiple clips of Tate abusing women emerged. In one video, he's asking a woman why she's covered in bruises. The woman, her face blurred, in a shockingly calm manner, might I add, tells the camera that she was beaten by Tate for misbehaving. Andrew clearly knows he's the one who gave her those bruises, interrogating her about it on camera and then telling her to count the bruises is beyond, just scummy and gross. In a separate clip, another woman reveals that she has a tattoo of Tate's name on her crotch area. Tate beat, whipped, hit, and pushed her on camera. It's pretty hard to watch, but hey, the woman says they were dating and it was just some kind of kinky roleplay, right? So that must make it okay. Newsflash, it doesn't. Andrew Tate told the tabloids he would never hit a woman, claiming a longer version shows them laughing and saying it doesn't hurt. So where is that longer version, Andrew? Why not prove that this was just all fun and games instead of a literal beatdown? This is monstrous behavior. In true
By the way, there is a difference between a consensual extreme kink relationship and like an abusive relationship. Like, this is pretty easy to outline. One of them being that generally people aren't trying to actively escape the consensual extreme kinky relationship. You know? Yeah, people like this, they love to use kink as a shield, and it doesn't really work. Because if it's consensual, then why the fuck is the person trying to fucking escape? Doesn't that a little bit fly in the face of the consensual aspect?
Safe but kinky BDSM, you're supposed to care about your submissive partner. And personally, I think Tate is a sadistic, horrific, pathetic excuse for a human that is calling his disgusting behavior a kink. If he actually cared about women, he'd tell his audience that he genuinely wants to be careful, assure them that he has safe words or some kind of precautions, but he doesn't. The safety of his partners...
Again, it's generally very easy to demonstrate that you're actually engaged in a BDSM relationship that's consensual. Generally because the partners will also be like, yes, this is something I'm into. It's kind of weird, isn't it? It's kind of weird that there's just no evidence of that shit, right? I mean, you all know me, for example. You guys all know I'm into some kink stuff. I talk about kink all the time, and you know, and it's pretty fucking easy to go, oh wow, yeah. You talk to my partners independently, and oh, it looks like they like it. They're here for it. They're not fucking trying to get away. Oh, incoming, a bad time to raid? I don't think it's a bad time to raid. It's never a bad time to raid. It's a perfect time to raid. Welcome. Just let me know when the raid's in, and we'll continue.
Does not matter to Tate. But hey, in case you need more evidence of this, he also tweeted a year later that women...
Maybe I should just pause for a second and let people get in. Is it here? Welcome. Welcome, welcome, welcome all future imps. From the Walsh community. Thank you for the raid. If you are watching on Walsh's website, please consider coming over to demonmama.com/live. We have a chat just like VGG. We would love to have you over here. We are currently doing a deep dive into Andrew Tate. For those of you who don't know, Andrew Tate is he's basically been running a giant SEO pump up where he gets people to change their profiles to his name so that he gets really popular. The guy is a charismaless red pill misogynist, and the video that we're watching right now is outlining some of the allegations of extreme abuse that have come out against Andrew Tate. We were just discussing the difference between a abusive relationship and a consensual extreme BDSM relationship, which, as it turns out, there's a pretty big difference between those things. Even really extreme kinky relationships should not have the submissive partner trying to escape and claiming this isn't consensual, as it turns out. So, but that's what's going on here. As it turns out, Andrew Tate has videotaped multiple women who have been beaten and hurt, who have later come out to allege abuse against him. It's pretty wild. So, and also, on top of all of this stuff, Andrew Tate is building a cult-like multi-level marketing campaign known as Hustlers University, which targets young, impressionable people, gets them to pay upfront, and promises them incredible amounts of wealth. So if that is something that's interesting to you, if you're interested in finding out what a fucking fraud looks like, come on in, subscribe to Demon Mama, press like on the YouTube video. We would love to have you here. Thanks for the huge raid, and I just wanted to make sure you were caught up, because we've watched about 5 minutes of the video so far. Earlier on this week, we watched Hassan's debate with Andrew Tate, in which Andrew Tate repeatedly promoted his multi-level marketing scheme. This video is going to show us how the multi-level marketing thing actually works. So this should be pretty amazing. Anyway, any of you here who are coming from Walsh, please smack the subscribe button on my channel, because I promise you, you will fucking love what you see over here. This show is fucking sick. Should I put I can put a content warning up. Yeah, I didn't realize it was gonna jump into this shit right off the bat, but there we go. There's our CW for sexual assault. Just keep in mind, this shit's fucking really fucked. This guy is what you guys have missed so far is that he openly admitted that he moved to Romania because he was scared of Me Too, which is a weird thing to say, that he regularly bribes the police in Romania, and also that he went to Romania because they basically have one of the most infamous countries in the world for not prosecuting sex crimes. So yeah, in short, it's a bit sussy, okay? So without any further ado, we're going to jump back to the React. I have not yet seen this whole video, and we're going to talk about some other stuff afterwards. Thank you for being here. Let's get back to it. Let's do it.
Should bear responsibility for being raped in the rise of the Me Too movement. In fact, Tate doesn't just believe women should bear responsibility for being sexually assaulted, but he thinks that when women are abused, it should also be easier for the person responsible to get away with it. That's actually the reason Tate gives for why he moved to Romania in the first place. He also enjoys the corruption there for another reason, but we'll get into that in just a moment.
Oh, Walsh beat me to playing Metal Gear Rising? Oh, that's sick. I was planning on playing Metal Gear Rising Revengeance at some point on stream, but I'm happy you guys have all had a good time, because it's a fucking sick-ass game. Anyway, let's get back to it.
Lucky for you, Tate, thanks to the system that benefits corrupt abusers like you, you've escaped having to bear a prison sentence. In terms of the abuse accusations, Andrew Tate gives a specific example to his followers in the form of a story about an ex-employee. See, back in the day when Tate left kickboxing, he wasn't sure about what to do with himself. He allegedly had 5 girlfriends at the time, and he flew them all out to London to live together and webcam for him, making him a glorified pimp. Not all of his girlfriends wanted to do this, but 2 did stay behind. Soon, the business grew until it became a real moneymaker. At the height of his—
Oh, is Illuminati based or cringe? Based. Illuminati does really, really detailed videos, like looking into multi-level marketing. Oh, hey, you want to come say hi? Hey, guess what, everybody? Come here. Come here. We got a deer. That's right. We got a doe. The one and only. The doe. Mwah. The Washites just came in.
Hello, Washites.
Yeah, they came from VGG. And now you get to say hi to them. Look at that.
Critter alert. True.
Fucking critter moment. We are watching, well, as you can see by the CW sexual assault. Yeah, we're watching the Andrew Tate.
Oh,
yeah, we're getting the deep dive on Andrew Tate. So,
just got back from the store.
The store?
Yeah, there's 2 Mountain Dew Energies in the fridge for you.
I don't like the pomegranate one. Can you bring me the other flavor?
It's not quite cool.
Oh, okay then. We'll keep it. Okay, can you put it with ice in this thing?
Monsters, yeah.
That'd be amazing. Thank you.
Chat. Styrofoam, good or bad? 1 for good. Wait, 1 for bad. 2 for good.
God. Oh my God, we're getting derailed. Okay. Is styro good or bad? Yes or no? Wait. Now you'll never get the truth.
What a good poll.
You'll never get the answer you wanted. Listen, yes, I reuse my styrofoam cups because they keep shit cold. Okay?
Yes, it is good or bad.
It is good or bad, okay? Listen. Listen, dough may or may not be neuroatypical and may have a specific texture issue with styrofoam.
I'm autistic, okay?
You can't say that. That's a swear word now.
It's not a swear.
You can't call people that anymore.
I called myself it.
You're not. No, you're using ableist language.
I'm sorry for being ableist to myself.
By the way, I'm sorry to my editor who's going to have to edit this segment, this gigantic tangent. But
hell yeah, I'm sorry for tangenting.
No, it's okay. You don't have to be sorry at all. I'm happy they all got to see the wonderful deer. Look, there's so many people who are also agreeing with autism here.
Good. You guys are base.
Extreme.
It's sorry if I'm good or bad. It's good, bad, and cringe. All right.
Oh, come on. Listen, it's mixed. Can't. Why does everything got to be so black and white? Yes, of course, Max Sips. Of course you can.
All right, I'll be right back with you. Thanks.
Oh, okay. Thank you. Yay! Whoa, thank you so much, Louie boy. Thank you very, very much. You want me to show tongue? All right, here you go. For those of you in VGG who don't know, here's one of the reasons you should follow me. Ready? That's why, all right? There's one of the reasons, okay? There you fucking go. I got a split-ass tongue. It's sick as fuck. I've been trying a bunch of different things. I can get it to go. I can actually grab See, I can do all kinds of cool things. Sick. See? Cool as hell. Anyway, let's focus. Let's focus. We got to get through this video. Whew. Sent on Discord. Okay, hold on. Let me check that real quick. I want to see what art has been sent. Oh my God! This is the coolest art! Oh my God! Okay, everybody, before we get back to it, I got to show you this. Look at this. Look! It's an imp smoking weed. That's so cute! Max, you're so fucking amazing. It's so fucking good. Oh yeah, I gotta get rid of this. God damn it! I left the thing up. I left the trigger warning. Okay, the trigger warning's gone. Oh, I'm fucking everything up. This is the worst. This is the worst first impression to all the new incoming viewers. Oh my God. It's so good. It's so cute. Max, thank you so much. You're so fucking amazing. I gotta save that. Hold on, you sent it to me so I can grab it. It's so great. Weed smoking imp. Max sips. I'm gonna be a weed smoking demon mama after this stream. Hey, thank you so much. All right, everybody, it's time. Let's get back to the video, okay? Let's do it. Can we get back to the video? Let's do it. Let's fucking focus. Let's do this.
Webcamming venture, he had over 75 women working for him in 4 locations, earning over $600,000 a month. When he started out, it was just with a couple.
That's so fucking exploitative, by the way. Keep in mind, I don't know if Illuminati has mentioned it, but just so you guys know, this was an OnlyFans pimping operation. Basically, he had a bunch of like he claims like 75 women working for him, pulling in hundreds of thousands of dollars a month. They were getting less. They were getting less of that than 100%, which means they were getting fucking exploited. Just so you know, that's fucked. Do not ever find yourself in that position, okay? It is no good. You can run your own OnlyFans page. You can do your marketing through Twitter and you will be just fine. You do not need an Andrew Tate to exploit you.
Girlfriends that really cared about him. They weren't in it for just the money. They wanted to be there for Andrew, or so he says because this is his narrative. But as his employee base grew, so did the number of women who were in it solely to get rich, which is frankly understandable. After just researching this one episode, I find Andrew to be quite insufferable, so I'm not surprised that the webcam models he hired weren't in it because they liked him. But I digress. One woman that had been working for Tate earned about $25,000 per month all by herself. So she knew Andrew didn't want to fire her, so according to him, she tried to get away with things. In one instance, she supposedly drunkenly vomited onto his bed. When Tate told her to clean it up, she refused, so he threw her things out the window and kicked her out. End of story. Or at least he thought it would be. Tate claims that this disgruntled employee went to police and made a false accusation of assault. The police burst through his door.
Dude, it's not a false accusation of assault if you literally fucking threw her shit out the window.
And questioned him, and in that moment, Tate knew he wanted to move somewhere else. Someplace where it would be easier to run a questionable sex service out of his properties and throw women onto the street. And look, if he
that needed at least 2 susses.
wanted to fire her, that's one thing. But dumping all her personal belongings out of a window and refusing to pay her last month's salary, I have a hard time believing that their relationship was professional in any way based on his own story. And Andrew, I know you're supposed to make yourself look good on podcasts, right? Instead, I just feel bad for any woman that has the misfortune of having to share the same air as you. When you
Dude, me fucking too, especially because we watched how he talks to like random women that he sees on a podcast. This dude is the biggest fucking mega creep ever. He has 0 charisma. He has less charisma than fucking Ty Lopez. We were comparing this guy to like Ty Lopez, how Ty Lopez, you know, for those of you who don't know, that's the guy who's like, you know what I love more than my Lamborghini? Knowledge. That guy. The guy with the little glasses and the little twink with the glasses in his hair like this, and he's like, you know what I love more than my Lamborghini? Knowledge. That guy, that guy has charisma. He still ran like an SEO promotion scheme that basically, using his pre-existing money, he forced his face in front of you via ads. But At least he has some fucking charisma.
Dismiss or fire an employee, one of the things you don't do is 1, withhold their final month's salary. That's illegal in most states and countries from my understanding. But 2, you don't throw away their personal belongings. That one makes absolutely zero sense. To throw away someone's personal belongings definitely shows you have some kind of malicious intent on a personal level. It means you personally feel harmed and hurt by this and you couldn't keep it professional. And if this was just a professional relationship, then again, why do that? So it just seems to me that there was absolutely something personal there and you just wanted to give her a final poke in the eye to be like, fuck you, bitch. And you told this story and this is your recollection. It just makes you look really weak. Like imagine that, a man who can't control his big professional emotions to run his big successful business. Who could have thought? Anyway, off to him and his brother and they go to Romania. Now, around the time the brothers arrived, they grew this business into an OnlyFans agency where Tristan claims that he has the biggest girls on OnlyFans working for him. Personally, I think the brothers are just pimps. I mean, hey, if these women want to go into sex work, that's fine. But it sure doesn't actually sound that way either. Anders bragged that about half the women he dates end up doing sex work and becoming an employee for him, and he's literally moving these women to Romania where he knows and enjoys the fact that it's hard.
Dude. What the fuck? Half of the women he dates end up working for him. That is the most fucking, oh my, that is some sus ass shit. That is not a flex. Yeah, my girlfriends, it's weird. All my girlfriends end up working for me as sex servants. All of them, every last one of them. I have at least 50% of my partners end up being under me in a relationship. And the other 50%, well, you know, we don't hear from them. Whew.
For them to be taken seriously, especially in cases of reporting sexual assault. Tate also claims that he doesn't let his girlfriends leave the house, which again, doesn't really make any of this look consensual. If they really like being with him so much, then how come you have to practically hold these women hostage in your home? And also just what a pathetic excuse for a supposed good boyfriend. What kind of partner puts their significant other in danger like that? Andrew Tate paints himself as this great alpha male, but what kind of man has to survive off of money that their
Hey, thank you for the tier 1 sub, Dilverin. Thank you very much.
Girlfriend makes through webcamming? You fucking cuck. He's so big and so strong that he can't earn it himself. Like, wow, what a boss babe. Now that is
okay. It's actually super funny that she says this, because keep in mind, this guy's a fucking trust fund baby. As in, his dad left him a bunch of casinos. First of all, casinos are like the most like fucking pathetic way to make money. It's literally just tricking people into giving you money and ripping them off with fucking fraudulent games. Gambling is the most fucked up shit in the entire universe. It's trash. I have no respect for fucking gambling. It's fucking trash. But that aside, yeah, this guy has never done fucking anything on his own. He's the biggest beta cuck on the entire planet. The only thing he managed to be able to do on his own was fail at being an MMA guy. So like, yeah, just totally pathetic. Also, any dude that acts like Andrew Tate does, just so you know, the most insecure person on the planet. No one has to front that hard unless they are truly and deeply the most insecure person you can possibly imagine. No one has to front that hard. Yeah, Critical Prole says, been low-key looking into men's fashion and how someone could have such expensive outfits with so little drip as Tate is truly impressive. His outfits are generally like, he has his shirt off and he wears like $800 Ray-Bans. It's the most embarrassing shit I've ever seen in my entire life. And also, like, again, you have to remember, this guy is not like some sort of self-made dude. He's been floating around in like MRA spaces saying misogyny, and there's a bunch of like, severely maladjusted 15-year-olds who think that misogyny is based in red pilled, literally. So that was his like first way of like having relevance online, and now he has just actually made a cult, and he tells people that they'll make lots and lots of money if they just promote him all day, every day. Functional, like they literally have to pay him and then he tells them, okay, well, you'll get rich if you join the Hustlers University and promote me all over the place. It's just unbelievable. Rhodes asks, how much did your tongue split cost? It was, at the end of everything, $600. And it was totally worth it. It is one of my favorite body mods. It is, well, my favorite body mod I've ever had. I love it. I would do it again in a minute. That's it. Yep. Anyway, let's continue. I'll talk about it after.
Unless, of course, maybe, he isn't such a big, strong man to earn it himself. I also doubt that he gave anyone their fair share in these businesses because in various clips, Tate's been heard telling his followers that if his girlfriend were to partake in sex work, he's entitled to a cut of the profits since she belongs to him.
If a woman is going out with a man, she belongs to that man. That's his woman. So she wants to do OnlyFans. She owes him some money because she's his. And the intimate parts of her body belong to him because they're in a relationship. And if she wants to sell those, he...
Do you see what I'm saying about just exuding insecurity? This is a man who is scared at every moment that he is going to get cucked. He is scared at every single fucking moment that he is not good enough. This is the most insecure man who has ever fucking existed. No human with any level of self-respect acts like this.
He has a stake in those intimate parts of her body.
But sure, Tate says he doesn't believe women are his property. He just thinks that they and their bodies belong to him. Like, does he not know what the definition of what property is? Like, he's literally referring to them as property. And hell, he doesn't even do a good job earning his living off of the backs of...
Is this real? Wait, is this real? Who is this guy? Yes, this guy is real. His name is Andrew Tate. He is a alleged international scammer. Alleged, just so you know. And yes, he absolutely got cucked so hard, Hassan didn't even have to try. He was literally, the dude was just cucking himself against Hassan. Like Hassan was just like a wall, and Andrew Tate was freaking out and soy raging at him. It's fucking hilarious. And you know what's great about people like this? You guys remember a couple of months ago how fucking insufferable the like NFT people were? How for like a solid like 6 months, NFT assholes were fucking everywhere and all of them were so fucking smug, and now they're just gone, decimated, and the only people left are the saddest, brokest bag holders you've ever seen in your entire life. We're gonna get to see that with Andrew Tate. You're gonna get to watch that happen fucking live as the bubble bursts and all of the Andrew Tate fans just fucking crumble to the wayside, and you never hear about this motherfucker ever again. It's beautiful. It's the one sure thing is that mathematically alleged pyramid schemes always mathematically implode. They always implode. The bubble is designed to pop. Yep. So the bag holders are gonna get fucked, and we're gonna get to see it fucking live. So that's the one hope in all of this darkness.
These girlfriends or these women, because the brothers have admitted that the women they hire often earn money by telling fake sob stories to their clients. Tristan apparently told the Sunday Mirror that it's all a big scam and no one cares. It's their problem, not mine. Although a lot of sources reporting on this are tabloid, so I understand they're not exactly the most trustworthy, the updates of what's been coming out around Tate's Romanian home are genuine.
Veriatis says, I'll never understand how people see Andrew Tate and go, I'ma be like that. Like the fuck are you on? It's children. It's literal children. It's not, I mean, yes, there are some adults. There are some extremely insecure people who feel like Andrew Tate and also front like him, and they see themselves in him. But the vast majority of the people who are like, I want to be like Andrew Tate are children. They don't know anything about the world, and they see a big, strong guy, and they go, yeah, this is like what society tells me I'm supposed to be. You know, fuck women. Women go back in the kitchen. Make me a sandwich. It's pathetic, but they're children. And that's part of the reason why this shit is so fucked up, because he's literally preying on children. Like, unironically, actually preying on children. Getting children to fucking give him money, getting children to promote his shit, getting children to come to his Romanian secure compound and then disappear.
Genuinely disturbing. When investigators went to their home to rescue the captive women, they uncovered the webcamming business the brothers run. Some of the women living in the home had tattoos that read "owned by Tate," and they referred to the Tate brothers as masters. Oh, and remember that 21-year-old that was seen getting pizza? She was identified as Emma Gabby, and she claimed that Tristan Tate told her that if she left, he would find her and hurt her. Plus, it's not as if she could have easily left on her own free will. This house...
Remember how we were just talking about people using consensual BDSM as a cover for this? As it turns out, people who are in a consensual, even extreme BDSM relationship, they don't flee and then fear for their life because their owner or master in a consensual relationship is going to kill them. That's not a consensual relationship. That is not kink. That is abuse. Understand? There's it's actually relatively easy to tell the difference. The consent is the part that's important. The fucking consent actually matters.
Is full of surveillance cameras, multiple weapons, and a former performance boxer guard standing out front. No charges have been filed against the brothers yet, but that is a big yet attached to the end there. But hey, maybe you like Andrew Tate. Maybe you think that exploiting women and potentially placing them in danger is in fact super manly. In that case, the War Room might be just for you.
Here we go.
The War Room is a club that is, as Danny Gonzalez so eloquently puts it,
kind of just seems like one super long bachelor party for men whose wives have already left them.
The War Room is supposedly a club full of members that have achieved freedom in the world of slavery. It sounds vague as hell because it is. Also, I love how they say the members have achieved freedom, but the picture next to this quote shows a group of men with their faces blurred, dressing and standing the same. Like, yeah, real talented, unique individuals there. So free and so tough having to blur their faces. Now, it costs over £4,000 to join and learn to be an individual.
Bug, I will answer a bunch of questions about my tongue split after this video. So hang around and I'll answer some questions about my tongue split after this video.
That, you know, dresses in an identical suit to the other members. The website doesn't exactly describe what you're paying for either. On his channel Tate Speech, Andrew says that you'll get tips and tricks to earn more money, meeting with other members, and live streams from Tate's visits to the club. So I guess for thousands of dollars you can watch Tate have fun at a club? It sounds like a great investment. I love how the video also has all this epic music under it while members of this club are just sitting around someone's house looking bored while Tate and a few other guys lecture them about God knows what. And that sounds like real beta male shit to me, paying another man to have fun at a club, like just saying. It's also not as if the people Tate hangs out with are great guys either. Have you heard of the names Mike Cernovich and Ollie Alexander? The former helped spark Pizzagate, and the latter was an organizer.
Mike Cernovich. Oh my fucking God. Mike Cernovich, by the way, just so you guys know, Mike Cernovich lives off of alimony payments from his rich ex-wife. That's how he did the things that he did. That's how he ran his career. He sued his ex-wife and got alimony payments, and then he became an internet blogger. All of these people are total fucking front. They just front. They're fucking frauds to a man. Every last one of them is a fucking cuck.
For the January 6th insurrection, known as the Stop the Steal leader. It's not really surprising Tate aligns with these beliefs. He has some extremely right-leaning values too. But I find it ironic that he'd associate with someone so anti-trafficking that they make up conspiracy theories about it, while Tate himself has been accused of trafficking. I tried to find some firsthand experience about the War Room to see if anyone reviewed it.
Rhodes asks, why is it that Mike Cernovich finds his way into every fucking story? He finds his way into every story about right-wing grifters because that's all he does. All he does is live on the internet, post on the internet, and grift right-wingers. That's all he does. That's why he finds his way into every single story about right-wing grifters. Because, you know, they flock together, you know?
And could shed some light as to what it was actually doing. After all, it's supposedly been around since 2018, so they should be pretty established. Blogs that talk about the War Room say that it'll turn you from a worm into a man of genuine means and purpose. But the only way they describe doing this is by linking you up with other successful men from the same club. According to the reviews, this makes it a mix of people who've found success and those that are still on the journey learning from others.
That sounds like a motherfucking cult, doesn't it? Woo, interesting. The war room, it rose us from worms. Andrew Tate rose us from worms into successful men. And there's a clear delineation within the group of rich people who are already rich and suckers who want to be rich. Whew.
Truthfully, I don't give a shit if Tate wants to make a big expensive club for him and his loyal friends and followers. It sure as hell seems scammy to me, but it's not even half as scammy as the MLM he has attached to it. Something called Hustlers University. And that's right, boss babes and hunbots, we've got a rare male MLM on the table. For the low price of just $50 a month, you can buy, and drumroll please here, access to the Discord server. And no, I'm not kidding. It's like Tate's more expensive, less reputable version of Skillshare on a Discord server. In this beautiful, lovely Discord server, you can learn about stocks, crypto, freelancing, and even copywriting. Tate has
You can learn nothing from a bunch of frauds who are all bag holders. That's what you can do. You can mill about in sad rooms of depressed people who are only getting poorer by the minute.
There's a few professors he's hired to tell you about each one, but those that have actually tested their advice have been disappointed. One financial YouTuber, Sean Solano, took the professor's advice for a few days and found that they lost 88% of the money that he put in.
88% losses. Woo! Damn, that's some fucking 88% in the fucking red. Woo!
With a single call. Whereas when he did his own thing, Solano was up by about 40% within the same time frame. He concludes his video by saying that even though some of the beginner terminology and advice makes sense, if you follow these professors, you'll likely walk away with nothing. Whether you think of this like a Mary Kay or It Works for Insecure Lost Men, a load of crap, or genuine legit advice about stocks and crypto, though few seem to fall into that latter camp, it doesn't really make a difference for Tate. The main point certainly seems to be about just giving him money. Since it was founded in 2021, allegedly over 60,000 people have joined, meaning he gets over $3 million per month from their monthly subscription costs. Although I do need to note that that number is actually currently estimated to sit.
Want to know what's wild too? You know what's really wild? You can never verify any of his claims because, he does business in a country where there's no chance he'll ever be prosecuted, and so he can hide. There's no paper trail. Motherfucker could just be making every single bit of it up, including the membership. Whew.
At around 100,000, giving him closer to $5 million a month. But don't you worry, boss babes, you can get a piece of that pie too. Because if you join now, you can get an affiliate link. And from there, if you sign people up, you'll get a commission too. And seeing as there's no actual product aside from giving members advice, I actually fail to see how this is anything but a pyramid scheme.
Ah, interesting. So if you join and then you recruit other people, you get a percentage of their gains, and then you mean like you got to get people underneath you, and then those people get people underneath them, and it makes a structure that looks something like this? That's interesting.
And in fact, it's pretty damn close to the exact definition. It's no wonder that people are calling it an MLM for lost men, because it feels like you must have hit a new low to take this guy seriously.
I get called Morpheus all the time in my DMs.
Of course, Tate promotes Hustlers University as a way that you can make money and eventually join War Room. So if you pay for random advice from internet strangers long enough, then you can pay thousands for random advice from real life strangers. What's not to love, right? Well, aside from his incredibly unclear and sketchy business, Andrew is the last person someone should go to for financial advice in any way. Tate doesn't make his money honestly or legitimately, and he's actually proud of that. He's told the world that he owns casinos in Romania, and in 2020, he refused to shut down because of COVID. He bribed everyone from the police force to parliament, saying that everyone needed to stay open.
So I was open for like the first month with bribes.
But the bribes kept coming and getting more expensive, so eventually he shut his doors. One of his casinos was doing all right for itself before lockdown because he was competing with another casino and Starbucks nearby. According to Tate, his casino would offer free coffee to lure people in with the premise of,
why would you go pay $5 for coffee? You can come get free coffee with me. Gamble your $5, you might get lucky.
This isn't a bad idea from the perspective of a casino owner, truly. But running his business during a pandemic that he doesn't believe exists, grossly overpricing advice from—
Oh yeah, I forgot, he's a COVID denier. He literally believes that the vaccines are like putting chips in you. He's like a complete COVID denier. It's fucking wild.
strangers on the internet and creating a pyramid scheme, I think I'd rather go with a financial planner. Thanks though. But speaking about earning an honest living, I'm gonna go ahead and place today's sponsors right here. I know it seems a little kind of clunky, but I promise you it's not, because unlike Tate, I don't have to lock women in a basement or in a house in order to make money for me and my team. So with that being said, here's a quick little moment, take a little break, take a refresh, whatever you need, and then we're gonna jump right back into how much of a joke Andrew Tate actually is. It's time to begin gearing up for a busy fall season with HelloFresh. And that's because with HelloFresh, you can choose over 55 weekly options to take the stress out of meal planning and prepping. From family-friendly to fit and wholesome and even vegetarian.
See, look. See, don't you appreciate that I don't make you listen to HelloFresh ads or Skillshare or Surfshark or NordVPN or Raid Shadow Legends? Don't you appreciate that this show is 100% viewer supported? So if you like the show, you give me a little money and I keep making the show and I live a decent life, and then I keep making more show and I make the room look nicer and I upgrade my audio and stuff like that. Isn't it so much better than having to sit through a fucking ton of ads? And I don't even sell you, I don't even tell you that I'm the savior, that I'm Christ reborn, that I am the demon savior of the future, that I will usher in a utopian age, even though it may or may not be true that I am a God made flesh. You know, I don't use that as a sales point, is what I'm saying. Well, I mean, you know. I've told you that 2 times this week. Listen. Well, I'm hoping I never have to do ads like that. I prefer the viewer-supported model. I hate doing fucking promoted shit. Guys, I don't know if you know this, but I have a big distaste for advertising. I know it's surprising. Somebody like me, I have a big distaste for advertising. I fucking hate it. But, you know. Anyway, there you go. Let's continue the video. I skipped the ads. Sorry, no offense, but I don't really care to see another HelloFresh ad. Yo, whoa, look at that. Hallowed Or, thank you so fucking much for the $50. Incredibly generous. Whatever you're selling, I'll take 10. Bam, 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 bam. There's fucking 10 for you. Thank you very much. And Reza Sutra, thank you very much for the tier 1 sub. Deeply appreciate your support. You all literally make it worth coming on here to do my stream every day. What can I say? Yeah, look, I'm not 100% against all advertisements. Obviously, I do think, like, if you believe in a product and you do an advertisement for it, that's fucking fine. I do reviews of games that I like. I do reviews of shit that I like all the time. Let's just be real. We're inundated with fucking ads all the time, and they're annoying. It's fucking annoying to constantly be having people trying to sell you something at every fucking moment of every day. That's why, you know, I do a few little subscribe. You know, if you like my show, like it, subscribe, and that's about it. That's about all I do. You know? Anyway, let's continue. Oh, no.
Upstart.com/MLM. Now look, Andrew Tate is a joke. Tate may think he's special, but the only thing he really is a special snowflake. He has the stereotypical traits of toxic masculinity, motivational speakers, and con man masquerading as entrepreneurs, all wrapped into one little cute, pathetic package. If he didn't—
Literally true, though. Genuinely true. It's this, like I said, this guy's fucking sadder than Ty Lopez. I would take another year of Ty Lopez than this motherfucker. This guy's, it's so blatant. Anybody who's not a 14-year-old sees how fucking insecure this motherfucker is. It's just ridiculous.
Have such a massive following and hadn't genuinely harmed people, he might be a funny joke, someone to laugh at. Instead, he's just a bit sick and twisted. Still, Tate's been making the rounds on Twitch lately, promoting Hustlers University. One of the most well-known of these streams is with Aiden Ross, which got hundreds of thousands of live viewers. Throughout the whole thing, Aiden seems to cling to Tate's every word, promoting him as an authority figure to his impressionable audience. On the other hand, he's also been debating well-known—
Aiden Ross is also a member of the Hustlers University.
streamers like Hassan. Whether or not you actually agree with Hassan.
Wait, why did I make the sound with my mouth when I can just do? I forgot about my own soundboard.
Some good points have been levied against Tate, like how he completely and utterly denies reality for his own anecdotal experiences. A good example here is that Tate says that women are terrible drivers, but when confronted with hard evidence that says that men are actually statistically worse, he just digs his heels in and just insists that in his own life, it's the opposite.
Oh, we reacted to this live the other day. Don't worry, that segment will be going up soon, so you'll be able to see my live reaction, or you can go catch the VODs.
Now, perhaps that's true. That could be the reality for Tate specifically. But that doesn't mean the evidence and studies that say otherwise are lying either. While I'm glad that people are finally speaking out against him, myself included, he's still getting more and more signups with every single online debate he does. According to Tate, that sometimes amounts to as many as 3,000 to 4,000 people each substantial live stream. As he gains notoriety and students under Hustlers University, he's gaining more influence and finding more people that believe in the garbage he's spewing. So,
for now,
what exactly is this garbage that he's spewing exactly? Let's take a look, shall we? In one of his videos about women that are baffled by cheating, he says that unless you obey your man and quote, suck dick on demand, then you shouldn't be confused as to why your man cheated. In all cheating scenarios, 100% of the time, it's always on the female, he says. He also refers to women as bimbos in this video too, so, that's great. The truth is, I don't know who hurt this sad little man, but he has such an unhealthy level of sexism and toxicity that he's essentially become an idol within the incel community. I'd go ahead and confidently say that that's not a good look, but it's how he makes his money, exploiting women and taking advantage of the men that worship him. In another strange, loud, and self-congratulatory rant, Tate tells his subscribers that only women should cook, and if you're broke, the last thing you should do is spend time cooking. You're broke, you're fucking poor, he shouts, insisting that in the time you spend cutting onions, you should be learning a new skill to be rich. And I don't know what skill he's talking about, maybe.
By the way, again, remember, this guy inherited casinos from his fucking dad. This guy's never worked a day in his fucking life. And by that, I mean, he probably did actually work kind of hard for when he was an MMA fighter, but not exactly an intellectual titan here, okay? Not exactly the king of self-made shit. Dude inherits a bunch of money and then calls himself a god for it.
A skill like kickboxing or piano, I mean, his logic is so flawed here that I almost feel stupid for arguing against it because it's nonsensical. It seems like he's trying to purposely not understand. Like, Andrew knows that cooking meals at home can be more cost-effective, right? That people have to feed their families and themselves, right? Or does he not understand that? Does he not understand that cooking is a skill in of itself and it can be a very monetizable and profitable one too? Plus, it doesn't necessarily take that long, and some people also find it relaxing to end the day rather than, shouting at a video camera for 6 minutes about how poor people shouldn't cook. Like, it's asinine. His arguments are crazy. Your time needs to be dedicated to world conquest. There's no time to prepare food. You can order food cheaply and healthily. You can order a bag of rotisserie chicken and salad for like $4. Or the other option, according to Tate, is to instruct a female to provide sustenance. And just, how weird is that? Like seeing someone preparing a meal, just shout the line, your time needs to be dedicated to world conquest. Like, does he hear himself? I know he doesn't, but I do. Like,
if you can't cook yourself a fucking meal, you are like, I don't know. The state of the world is so fucking dire. It's so fucking dire that this is what passes as like a masculine guy. Like the most insecure cucked loser who's literally just taken advantage of Google hashtags to be able to make himself relevant. The most cucked individual you could possibly imagine. Oh, it's so fucking sad. It is an indictment of the entire history of humanity that we've ended up at this point. Truly.
It's ludicrous. So, like, it's kid movie supervillain-esque. It's laughable. But don't worry, females, we're allowed to cook. I guess we're not supposed to be worried about world domination or whatever, but all right. But as per usual, there's always more. Tate also believes that there's no point in talking to women unless you're going to have sex with them, that therapy is inaction and ruins a person, that therapists don't want their patients to get better, and of course, he's cool pushing his dogs around by their neck on camera when they're clearly asking for pets. I'd go ahead and say it's pretty obvious that Tate needs some serious therapy.
That clip right there just says that shows everything you ever needed to know about this guy.
Don't want their patients to get better, and of course, he's cool pushing his dogs around by their neck on camera.
Thank you, Mortimer. Yeah, but by the way, that right there, that shows you everything you need to know about him. Right there.
When they're clearly asking for pets. I'd go ahead and say it's pretty obvious that Tate needs some serious therapy, but he just doesn't believe in it and thinks depression isn't real, it's just a state of mind, so I guess there's really no point in helping this loser anyway. He even argues therapy itself is detrimental and killed Robin Williams, which is extremely insulting and dense, and I just don't even have the time to unpack that, honestly. Like, you can unpack that one in your spare time. He's even taunted a comic book artist, Rosenberg, because his son needed surgery for cerebral palsy. Rosenberg set up a GoFundMe, and Tate asked him, quote, "Do you feel like a failure that the amount you need to help your own son is less than a quarter than I spent on one of my 5 cars? I will help you, if you ask. It's nothing to me. Your
the good news is this motherfucker is rapidly firing towards the grave, just so you know. A dude like this, not only does a guy like this make a lot of enemies, not only does a guy like this live genuinely unhealthily, not only is a guy like this so paranoid that he's likely to drive himself to his own destruction, but let's be real. When the bubble pops and he no longer has any money, how long do you think his positivity, masculinity mindset is going to keep him afloat? Once that money fucking evaporates, once his scam breaks down and he has no marketable skills, once he fades into obscurity, how long do you think it'll be before the shell cracks?
comic books have failed, but I am a success. Ask nicely and I'll save your son." And just look how manly and impressive he is, making fun of the parent of a sick child. You know, when I think of super manly men, I actually think of people that bully parents with sick children. Like, how did he know? How did he know? Like, Tate, my dude, you say that wasting your time cooking a meal is stupid, but you've got time to pull this kind of shit? Are you just so pathetic that you have to demand parents of—
No, fucking posting is for real men. Real men post on the internet. Real men lose their shit over everything and freak out and scream and cry and shit themselves and real men post. Real men work towards world domination by typing up the hottest tweets you've ever seen, the hottest YouTube comments you've ever fucking seen. I have Reddit gold. I get Reddit gold.
Sick kids to grovel to you? Like, wow, my panties are so moist right now just watching you demean a parent with a sick child. Wow, like what's next? Are you gonna start visiting hospice patients too? Are you gonna go ahead and tell them that it's actually their fault for being there? Like, wow, that's so manly. You know, maybe next you could go to a homeless shelter and tell the people that if they beg hard enough, you'll put them up in a hotel. Wow. This at least certainly seems like his idea of fun. But here's the real question after all of this. Is there anything redeeming about Andrew Tate? Well, let's see. He's beaten women and consistently refers to them in a dehumanizing manner in just about every context possible, claiming to own them and even branding them in some cases. He earns money dishonestly and knowingly takes advantage of the women and fans around him. His luxury vehicles and houses are largely attained with their hard labor, not his. For all Andrew's talk about how important it is to be a high-quality person and assign value to people based on looks and wealth, I consider him to be as low quality as possible, and also kind of a cuck. Can we, as a species, return this one somehow, please? But with all of that being said, that is where I'm going to end today's episode of Multi-Level Mondays. I can't really hope you enjoyed—
All right, everybody. That was the Illuminati breakdown of the function and the history of Andrew Tate. And I thought it was pretty good. Channel, again, is Illuminati. I'll post the link right now. If anybody wants to go watch the video, share it around. If you have friends who are into Andrew Tate, there's the link. Channel is Illuminati. There's the link for you if you want to share that around. Throw your likes towards them. Obviously, 1.4 million subscribers, not hurting, not hurting. So, but throw some support, you know? Seriously. It's a good fucking video. Fillion has a fantastic video on Andrew Tate as well. Oh, that's interesting. I'll have to take a look at that. But actually, what I wanted to do is I wanted to show you guys exactly what I was fucking talking about with the Andrew Tate shit.
O sea, les pido dejen el
Oh,
TikTok
shut
para
up.
los adolescentes.
Oh, shut up. I fucking hate TikTok autoplay. Okay, ready? Watch this. You guys ready? Watch this shit, okay? Watch. I can show it to you live. Here, I'm gonna move this thing. Okay, ready? If you search Andrew Tate, here, actually, I can zoom in here. Can't I? It's off. Ah, god damn it. Here you go. Ready? This is what I was talking about. If you search Andrew Tate on TikTok, look, it's a bunch of fucking clone accounts. It's 1 million people who have been told to put their name as Andrew Tate, to put pictures of Andrew Tate in their as their AVI, and then if you click on the accounts, you see, first of all, this is an account with less than 2,000 followers. Oh, oops, you can't see it. Hold on, I gotta move this. Here you go. If you take a look over here, this was just a random account. Less than 2,000 followers. Cobra Tate, multi-millionaire, 4X world champion, HU2 added bonus version. And then, what's this? It's a fucking affiliate link. All of these are fucking SEO farm accounts that are made by the bag holders at Hustlers University, by the people who are being manipulated by Hustlers University. Let's go. Let's check another one. Ready? Andrew Tate. Let's check another one. Ooh, here we go. Andrew Tate himself. Manifest Wealth. Wow, this one has a whopping 40,000 followers. Unblock your money chakra. Start manifesting today. Manifest wealth at gumroad.com. And what we have here is just a bunch of random Andrew Tate clips. Here we go. Here's Andrew Tate donates to homeless dancing boy. You guys want to watch this one? Wow, this seems sick.
Hey, wait, no, let's go. He's the king. This guy is a G.
Wow. Here we go. Let's do another one. Let's take another look at the high quality videos being put out by this incredibly genuine and real account. Okay, ready? Here we go.
I used to talk with my brother about it all the time. I was like, bro, we're doing something wrong. Something doesn't add up. My brother used to call me crazy. He said, what are you talking about? The Matrix, we're inside the system. We need to escape. And now I managed to find a way out. So I always knew it existed. I was always looking for it. I used to talk with my brother about it all the time. I was like,
wow, so based, so real.
Mania where I live I'm unhappy with, I would just leave. So once you escape the Matrix and you try and find a way to get your wealth outside of the system, then you can exist geographically anywhere. And once you can do that, then laws don't really apply to you. Like, I don't have to be a law breaker. I'll just go somewhere else. If you look at the billionaires and stuff, they're trying to do the same thing. They don't own anything. They have a share in a company which owns a shell company in the Cayman Islands, which owns this subsidiary of a company in Dubai, which owns a boat they can use. Yeah. It's that. It's the Aikido. It's the same thing. Get out of the Matrix.
There you go. Promoting more of the Hustlers University. Just talking. What a brave man. You know, he just runs whenever there's an inconvenient law. He runs away so he can keep doing his pathetic bullshit somewhere else. Fucking incredible. Oh yeah, here we go.
Don't make yourself valuable, you have no value. You have to get up and do it. Just like a video game, you start with fucking zero. You have to decide if you want to complete it, you have to upgrade your character. So I find it amazing that men are going to play video games and fuck about and waste their time instead of upgrading their character. Everyone knows what to do. You know what you have to do. You know you're supposed to go to the gym. You know you're supposed to train, learn how to fight. You know all these things.
What?
Every single man watching this.
Yeah, that's super helpful. Going to the gym and learning how to fight, super helpful for every single man who's currently on the rocks. That's the one thing, the one skill, knowing how to fight at a gym, knowing how to kickbox is definitely going to solve all of your problems. Let's check out another Andrew Tate account, shall we? Let's just look. I want to see. Look. Oh, here we go. Here's Andrew Tate I. Let's check it out. Oh, wait. No, wait. Well, here's the official one, guys. Hold on a second. I found the official. Here it is. Andrew Tate Live 1. Andrew Tate Official. Oh my God. Wow, this one has a whopping 209,000 followers with 8.3 million likes. Oh, wait a second. There's no content on here. Oh, that's a bit weird, isn't it? Huh. Yeah, that's a little weird. Okay, well, let's try another one of the Andrew Tate accounts. Let's see. Maybe Andrew Tate the Top G. Maybe this will be the real one. Oh, this one's got 11.9 thousand followers and a whopping 2 videos. That's interesting. Well, let's take a look.
Some people said they like it, some people said they don't like it, and I said, well, what color is your brigade? Oh, fuck off then. You like the color? Yeah, I had mixed reviews on the color. Some people said they like it, some people said they don't like it, and I said, well, what color is your brigade?
Why does he say it like, why does he say Burgatti? Not even British people say Burgatti. It's Bugatti. Not even, like...
Carry the name Tate. If my son is a nerd, one of us has to die, him or me, and I'll challenge him to Mortal Kombat. Jesus Christ. Too busy buying NFTs and saying, oh, I made a little bit of money and have skinny little arms and go to crypto convention and be dorks. I will not have nerds as children. I refuse to have a nerd carry the name Tate. If my son is a nerd, one of us has to die, him or me, and I'll challenge him to Mortal.
I don't think this guy is like, I don't think this guy has ever looked in a mirror. This is the most egghead motherfucker I've ever seen. He hates NFTs because they're competing with him. That's why he hates NFTs. He hates NFTs because they compete with him for scamability. Let's look at how many there are. Can we see all results? Holy shit. Ready? You guys ready to take a look at this? Here we go. This is the moment. This is the moment where we get to see all of the fucking scams. You guys ready? Watch. Here we go. Tate Terrific. No bio. Tate Hustless. 18 modern wealth methods, daily life-changing advice. Join before our doors close. Best Tate clips not run by Tate, spreading the truth. Tate sermon. Tate Andrew. Tate's top poster. Follow if it's a W. Tate fan page. Tate Realty. Tate Reality. Approved fan page business. Mindset Humor HU. Register today with a link to their affiliate. Take over the world. Millionaire mentor. Learn how to get rich. Another affiliate link. HU2 student. Join H2 with a affiliate link. Tate fan account approved and ran for Andrew Tate. Hustlers University. HU affiliate link. Tate fan page. Stop wasting your time. Join Hustlers University. Affiliate link. I teach the deserving how to be rich at cobratate.com. Do you want it or not? This one links directly to his webpage. Andrew Tate Official. This is the account with no videos on it. Fan page, escape the rat race. Join HU before it closes soon. Do you think they might be predicting the end of the bubble? Oh, it's gonna close soon. Get in quick. There's another link to the affiliate page. 100 million plus net worth, over 100,000 students. Join before our doors close. Link to an affiliate link. Click the link below and sign up for Hustlers University. Another affiliate link. Watch our YouTube Tate videos and get money. Affiliate link. Join before you're stuck in the simulation. Hustlers University 2.0. I'm gonna guess there's an affiliate link after this. Top G, 100 million net worth, ready to learn how. I'll see you inside. Affiliate link. Life advice from the Top G. Level up your life by joining HU2. Another fucking affiliate link. Don't be a brokey, be a king in a world of peasants. Follow to become a Top G. No affiliate link there, but there may be one. Number 1 Tate fan page approved and ran for Andrew Tate. Join Tate University affiliate page. Tate lessons on life and money. 4X kickboxing world champion motivation growth. Andrew Tate real estate. I don't know what this one is. I have conquered the internet. Mr. Trillionaire Tate. Welcome to Hustlers University, teaching modern wealth creation. Stay tuned. Promoting the university. Posting the legacy of Tate's, posting daily, inspiring others. Line goes up. Escape the matrix, change your life. DM me or check in bio on Instagram to get started. This is a link to an affiliate. 9 figures, 4 times world champion kickboxer. I'll teach you how to get rich with a link to the affiliates. 200 million plus net worth, world-class kickboxer. Learn the way to wealth, pointing down to an affiliate link. Top G Hustlers University with an affiliate link. Fan account ran and approved by Andrew Tate. Join Hustlers University with a link to the affiliate link. So Are you getting the picture yet? Are you getting the picture how this is manufactured? How this is a gigantic alleged scam? Come on, let's be real. Come on. Also, there's no evidence that he's a 4-time world champion kickboxer. I'm guessing it's because of some sort of weird, I don't know anything. It doesn't fucking matter. None of his claims fucking matter. I would love to know. Let's see. Let's find out. Let's find out. Interesting. Oh, it's interesting to go to his Wikipedia page, by the way. Tate has said on a now-deleted video posted to his YouTube channel that it is easier to get off on rape charges in Eastern Europe, and that it's probably 40% of the reason he moved to Romania. Yeah, that dude's definitely in some BDSM kink relationships for sure. Wait a second. Wait a minute. His professional mixed martial arts record, he won 1 win. He has 1 recorded win. Amateur, 1 win. This guy is a total fraud. All the way through. He only has 2 fucking recorded wins. Bruh. That was it. Yeah, that was in 2010. Apparently a U.S. State Department spokesperson has referred to the reported abduction. Holy shit. Whoa, wait, that's an ongoing investigation. That investigation is ongoing as of April 2022. Holy shit. This dude is, oh, this is coming to the end. Oh, look at this. Look at this. Holy shit. Thank you for sending me this, Gay Fish. Take a look at this. Hustlers University 2.0 will increase price from $49 to $99 very soon. Join before it's too late. Bruh. It's coming. We're gonna see it. This was today. He tweeted this today. Oh, the rug pull is coming. It's fucking coming. Get ready. Get fucking ready. The Tate verse is going down. Oh my God. Holy shit. By the way, just so you know, this is also a fraud account. Andrew Tate is the man I look up to. Top G, HU2 run. Don't take advice from people who don't live a life you desire. Read the 49th law of power. Read a lot less, do a lot more. Here, link, affiliate link, you have the chance to be more. Bruh, this dude, this is the most blatantly obvious scam I've ever seen in my entire life. By the way, look at the recommended follows. All of the recommended follows are other fucking scam accounts. They're other fucking accounts pushing their affiliate links. Bro. The Man Maker. Follow me to learn how the female brain works, what motivates them and why they do what they do. Discipline, dating, mind games. Bruh. It's so bad. This is so sad. It's actually incredible. It's actually incredible how fast we're seeing the scams fucking blow up. Oh, this dude's gonna get nailed so hard. Oh. You know what's sad? We probably won't even, well, actually, this is probably a good thing. But when he finally gets nailed once and for all, we're not gonna remember who he is. Like, when he truly gets nailed. I'm not talking about when his scam is over and he pulls the rug and he gets away with some cash. But I mean, listen, think about it. His casinos have closed down. He has an ongoing abduction case that the U.S. State Department has commented on, and the dude is almost assuredly dodging taxes. He's almost assuredly doing things that are illegal here in the U.S. despite doing business here in the U.S., and he has potentially hundreds of women that he's victimized, all of them probably have some level of grudge against him. Unfortunately, when he truly gets nailed, we will have probably all forgotten about him. And you know what? I'm actually okay with that. But you know, maybe it'll happen sooner than we think. Maybe it'll happen next week. Wouldn't that be interesting? Yeah, he said that he had at least 75 women working for his former. He had over 75 women working for his former pimping operation. He had a bunch of women who were making money for him on OnlyFans, and he was taking a percentage. And when he had a disagreement with them, he would freak out and break their shit. So yeah, pretty bad. Pretty fucking bad. Yeah, this dude is like the god of cringe, and it's fucking pathetic. Oh, thank you, MX Rainbow Goth. How hilarious would it be that a Hassan fan who just so happens to be like a cop or something looked into this and was like, yeah, I know, I didn't know who this guy was, but God, does he send out red flags? Realistically, though, well, that's the thing, Yasmin. Yasmin, like, on his Wikipedia page is a citation to the U.S. State Department referencing the abduction case he's currently under investigation for. So the feds definitely already know about him. Yikes. Yeah, I think this guy. I think this guy's time is coming soon. Got to get all that money before he has to run away again. As we all know, real men run away. Yes, he is in Romania because he's fleeing charges, but currently Romania has an open investigation and the U.S. State Department is aware of it because one of the people involved was a U.S. citizen. Yeah, I think he's fucked. All right. Enough of the Andrew Tate. We've had fun. We've had making fun of Andrew Tate. I've proven to you exactly what I was talking about. We went through and we saw for ourselves with our own eyes the SEO bullshit scam that this motherfucker is running on the internet. And we're going to get to watch as the rug gets pulled and all of his stupid, insufferable, loser follower fans get screwed and he hurts a bunch of people. But before the end of today's stream, even though we have gone for 6 hours and 10 minutes so far, a whopping 6-hour stream, right? 6 hours? Am I misreading? 6 hours and 10 minutes today of content. I have one more gift for all of you before my stream is over. And you know what that is? We're gonna react to motherfucking John Doyle. That's motherfucking right. We're doing a John Doyle react because it's been way too long and I hear this motherfucker has been mauling like a fucking pig. And we're gonna find out. So let's find out. John Doyle. Let's find out what John Doyle is up to. All right, everybody. So here we go. We got a couple of options. We got the unpopular but correct take on Ukraine and Russia, which has 300,000 views from 4 months ago. We have the erased truth about MLK. Ooh, we have a Beauty and the Beast rant. Oh, come on. That sounds so good. Oh, no. Oh, we have a They Lied to You. Exposing the, they lied. Look what they took from you. Oh, we got to do this one, right? It's got to be this one. We have to, oh, look at this. Exposing the suppressed truth about individualism and collectivism. And it's him saying, look what they took from you, to a 50s ad. Oh my God.
Everybody knows.
Okay, all right. Before we listen to this video, though, it's time for us to do, every single time we listen to John Doyle, every single time we listen to John Doyle, we have to listen for whether or not he has yet learned to drink some fucking water. Because every time we listen to John Doyle, this guy has the driest mouth, and you can literally hear the dryness of his mouth, his lips and tongue sticking to each other on the microphone. So, let us guess. Ready? We're gonna do a little poll here, everybody. Will John Doyle have dry mouth again? Yes or no? All right, everybody, vote and let's find out. I have a feeling we know where our money is. Okay? We haven't heard him yet. We don't know if he has a dry mouth, but we are going to find out. Is John Doyle a cringe anti-leftist? John Doyle is a Nazi. Just like a Nazi. He's a Nazi. There's like no ifs, ands, or buts about it. This guy does Nazi propaganda all the time. So, yeah. And he's really funny because despite being like extremely promoted by the alt-right and all this shit, he's really fallen off, and his video quality has gone way down, and his frequency of posting has gone way down, and actually, honestly, it just kind of seems like he's losing steam. His videos have gotten lower and lower effort, and also more and more Nazi. So it's been very interesting. We've been following him for a while. All right, so we know everybody thinks his mouth is going to be dry. Let's fucking find out. Oh wait, we can't do it like this. We have to do this cringe shit because otherwise you won't be able to see his face. This video is from almost a year ago. Oh, what? Why was it on the uploads? Wait a minute, did we watch this one already? Oh, oh my God, he just hasn't uploaded in that long. Oh, he just never posts anymore. Holy shit, the Beauty and the Beast, I know for a fact we haven't watched this one. Wait, oh, we did watch this one. Oh my God, we did fucking watch this one. Wait, did we? I don't remember this. Is he alive? Did he die in Russia? Yeah, this is the individualism is when 50s ad. This is look at what they stole from you! All right, let's do the fucking Beauty and the Beast. All right. This one was in the last 7 months. I know that we haven't done John Doyle in the last 7 months, so we have not seen this one, okay? I know we haven't seen this one. I know for a fact we haven't, okay? Let's fucking watch it, all right? This is the last fun bonus of the day, as promised. By the way, if this is your first time watching the Demon Mama fucking show, please subscribe. We would love to have you. We've been having a motherfucking blast. You've seen it. The chat's been flying. Everybody, it's been fucking hilarious. Chat's been flying. I already said that. And it's been awesome. So please subscribe. Like my stream if you haven't already. Man, this is really fucking sloppy. You know what it is? Look, before we get into this, I'm sorry if my promos have been a little sloppy today. It's just, we watched Alex Jones literally like shake down his audience by saying that the government was gonna come for people who didn't donate to his show. Then we watched Andrew Tate literally scamming children out of money and imprisoning women in his basement. And like, I don't know. Like, I just don't have the oomph to do self-promotion after that kind of shit, you know? Like, it really brought down the mood. You know? Doesn't it just kind of make everything a little bit of a bummer? All right, everyone. All right, I'm going to try and get the energy, okay? Hold on. Whew, whew. All right, here we go. Everybody, we are about to watch a fucking incredible... Wait, I can't say fuck in the first 30 seconds of a segment. God damn it. This sucks. All right, here we go. All right, everybody, we're watching some John Doyle. If you're here and having a good time, press the subscribe button, press like. We have been having a wild day. And for those of you who are watching later on YouTube, we already did a live vote in the chat, betting on whether or not John Doyle would have his mouth moisturized. Now, you might be like, well, that's a little bit of a weird thing to vote on. But see, we've watched a lot of John Doyle, and in every single John Doyle video, his mouth is very dry, and you can literally hear it in the microphone. He has a cup on his desk in every single video, but he never takes a drink from it. And we always give him a chance before every video that we review to find out if he's actually moisturized his lips and tongue, or if we're going to be listening to him gasping for air like a fish. And so far, we don't know. We haven't watched this video yet, so we're going to find out if he's properly moisturized or not. And if you think we're being a little mean, don't feel too bad, because this guy is unironically a crypto-Nazi. And when I say crypto-Nazi, I mean he espouses Nazi positions, but he never actually calls himself a Nazi, even though he makes a lot of wink-wink, nudge-nudge jokes when he thinks people aren't looking. Anyway, John Doyle's been on a bit of a downturn lately. I think he might be feeling a little sad about the direction of things. Maybe he burned himself out. But we're gonna watch him get very mad about Beauty and the Beast, or something like that. He wrote a video here which is called "Why Beauty and the Beast is Implicitly Right Wing." So I don't know. We're gonna give him a chance, and we're gonna find out if he fucking moistened his goddamn lips yet. So well, without any further ado, let's check it out.
Point or another, you've probably seen the popular animated Disney film Beauty and the Beast, which was released about 30 years ago to tremendous praise from critics and audiences alike. And
you can literally already hear his fucking lips and tongue sticking. Instantly. 8 seconds in and he's already tried out. Does he have like a salival condition? There's a cup right there, dude. Also, soying out within eight seconds is not a good look. Yeah, this is like straight up, this is the soil right here. This is the famous John Doyle soy face.
I'm not going to waste your time with a summary of the film because you've probably already seen it by now. And if not, you're definitely going to want to watch it after we get done, because I am going to provide to you today a proper understanding of that story. And the first thing to kind of keep in mind before we get started is that how much time we spend with each of the characters, which perspectives we see them from, what we see them doing, what we don't see them doing, all of these things affect our perception of the story, who we sympathize with, who we're rooting for, etc. And Beauty and the Beast utilizes this quite well in order to push a radically feminist and destructive agenda that attacks masculinity, it attacks order, civilized society, strength, among many other things. There really just are so many important themes in this film that we have to discuss. And I get to do my favorite thing ever, which is overanalyze something in a way that is in accordance with my worldview. So it's going to be a lot of fun. Do stay tuned.
Keep in mind that this is what they always make fun of, like lefty SJWs. They're always like, you watch cartoons and analyze them, and then they do the exact same thing, but he pretends to be a macho man while doing it. That's his sister, by the way.
John Doyle in. Heck off, commie.
Hello there, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to Heck Off Commie. This will be the final video of the year, so Merry Christmas and a Happy New Year to you all. My birthday's on the 22nd, so remember, you have to be nice to me, but we've got big plans in store for 2022, but I figured that this would be a good note to end the year on because it does outline a very practical political ideology for us going forward, which of course is neo-Gastonism. And that's why it's
gonna be very, this is gonna be very, very, very good.
been my Instagram bio for the last few months, and people are Googling it like, what's a neo-Gastonist? Well, it's you, after you watch the video at least. So the background of this is, I think it was last spring around Easter, I was with a young lady, and she wanted to watch a Disney movie, and so I'm like, all right, we'll pick one, we can watch it. So she's scrolling, and she's like, well, how about Beauty and the Beast? And, I had seen this a couple
I'm sorry, but it's very weird to refer to a girl that you're Netflix and chilling with as a young lady, and then when you do an impression of her, you make her sound like a toddler. Okay? I'm really sorry, but if you go, I was on a date with a young lady, and she was like, goo goo gaga. What the fuck is this shit? Fuck, oh my god, they make it so easy. Like, I'm not kidding you, right? Like, he did like a child voice.
Around Easter, I was with a young lady, and she wanted to watch a Disney movie, and so I'm like, all right, we'll pick one, we can watch it. So she's scrolling, and she's like, well, how about Beauty and the Beast? And,
That's not what a woman his age sounds like. How about Beauty and the Beast? How about Beauty and the Beast? What the fuck? This is fucking weird.
I'd seen this a couple times back in my youth, and so I liked it well enough. And
Back in your youth? Wait, hold on. Am I misguessing John Doyle's age? How old is he? He's 22. Is that real? Yeah, he's 22. What do you mean what do you fucking mean your youth, you idiot?
so I was like, yeah, that's fine. So we're watching it. And then about 5 minutes into the film, the purported villain of the film appears on screen, Gaston. And keep in mind, I'm like tired, I'm falling asleep. I don't really even want to be watching this movie, so, But Gaston comes on screen and he immediately takes Belle's book from her and tells her that women shouldn't be reading books because then they might get ideas in their head. That woke me. I was like, for the rest of the movie, on the edge of my seat, just in awe, watching how based.
Do you see what I mean? Do you see what I mean about him not being, like, even remotely funny? Also, notice that he's doing, like, the same basic, like, just saying misogyny, and that's supposed to be funny in and of itself. Okay.
Gaston is and how implicitly right-wing this whole story is. And this girl, she had to witness the most eccentric, not autistic, eccentric behavior that she'd probably ever seen in her life. Like, she just wanted to watch a Disney movie, and I'm like over here taking notes on my phone, like connecting all of the themes to these really esoteric references and interpretations. And so, yeah, this is from where I formulated the political ideology of neo-Gastonism. And it's important to remember that what we talked about in the beginning, how even with stories, our perceptions of them are often forced in order to manipulate certain outcomes.
This is what we call irony poisoning. He's simultaneously trying to be funny while unironically simping for an abusive misogynist. Yes, that is how these people do things. It makes the videos nearly unwatchable because no one, even his fans and himself, have any idea what's supposed to be serious and what's supposed to be a joke. Which, I mean, which is why you get fucking like ratios like this. 215 views with 16K likes. Oof.
Outcomes that might influence our future perceptions or decisions. So anyone who watches this film will easily identify Gaston as the antagonist. And this is done intentionally because the messaging of this film is actually deeply progressive. And that's the part I'm not joking about. Like, I'm going to overanalyze it for sport, but that part is actually true. And this is most obvious with the dynamic between Belle and Gaston, but also just in the fact that the audience is made to believe that Gaston is the villain of the story. And this is because this story is basically about this, like, miserable...
Because he is the villain of the story. He is the unambiguous villain of the story in literally every way. He's literally he's actually worse than the Beast has a bunch of issues, a ton of issues, but the Beast story arc is becoming less like Gaston, whereas Gaston becomes more and more Gaston-like as the story goes on, to the point of him literally trying to kill multiple people just because he gets rejected for a date. It's fairly obvious what's supposed to be going on,
proto-feminist seeking to invert virtually every aspect of her reality, and because Gaston represents the natural and ideal state of man, and because they can't change that since we all recognize instinctively that it's true, they have to instead frame it such that our perception of it is different, so that we perceive him to be the villain of the story, when in actuality, Gaston is the true protagonist of the story. He's the true hero of Beauty and the Beast, and so we have neo-Gastonism, which is a very simple ideology inspired by the actions of Gaston throughout the story, and it has three tenets. Number one, women aren't allowed to read. Number two, eat lots of eggs. And number three, beat the shit out of furries. It's simple, yet
excellent joke writing. This guy is so funny. He's so funny. He's so fucking funny. He said women shouldn't be allowed to vote, and then I laughed. I laughed so hard. Do I think he's joking? He is joking, but by joking, he's joking in, like I said, the irony poisoned way. Everything is simultaneously a joke and not a joke. And the reason for this is because people like dry mouth Soil over here are spineless cucks. They're not bold enough to say their actual views, so they have to hide behind irony at every corner so that they can't be pinned, because God forbid I get canceled.
Effective. So that's my political platform. I'm a neo-Gastonist. We've restocked the merch store for the end of the year with a few new designs, one of which, of course, being inspired by the political ideology of the future, which promotes traditional gender roles, an early form of raw egg nationalism, and, of course, war against degenerate sexual behavior. And this is, of course, neo-Gastonism. So go check out the new designs. Late Christmas present idea, maybe. We've also got a white boy winter design that should be up there by now. It's a white boy skiing and kicking up snow onto George Floyd, who's stuck in a snowman. So you're definitely going to...
Wow, that's so funny, dude. It's a white boy spraying snow on George Floyd. Oh my God, I don't get it. Is the joke like just being racist? Is that it? Like, oh wait, oh right, he's got a nose tip because he has no spine, so he's got to hide behind that irony. Oh.
Want to check that out, but anyways, I am going to give
Oh yeah, by the way, just so you guys know, when I said that John Doyle was a crypto Nazi, I meant it 100%. This guy sells multiple, like, making fun of the death of George Floyd, but like nose tippingly. He has multiple pieces of merch that are like that. Is it even crypto? Yes, it is crypto, because he has no spine. Because unlike other people who are like bold, all fucking Nazis are cowards as fuck. That's why they're Nazis. Nazis are, to a man, the most cucked and cowardly people on the goddamn planet. And they should follow their leader.
A summary of what the story is actually about, and then we'll go through and analyze the whole thing. So basically, when you view this story objectively, it becomes very clear that the true antagonist of the film is actually Belle, who's manifested some form of pathological narcissistic personality disorder, plain and simple. And
hold on a second. I have a response for this. Let me just get you. I have the perfect response to this. Oh my fucking God, it's right here. Oh my God, dude. Oh my fucking God. Oh my God. Oh my God. So true. So true.
The Beast actually serves as this supplementary character, the sort of tragic anti-hero to highlight one half of Belle's nature, which is the beast of her chaotic
Can we get some fucking soys in chat? Can we get some fucking soy in chat, please? Give me the soy if you think that this is the most base thing you've ever seen. If this is so based and true, give me a soy.
In nature when left unchecked. And so the true protagonist of the story is actually Gaston, who represents the beauty that Belle could experience if she were subject to the natural order of things under Gaston's authority. And so the title, Beauty and the Beast, properly understood, is not the beauty of Belle and the beastly nature of the prince who's under a spell, but rather the two directions in which Belle's energy can be channeled, through a weak and insecure man who will allow her to become a destructive beast, mirroring his nature as a literal beast, or through a strong and capable man who will allow her to become a happy and beautiful wife and mother, mirroring his nature as a beautiful man who has fulfilled his proper role in society. But of course, we are made to believe that Gaston is the antagonist of the story because this film, broadly speaking, is feminist propaganda, which we will get into momentarily along.
This is one of the most incoherent videos I've ever seen by John Doyle. He seriously should do like a gas leak check in his basement, because this is so disconnected and nonsensical. I can come up with almost no other reason why anybody would come to this conclusion. Thank you, James Mitchell. True. I mean, I guess maybe. Wait, does he have comments disabled? Oh my God, he has comments disabled? Wait, is it just because I don't have it in full screen? No, he has comments disabled. What the fuck? Why does he have comments disabled? That's a bit weird. Comments disabled, 16K likes on this video out of 200,000 views. Dude, I think your video might not be very popular, man. Looks like people might not have found your theory very convincing. Anyway, can we is there a way here? Let me see. Let's see if I can get this thing down. Can I just have like the so true? Can we just have this thing like floating over here? Here we go. We'll have it like this the whole time.
With so much more, but even this is subtly acknowledged during the film's best sequence, the most famous sequence in the film, which is the ballroom dancing sequence with the film's main theme playing in the background. And it sings of a tale as old as time, Beauty and the Beast. And we hear this and we think, oh, it must be the Beauty and the Beast that we can see on the screen, but it's not. The film is inviting us to read between the lines. Mrs. Potts is warning us. Think about it. A tale as old as time. This is in reference to the beginning of male-female relationships along with time itself, which of course would bring us back to Genesis and the Garden of Eden. And what did we learn from that story? That the woman's nature, if left unchecked by strong male...
Oh, is it on my end? Oh, apparently there are comments. Aw, god damn it. So wait, so it's just on my end. That's fucking weird. All right, we'll have to check the comments after. Let's continue.
Authority will lead towards chaos and evil. She is predisposed towards this at an accelerated rate relative to men. And Gaston understands this. He was a hero and a great man who was trying to do right by his people, and yet the narrative frames him as though he is the villain. And we will explain how he tried to save Belle and his town momentarily. But first, ladies and gentlemen, there are 3 trends occurring simultaneously right now. More and more of you are electing to exercise your Second Amendment rights by arming yourselves.
Oh shit! Wait, are we gonna get the squat and the pop and squat? Oh my god, I hope we get the pop and squat.
The society is increasingly edging towards the brink of collapse, and Christmas is right around the corner. These things are all related because you need guns. You need to be carrying guns, and We the People Holsters is the place for you to accomplish these things. So go to wethepeopleholsters.com/Doyle. This.
Oh my god, what is this fucking image? What is it? He looks like fucking Megamind. Oh no! Oh no! He literally looks, he fucking looks unironically just like fucking Megamind. It's fucking Megamind moment.
This is the holster that's preferred by members of law enforcement, members of the military. All of the people who have the greatest necessity to carry firearms on a daily basis are choosing We the People.
Come on, where's the pop and squat? Give me the pop and
woman
squat.
Above
Aw, no
that the
pop
essence
and
of the
squat.
film is in fact a revolutionary leftist essence. What it seeks to do is promote the complete inversion of reality as something that makes people happy, something to be celebrated. Woman above man, chaos above order, weakness above strength, etc. And if you're trying to recall the story, you might think it's basically about Belle and the Beast, and then this Gaston guy keeps butting in, but it's actually more intricate than that. Because when we first meet Belle, she's lost. And this is because she has no male influence in her life to guide her. Her father's weak, he's old, which is why that relationship is established before the interactions with Gaston and the Beast even become larger parts of the story. Because from the beginning, the whole story is about Belle desperately needing masculine guidance. And Gaston and the Beast...
Dad is a inventor and engineer who is distrusted by the brainless population that thinks that he's doing witchcraft. Her dad is not like effeminate or anything. He's just eccentric and a literal inventor. Fucking incredible. This guy, like, the reaches that are necessary for him to come up with this weird ass theory. Again, keep in mind that of course all of this is Pepe posting. All of this is ironic, but he also published this video to his channel, a 35-minute review to his channel that he published unironically. So even though it's all a joke, and even though he's just joking about it, the dude is desperate enough that this is what he has to put out.
Beast are basically competing to occupy that influence in her life, but for very different reasons, as we'll explain. But remember, as we said earlier, this is indicated by the title. Beauty and the Beast are both within Belle, and the struggle in the story is between the two competing forces which will decide which one will embody her essence. Will it be a strong, capable, charismatic, and therefore beautiful man to bring out her beauty, or will it be an insecure, pathetic, hideous beast, like literal creature, that will fail to control her, which will leave her miserable? Because as we're reminded throughout the whole story, Belle doesn't know what she wants. She has no idea. She doesn't know what's going to make her happy. So naturally, when she makes
everyone, we have reached advanced brainworms.
Decisions, they basically like blow up in her face. But yeah, that's the story. So it starts out by describing how exactly the Beast came to be. And basically what happened was this poor ugly old woman came to his castle asking for shelter from a storm, and she told him that she could offer him a rose. And the Beast, who at the time was a prince, said no because she was ugly and poor. And at first you might think that this is based because she had poor physiognomy, but it wasn't. It was actually proto-consumerism, because then the woman transforms back into her natural form as a beautiful princess, and the prince immediately starts simping for her. So it wasn't a rejection of her because he inferred from her poor physiognomy that she would have poor character, but rather that he couldn't just like lust after her. And then when he realized that she was actually a beautiful princess, he began simping. And the princess realized that he was this pathetic coomer, and so she punished him by turning him into a furry, which is like an advanced stage of sexual degeneracy. And the only way that he can break the spell and return to normal is if he falls in love with a woman who also is in love with him.
He might be younger than Xanderhall. Also, remember, this is the guy who regularly horny posts about how he'll let his big, strong man followers shoot him with paintballs until he's bruised and dirty and wet. Oh my god, Xan is actually older than this guy. Holy shit. Where we're going, you don't need brains.
Within a certain amount of time. And if he can't do that, he's going to stay that way forever. And so he starts throwing these temper tantrums and like gets depressed about it and just stays inside the castle. And I will say it's hard for me not to think that the Beast is subtly based because he's basically like an autistic incel. But throughout the film, you'll see that this is just a distraction designed to make people like us sympathize with him, think he's a Sigma male or whatever, when in reality, he's just pathetic. And this is a fantastic example of the
Guys, I have to cancel this segment. I'm really sorry. I'm extremely sorry. I have to cancel this segment. I don't think I can laugh at John Doyle anymore because he clearly has the world's earliest onset Alzheimer's, and it's just terrible to behold. I don't know. I feel bad. I don't know that I can continue this. You know? I'm just kidding. Of course we're going to continue. Fuck John Doyle.
Difference between the Beast, who we're supposed to believe is the hero, and Gaston, who we're supposed to believe is the villain, because both.
Thank you. I'm happy that I've been given permission to make fun of this Alzheimer's patient. Don't worry. I was joking. I was Pepe posting, just like John Doyle.
Embody a position of power, but they treat it differently. It's a perfect illustration of what weakness and strength look like when they have power. The Beast acts as a tyrant, whereas Gaston acts as a noble aristocrat. And we see this here when the prince acts selfishly by rejecting the lower class woman from the castle during the storm unless she could satisfy his degenerate sexual desires, whereas a noble aristocrat would feel an obligation towards the lower classes and would help them out. Like Gaston, for example. Gaston is nice to his dysgenic manlet friends. In fact, he's basically his sidekick. But even when the Beast is a prince, he's a tyrant. And then when he's cursed...
This is advanced schizo posting. Unironically advanced schizo posting.
First, he still abuses those around him to where they cower in fear when he's present. And again, this is the difference between weakness and strength when they have power. But anyways, then we're introduced to Belle. She's leaving her house in rural France in this village. It takes place between the mid-1700s.
I'm sorry, hold on a second. I need some good backdrop music for this real quick, okay? Hold on a minute. We gotta have some music for the backdrop, because, you know, listening to John Doyle's dry-ass fucking popping mouth is one thing. But, you know, let me just get this up here for us, okay? Are we ready? Are you fucking ready? I'm fucking ready. Here we go.
Hit it, Joe!
Mid-1800s, by the way, which is important because she has no mother figure present. Her father figure is weak, so basically the people who were supposed to introduce her to the world, help her understand how it works, what her role is, they've failed to do that, and so she feels displaced. She's singing about how there must be something more than this provincial life, and she sings this after walking through her village, watching the community interact with one another. They're asking about each other's families, watching a mother cradle several beautiful children, etc. And she's on her way to the bookstore because since she has no sense of identity because of the failure of her parents, she has to retreat into books to derive her sense of identity. And she's on her way, and the villagers are singing, you know, that girl's so peculiar, she's not like other girls. Yeah, because she rejects her role in the village. Everybody in the village has a job. They are all unseparated from the products of their labor, but not Belle. No, she feels entitled to more than that. There must be something more. But she doesn't work. She doesn't work towards that. She doesn't work towards that something more. She just lives in fantasy about it. She's a single young woman with no obvious skill set. Anything that could bring her more, a job, motherhood, marriage to literally the most admired man in the village, she just rolls her eyes at that. She's entitled. She doesn't know what she wants. And the only cure to this is strong male influence, which she has lacked for her entire life, which is why she's like this. This is why, to reiterate, Belle is the true antagonist of this story. Beauty, properly understood, is her appearance, and the Beast is her nature. Or beauty is Gaston, and the Beast is the prince. The true conflict is the weak nature of the Beast versus the strong nature of Gaston. But anyways, she goes on to sing, here's where she meets Prince Charming, but she won't discover that it's him until chapter 3. And this is actually foreshadowing. This is foreshadowing and meta-commentary on the story itself. And the average viewer will understand this foreshadowing as when she meets the Beast, but she doesn't realize that he's actually Prince Charming until
This is a wild video even for John Doyle. Like John Doyle always goes on totally incoherent rants like this. He's always done this. And they get more and more ridiculous, but this is wild even by his standards. This is one of the most like I want to say it's pure Pepe posting, but we know it's not. We know it's not pure Pepe posting. He makes merch with this shit. And he is a misogynist, and he is a what do they call it? Paleo conservative or something like that. It's a Nazi. He's a Nazi. So we know that it's true, and yet this video is supposed to be a meme, and then he makes a joke about him going on a date with a kindergartner, and yet he knows the lyrics of all the songs. So the only calculation I can come to is that John Doyle is a deeply, deeply closeted gay boy who truly wishes that he could be the Disney-loving soft boy twink that he really was destined to be, but his dry mouth and conservatism guaranteed that he could never live his true destiny. Too bad.
Till chapter 3 or act 3, the final part of the story, when the beast is revealed to her to be a prince. But even then, he's not Prince Charming, right? In fact, the whole second act.
Yeah, isn't he kind of giving away the game by saying that he like loves Gaston so much? Isn't like that the whole thing? Like he's literally LeFou here. He's taking the role of LeFou. John Doyle is a tiny, thin-wristed, dry-mouthed baby boy, and he's gushing over Gaston here exactly like the queer-coded LeFou. He is literally the gay guy.
Of the story is centered around him being very awkward and uncharismatic. But who does she meet immediately after this song? Who is the next person she speaks to? Gaston. And perhaps it is Gaston who she realizes is the true Prince Charming in the third act when he sacrifices his life trying to save her, not even from the beast, but from herself. And she realizes in that moment the gravity of her decisions and that maybe she should have stopped being so dramatic. And in fact, I will be making the argument that her entire voluntary captivity in the beast's castle was just one giant shit test for Gaston. But anyways, here's where she meets Gaston. He's hunting. He's with his dysgenic manlet friend, his sidekick. And Gaston correctly figures that since he's clearly the best male
Dysgenic manlet friend. Can I remind you real quick? Can we get a full body shot of John Doyle? Can we get a full, oh my God, we can get him right here. Are we ready? His dysgenic male friend, his dysgenic manlet male friend.
in town, he deserves Belle because she's the most beautiful girl in town. And Gaston, by the way, is desired by virtually every woman in town, but his eyes are only on Belle. And so he greets her and he takes her book and he asks, "How can you read this? There isn't any pictures." And she says, "Well, some people use their imagination." And this is the essence of Gaston. He values the objective, what he can see, what he knows is true and real. Belle, a narcissist, only values what serves herself. Like, sure, these words are nice, but only because I get to decide what picture they paint. And so Gaston tells her, "Get your head out of those books," which, given the time period in which the story takes place, she was probably reading like revolutionary proto-Marxist literature, and Gaston was trying to save her from that. And he says, "It's not right for a woman to read." Soon she starts getting ideas and thinking, because Gaston understands that the woman is particularly vulnerable to the whispers of the serpent. But jokes aside, what they're trying to do here, if you can't tell, is appeal to this whole, "No, I'm a girl and I can get educated. I don't have to have a family. There's more to that. There's more to life than that. Look at this big dumb guy. He can't even read, blah, blah," because they have to appeal to the feminist narrative which this story is serving. But that being said, 100 years of feminism has vindicated.
Is John Doyle just mad he can't read? No. No. John Doyle can read. John Doyle is mad that Gaston didn't take his book away and then give him a noogie and push him down in the mud. That's what he's mad about. That's what he's mad about.
Hated everything that Gaston said. So Belle leaves to go help her father, and LeFou makes some joke about him, and then Belle gets angry. So Gaston berates his dysgenic manlet friend and defends Belle's father, because even though Gaston recognizes that Belle's father is a weak man, he still respects tradition and hierarchy, that her father still has ownership of her. So Belle gets back home, and we learn that her father is an inventor, which in context means that this guy is literally facilitating the propagation of the Industrial Revolution, which will inevitably destroy the fabric of the town he's a part of through automation, through degeneration, but
you cannot talk about the proliferation of the fucking Industrial Revolution from your fucking shitty laptop with a Tesla fucking sticker on it. Your fucking 1950s ass. What the fuck are you talking about? John Doyle, you are not fucking Ted Kaczynski. Nobody buys your bullshit. You can't, you don't sell it, man. You don't sell it. You're way too prissy. You're way too soft. Your mouth is way too dry. Okay? I'm sorry.
he does this in the name of his pride, winning first prize at the fair or whatever. So he has some form of psychopathic personality disorder. And then he defends Belle's interest in books, which makes sense because that revolutionary literature exists in part as a byproduct of the Industrial Revolution that he exploits for his own pursuit of glory, since this fixation on creating new material things bled into the study of the abstract and the immaterial. But since that largely predated and transcends us, the new information had to just be criticizing all of the traditional information and basically throwing it all out in the name of progress or whatever. So
Okay. We're having fun laughing at this maniacal, deranged rant. But I just want to remind you that in a better world, John Doyle would be writing a Beauty and the Beast fanfic freely without harassment on Archive of Our Own, okay? That's what would be happening in a better world. In a better world, fucking John Doyle would have like 600 pages written of a gay slash fic involving his self-insert character and Gaston. But unfortunately, we live in this world. True, James Mitchell, and thank you very, very much. Who says he doesn't? Listen, he would never live it down if he did, so he's unfortunately going to have to remain in hiding because he's associated himself with the literal most homophobic people on the planet. Unfortunately, John Doyle has dug his own grave no matter what. But, you know.
So Belle's father is working towards the industrialization of their town, and Gaston understands this. He understands the threat that it poses. But Gaston is an operator above all things, so he bides his time with this, but it will come up again later. So then her father leaves to go to the fair and literally goes down the wrong path as a result of his pride and his unwillingness to delay gratification by taking a longer path, against the instincts of the horse, which knew it was dangerous, by the way. And then he asks his horse, well, where have you taken us? Because he is literally incapable of accepting personal responsibility, of course symptomatic of his psychopathic personality disorder. So then he gets chased by wolves into the castle. He meets the props and he asks, well, how was this?
Sorry, what?
Accomplished? Because he is incapable of or unwilling to acknowledge the immaterial, that there's clearly witchcraft at play. He would rather think of it in terms of this like hyper sophisticated invention or very early form of transhumanism or something. So the beast comes down and he's upset to find that he's sitting in his chair. He immediately starts melting down, claiming that the man came to stare at him because he's so insecure about his appearance. And it's this really feminine display overall because he simultaneously chooses to come downstairs to get involved in this because he wants attention and conflict. His staff had it under control. It wasn't even remotely in the same area of the castle that he was in, but he chooses to make it his problem and then immediately victimizes himself by claiming that the father is tormenting him for his appearance. Again, the beast is weak and deeply insecure. So the beast imprisons Belle's father. So now Gaston has saved Belle some time. He's gathered the whole town for their wedding. The guys are all happy. The women are all seething out of jealousy because he's not marrying one of them. And then he goes inside Belle's house to tell her about his ideal future, how they're married, how he's providing her with fresh food to cook, how he gives her 7 sons. He literally says that, like he is so our guy, but he has a plan. There is order to it. So of course, Belle rejects this because
he is so our guy. He is so my boy. Oh my God. I love he just makes me feel such special things. I mean, he's a based alpha male Chad, Donald Trump supporting, fuck, shit, get back on script, John. Get back on script. Get back on script, John.
She prefers to deal in disorder, in the chaotic. But instead of saying no, she tells him that she doesn't deserve him, which is another.
Yeah, I know. Well, it's almost like that's what's actually there. And John Doyle is unfortunately a spineless cretin who doesn't own everything, who doesn't own any of his views, for that matter, I should say. He has to hide between 600 layers of irony so that you never discover what's true, which is that he's a deeply repressed gay boy.
Other tests, and if you've ever courted a young woman, you'll recognize this test. This is her trying to get you to tell her how great she is. But then she publicly humiliates him by throwing him into a mud puddle. Now she's singing again. She fashions this like makeshift headdress for herself while singing "Me, His Little Wife," and then she rips it off, rejecting it, singing again that she just wants so much more than this provincial life because she's literally rejecting her nature as a woman. She perpetually wants more, yet she doesn't know what will make her happy. She's always wanting more, but she doesn't know how to define that. So she runs into this field talking about how she wants adventure, which is symbolic of not wanting to be tied down or whatever. And again, jokes aside, this is the message.
17 minutes, he has taken no drinks of water. We can audibly hear him smacking and gasping. Please drink some fucking water. Please.
Message of the film, and it backfires spectacularly, as we'll explain later on. But it's like, think about that. I want more. I want more. She runs away from this organized.
Watch. I'm gonna teach you, okay? I know you haven't been on YouTube in a while. I know you've probably retired because you're having an identity crisis or whatever. Maybe you got mold poisoning from your shitty basement studio. But watch this, okay, John Doyle? Ready? This is called a straw. You put it in your mouth, and it lets you have extremely crisp, natural sounding audio that doesn't sound like SpongeBob fucking dried out in Sandy's fucking tree dome. All right, look at that. Watch, I'll do it again just for you. Look, you can even see the liquid. Oh my God, it's incredible.
Wedding. She didn't have to lift a finger. The greatest man in the village and probably the entire country of France at this point, frankly. And she runs away from that in pursuit of more and ends up in an empty field. Like, this is very emblematic of the utter state of the Western woman. It's like, I reject the natural order of things. I want more. You're in a field. You're empty, literally in terms of geography and your internalized spirit. You stupid woman. But anyways, the horse comes back without her father, and so she goes with the horse to the castle, and she finds her father, but the beast refuses to let him go. And so now she's on her knees in front of him, looking up at him like, please, there must be something I can do, anything. And to the beast's credit here, he just totally rejects her advances because he just goes, no, he's my prisoner. And again, it's hard to write off the beast because he really is subtly based in that he's basically an autistic incel. But anyways, Belle offers to take the place of her father, and the beast agrees if she promises to stay there forever. And at this point, her father, who, yeah, he's not a strong figure in her life, but even he's like, Belle, what are you doing? Don't do this. And it just goes to show how women will literally destroy their own lives just to spite standards that they think are.
Oh no! Why did you change to this angle, dude? Holy shit! Okay, I'm sorry. The second camera angle? Now I know why he never uses the second camera. Oh, dude, he's 22 and he's balding at this rate? Look at that fucking comb over right there. Holy shit. Dude, look at this fucking hairline. Hold on a second. The real look is straight up Megamind. His hairline goes up to here and then he combs it off the top. This dude has egg face. Oh man. Oh, dude.
Oppressive. Like, this girl literally rejected her town and everything that it had to offer. She rejects Gaston, who is literally the ideal male, all because she needs something more. She can't be held down. And then in less than 90 seconds.
Look, listen. Listen, I just want to be clear. Going bald is one thing, okay? But when you're a guy who all you talk about is soy males, dysgenic manlets, the physiognomy of women, skull shapes, when that's your entire shtick, you cannot get away with having such shit-ass genes. It's literally behold the master race shit, right? Like, this dude sits here fucking all day talking about beta cuck this, fucking soy male this, and he's a fucking soy male. He can't even keep his mouth wet, for God's sake.
She agrees to spend the rest of her life in a castle with a monster. And you can say, oh, she did it to save her father. But it's like, first of all, this is 1700s, 1800s France, and that guy is old and fat. He's sick now. He's got like maybe 2 years left. Secondly, she's actually contesting her father by disobeying his authority over her and doing so by masquerading it with the typically masculine virtue of sacrifice. She's literally LARPing one of those books that she never should have been reading in the first place, frankly, and this is what happens to her. So she has no true concept of feminine identity because she doesn't have a mother figure. She rejects everything that she's called to do by her community because she regards it to be binding, and so the only sense of identity that she can find in her real life is inspired by that into which she retreated, which are those books. So she tries to be the hero figure because she recognizes the opportunity to do so, but in her pride, she failed to calculate how stupid of a hill it was to die on since her father's going to be dead soon anyways. Now she's in exactly the situation that she thought that she wanted to avoid, this de facto arranged marriage. So now she's literally in a stone dungeon crying because she thought she was too good to marry Gaston. Remember, the toll will always be paid. Belle assumed authority over her father by sacrificing herself for him, which objectively was a bad move, and now she's crying.
If you don't marry me, I'll make you pay the price. That's not it. That was what he said. That wasn't the joke. The serious part was the toll will always be paid, which in context is John Doyle saying if you reject the good Christian man, you will die, essentially. You'll pay the price. Oh, I love it. Oh, I love it.
About it in a room by
conservatives are they're so confident, you know? They're so confident in their masculinity that they only have to threaten women with violence, with the threat of being doomed in order to make sure they can get a date. And I'm sure that strategy is working out very well for John Doyle. John Doyle seems like the type of guy who's totally swimming in pussy.
Herself. This is what happens when women are allowed to think for themselves. But then the beast tells her that she can go wherever she wants except for the West Wing. And you'll never guess where this girl decides to go later. It's like you tell a woman not to do something and her HUD just recognizes it as like objective updated. Do that thing. But then the beast is like, you will.
Fake gamer. Fake gamer moment. Fake gamer moment.
Join me for dinner. This is not a request. And
Sure Shot says, all I'm hearing is if you don't fuck me, I'll kill you and then myself. Literally, that is John Doyle's entire thing. John Doyle is a sad, crying beta male who well, I would say unintentionally, but let's be real, it was pretty intentional. He chained himself to the stupidest, most death cult movement in the world, even though all he really wants is to be held by a big, strong man. And he can't. And he can't do it. He's done. Soil has no future.
We have to remember not to be charmed by the beast, not to think that he's our guy, because his assertiveness over the woman is not from a place of confidence, but rather his own insecurity lashing out. Like Gaston does this because he's a Chad. And the beast isn't even doing this because he's like a Sigma male, but rather because, again, he's basically an autistic incel. And of course, she's like, I won't have dinner with you. Yet again, another shit test, which he fails by throwing a tantrum. But we continue. Now we're at the lodge, all the guys are there, and Gaston's feeling a little bit down after the whole Belle situation earlier, and so the fellas cheer him up by singing a song about how much of a Chad he is. Like, they literally have a song dedicated to how epic he is. All the men want to be him.
Well, you know, as we know, really secure men make all of their friends sing songs about how Chad they are to make them feel better. That's the one thing we know about real men. Yeah.
All the women want him, and it's like, if he's the villain, why am I rooting for him?
What is, I've never heard that term. I don't even know what the fuck that term is.
If he's the villain, why is everyone rooting for him? He's drinking with the boys. He's wrestling with the boys. He's singing with the boys. He's playing chess with the boys. He's spitting with the boys. He's shooting with the boys. He flips over the chessboard as a rejection of the abstract in favor of natural law. He's hoisting people up with one arm. He's wrestling all the guys in town at once. He's talking about how he ate 4 dozen eggs as a boy and now 5.
This is unironically the biggest self-report ever. As John Soyle sits here and fucking talks about how attracted he is, and he doesn't realize he's doing it. He's just going on and on about how hot and sexy Gaston is. He doesn't even know he's doing it. It's, oh God.
5 dozen eggs a day as a man, which is why he's roughly the size of a barge. I mean, this guy is it. He's loved by his community. He rejects books and sources because those are how weak people justify their beliefs since they're incapable of original thought. He takes care of his dysgenic manlet friend. He's dancing with him. Like, this guy's fantastic. I'd be on his team every day of the week and twice on Sunday.
Gay Fesh, that's psychotic. That's psychotic.
How are we supposed to believe that this guy is the villain? I'm being serious again. Like, literally, he doesn't even have the typical, like, I'm evil and I want to do evil things. Like, he's just like, I'm the best and I want to marry Belle. And then the story's like, he's the bad guy because Belle.
Say. Yeah, totally.
Wants to read books and be free in marriage.
Oh yeah, hold on. I got that one. All right. You ready? Here, I got that one for you. We can get that one in brilliant HD. All right. Watch this. Ready? Continue.
Would tie her down. Gaston actually demonstrates a proper understanding of love, by the way, which the Beast doesn't. We'll talk about that a bit later. But now, since the Beast fails the shit test and Belle's not coming to dinner, the Beast is in his room sulking like, she'll never see me as anything but a monster. It's hopeless, just going total doomer mode. Meanwhile, Belle manipulates Clocksworth by exploiting his love of presenting information about the castle through tours to explore the one area she wasn't supposed to go to. And she finds the rose from the beginning with the witch, and she's like, oh, this rose in a glass case, so nothing will touch it.
I mean, Cogs? Did he say Clocksworth? It's Cogsworth. I'm sorry. That small detail, he's gotten every other fucking detail of he knows the lyrics of the songs, but he calls him Clocksworth.
I'm going to go ahead and remove the glass case and try to touch it. And then the Beast finds
Also, I love that he was singing Belle's lines earlier. That is so telling.
her and gets angry because she did the one thing that she wasn't supposed to do. And then she immediately starts crying and victimizing herself. Now she's fleeing the castle because she has no principles. She only cares about what immediately validates her ego. First, it was a hero complex. Now it's this, I'm too good to get in trouble for doing things that I wasn't supposed to be doing mentality. So she makes a promise to stay there forever, breaks the rules, decides she's not at fault, and then breaks the commitment. Like, this is literally how no-fault divorce works. She doesn't know what's good for her. She always wants more. She's always too good for whatever environment she's in. Now she's getting attacked by wolves, and so then she's saved by the Beast. She goes back to the castle with him, and now she's like trying to clean his wounds. But again, the Beast gets into this like autistic episode where he's growling at her for trying to touch his wounds, and he's like LARPing as an animal, because remember, Belle thinks he's actually a beast, but he's not. And he knows that. He's still a man, but he's LARPing. But anyways, then he gives her a whole library, like the biggest library you've ever seen. And that
I don't know. I don't know. I don't even know how to react to that. It's just brain worm. Like, there's not even any brain left. It's just worm. I don't know how you even, like, why bother? There's no take there. There's not even a joke. It's just,
That should tell you all you need to know right there. Like, literally, the Chad don't read books versus the Virgin, here, take all of them. And then we get into this really weird montage of the Beast, like, learning to behave or whatever. And what's important to note here is that Belle's validation and purpose comes only from control and power. She needed to artificially and socially engineer the Beast into something he isn't to feel validated and powerful. Gaston wasn't enough for her because he was already perfect. And she rejected the feminine attitude shared by virtually every woman in the village, which was that their validation was to come.
Okay, I don't know if you all can hear this, but I can hear it over my headphones. There is a low-level buzz on John Doyle's audio that is driving me crazy. And it used to be worse, and I thought it was gone at first, but it's totally still there. How? How does a guy with this many fucking views on a channel of this size still have the fucking same audio buzz? It's just fucking uncross your power cables, you moron!
From being the wife of the best man. But since that implied a position of submissiveness to the man, it did not satisfy the revolutionary ego of Belle, who by this point is a sexual Marxist. And she even brags about this in a song. How she's able to change the Beast into a perversion of itself. And you might say, but he's a person underneath. Yeah, but she doesn't know that, remember? She's literally trying to normalize bestiality to herself. White women and bestiality. Talk about a tale as old as time. I will not elaborate on this. However,
There's so much psychology. There's so much psychology on display here. It just says so much about John Doyle that he thinks white women fuck animals, and that Gaston is the hero, and that he spent this entire fucking time shit-talking everyone in the story except for Gaston, who he definitely does not want to get fucked by. He definitely does not want Gaston to bend him over his knee and slap him on the ass multiple times. It is... Woo.
Just know that there is no greater indication that a white woman has given up on having a family than her adopting a male dog in her late 20s, early 30s. Like, we all know a few of those, but here's something else important to note. The happiest Belle is seen in the entire movie is during the tale as old as time sequence. Look at why that is. She's in a place in the middle of nowhere that she's totally unfamiliar with. She's surrounded by transhumanist, sentient, occult objects that talk. She's romancing a literal monster. Everything around her is completely inverted because Belle can only thrive in chaos, in the realm of the unnatural. She's rejected her home and her spot at the top of the feminine hierarchy in favor of the complete inversion of everything that she formerly knew, because Belle at her core possesses that revolutionary chaotic spirit, which is the consequence of unchecked feminine energy, not guided by a mother, not checked by her father, and influenced by proto-Marxist literature, and now she can only find purpose through chaos. And this is why the tale as old as time is in reference to the true plot of the film. Think about it. As old as time. What is that in reference to? Genesis in the Garden of Eden, where we see what happens when unchecked feminine nature is allowed to manifest. And this is dog whistling to the audience that they have to read between the lines and see that the true story is about the chaos and the order of the female condition, and whether it will be the weak man or the strong man to channel her energy in destructive or productive ways, respectively. Beauty and the Beast are the competing sides of Belle, reflected by whichever force is able to channel her energy. The beautiful Gaston bringing out her beauty within the natural order of things, or the hideous Beast doing the opposite, allowing her to become a destructive beast. But even then, stop laughing, this is serious. Even then, inherent to chaos is that it's always changing. So she still can't be happy in this ideally chaotic environment that she's created.
By the way, we're going to talk about this at the tail end of this segment. I just want you to realize that he keeps motioning to the idea that this is like some sort of like ironic joke. But keep in mind, he's talked about literally this exact same shit in other videos where they're not jokes. None of this is actually a joke to him. He's framing it as a joke because he's a spineless coward who needs to hide behind irony. That's literally it. All of these things he regularly says in his other videos. We've watched them on this channel. It's just he's ashamed of the brainworms that he has, like all Nazis are, and honestly, they should be. They should be ashamed of these pathetic ideas, but he's ashamed of them, and so he has to hide them like the pathetic Nazi does, you know, hiding behind irony and pretending like he's joking and that he doesn't really think like this. But the truth is, this is the way he thinks. This is the way he looks at everything. And that's the shocking horror. Because the funny thing about people like this, the funny thing about people like John Doyle is they're cripplingly alone. Doomed people. They know their career won't last, that they'll be replaced by some other asshole just like him. They know that they're repellent to women. They know that they can't be gay because their ideology prevents them from being gay. And so instead, they're just broken inside, hollowed out, empty, with nothing left but fear and irony. That's it. That's it. Unfortunately. Sucks to be John Soyle.
And so the Beast releases Belle so that she can go back to being with her still sick and dying father. And like, as a man, I can't respect this. Like, she literally puts you through all of that. And then she's just going to go back to the life that she wholeheartedly rejected in the first place. Plus, it's this whole like, as long as she's happy, that's all that matters mentality, which is just rationalized weakness. That's all that is. And this is the opposite of Gaston, which we'll talk about in a second. But again, the true nature of the Beast is revealed. He is a selfish aristocrat. His entire help, his best and only...
Oh yeah, it's Vox Syndicate says this is even more sad than Dave Rubin if you really think about it. Louis boy, it was funny, but I don't want to make the joke. I don't want to dry out the joke. Vox Syndicate says this is even more sad than Dave Rubin if you think about it, and that's true. Dave Rubin is a total grifter, but he at least has the spine to be a gay guy who is just a blatant grifter. John Doyle is just a scared little man who has repelled everybody who could possibly give him any sort of satisfaction. And so, as you can see, you know, he lives a hollowed out life of fucking this, whatever this is. That's okay. Everybody here should feel happy that they don't have to live the existence that John Doyle lives, which he made for himself.
Friends are counting on him to break this curse, and he throws it away for his own self-image of being like this compassionate, understanding guy or whatever. He's at the top. He's in control. He has an obligation to his people, and he throws it away out of weakness. He's pathetic. So Belle finds her father. Update, he's still dying. And now there's an...
Wait a second. Wait, what? Wait, hold on a second. Wait a second. Wait. That's not what happens. The beast dies. The beast dies to save other people. He dies a selfless death. What do you like? I know this is all nonsense and stupid memes, but that's literally not what happens in the movie.
Angry mob coming to lock Belle's father in the insane asylum for trying to undermine the distributist agrarian economic model of the town, and also for ineffectively spreading word about the beast because nobody actually respects him or takes him seriously, and so they just assume that he's crazy. So Gaston tells Belle that he can make all of this stop if she just agrees to marry him, and Belle says no, because being married to the literal ideal man and living happily ever after to save her father is frankly beyond the scope of her operations.
He's being held hostage. Like, I know, oh my God, look at that. Another fucking soy face. All he does is soy face. How does John Doyle make so many soy faces? It's literally the soy face.
Unlike agreeing to live in a castle with a literal monster for the rest of her life to save her father earlier, right? And this is because Belle's true mission above all else is rejecting male authority. She does this by rejecting her father's wishes in the beginning where she gets herself locked up. Now she rejects Gaston's wishes and presumably her father's wishes since he's anti-beast and at least Gaston sympathetic or Gaston adjacent at this point to let him be taken away instead of, God forbid, taking a break from having the Midas touch of chaos. And like we said earlier, Gaston is an operative. He understands that Maurice's work as an inventor will ultimately be destructive to his town in the long run. But he's also willing to let Maurice continue to be free if Belle marries him because he knows that his 7 sons will end up wielding enough power in the town to counteract any of those negative effects. But for the time being, he's fine with just removing him from the society to go to the insane asylum. And this is when Belle turns her subversive efforts to the townsfolk. She exposes them to her occult mirror prop and tells them about this mythical creature because she wants them to think that her father isn't actually crazy. And she wants to get the townsfolk to indulge in her occult bestiality fantasy with her. And it is here when Gaston realizes that this has all been one big shit test. He tells Belle that he suspects that she has feelings for the monster. And Belle replies by saying, "He's no monster, Gaston, you are." And at this point, Gaston realizes that Belle exists to pervert and degenerate everything that she comes into contact with. It is no longer about his dream of making her his wife and giving her a happy and fulfilling life. Gaston realizes now that it is more than that. It is about an obligation to his people. She is the ultimate wielder of destructive feminine energy, and he realizes that the only way to stop it is for him to finally take control of her and provide to her that authoritative masculine influence that she so desperately needs. Her father's influence is taken care of. It's removed. He's gone now. So the only thing left is this monster. So Gaston begins basically like rhetorically psyoping the townsfolk to garner support for his cause, basically just like inventing these bad outcomes that could potentially happen to scare people. And because he's respected, within seconds, the men are marching with Gaston to the castle to kill the beast, singing Gaston's praises the entire way there. They're singing, "We're counting on Gaston to lead the way." And this is Gaston's arc as the true protagonist of the story. If there's 2 things he's known for, it's being the best hunter in the village and attracting the most women in the village. And so now he must conquer his most deadly hunt yet in order to stop the true beast, Belle's destructive feminine energy, thereby conquering the most beautiful woman in the process, because Gaston is the hero, Belle is the villain, and the beast is basically a tragic anti-hero. And in fact, the beast is such a weak leader that when the castle is under attack, he's pouting in the West Wing with no plan, no way to inspire his people, whereas Gaston literally just makes up a few stories, and within 5 minutes, he has an armed caravan about to storm the castle. They've got a song prepared, and because Gaston is a true aristocrat with honor, he tells those below him that they can have whatever they can find for themselves. However, the beast is rightfully his because he's the leader, and the people all respect this because they respect Gaston, because Gaston has a true allegiance to noble and traditional aristocracy. And in fact, the castle's counterattacked wasn't even...
Yeah, remember when he said he was falling asleep? No, he was woken up by Gaston, remember? Gaston's bulging muscles woke him up, remember? He said that at the beginning, he got a big hard on, and then he perked right up once he saw Gaston because he was so attracted to Gaston. He literally said that in the beginning. He saw Gaston and he perked right up is how he described it. Yeah.
launched by the beast. It was launched by a candle. But then Gaston finds the beast, and the beast, seeing an arrow aimed at him, he literally turns away because he's pouting over a woman. Gaston recognizes this and tries to do him a favor by at least awarding him a soldier's death. So he shoots him with an arrow, and instead of just continuing to shoot him with arrows and killing him, he lets the beast go out fighting. But the beast refuses to fight back, but then Belle shows up, and oh, now the beast is fighting back, and Gaston yells, "It's over, beast! Belle is mine!" But what does this mean? What does he mean, it? It is over. Something that he and the beast have both been experiencing. Gaston means this metaphorically. It's over, meaning Belle's reign of chaos. She will now be under his authority, and she will be happier and stabler for that. The beast cannot have this because he's insecure. He would rather have Belle be in control over him and continue to invert reality than have her be with another man. This is different than Gaston, who asserts himself from a place of objective value and confidence. The beast asserts himself from a place of insecurity. Gaston being with Belle would make both of them happiest, but the beast being with Belle would just make the
I feel like the best thing to do after this is to just like embrace oblivion, you know? Like just drink a bunch of alcohol so I don't have to remember, like so I could purge the brainworms.
beast happiest, or at least less miserable, which is why he was literally willing to let Gaston kill him about 2 minutes prior to this. This is the difference between confident, capable love and weak, insecure love. The beast let Belle go because he just wanted her to be happy or whatever. Gaston says, no, I can make her the happiest and provide to her the best life, and I will stop at nothing to do this for her. But the beast is incapable of this because he acts exclusively through insecurity. And so then the beast lashes out and almost kills Gaston out of insecurity, not out of Belle's best interest. And this really is a Cain and Abel situation. So Gaston, who's not prideful like Belle, who's not insecure like the beast, he humbles himself and asks the beast for mercy. He's a leader above all else, and he knows at this point the only way to save the objective and stay in the fight is to ask for mercy. So the beast lets him go and then gets distracted by Belle, and so Gaston capitalizes on this and he stabs the beast. But because of the rain, he loses his footing and tragically falls to his death. Now, this is where the story actually ends. Everything else is basically just a humiliation ritual and feminist propaganda, because Gaston understood that the beast in his animal form was pathetic and that he couldn't properly love Belle because he was a weak man. And so he sought to put him out of his misery and do the job that he was incapable of doing. And still, the beast didn't even defeat Gaston. At no point did he best Gaston in any capacity. He literally won via technicality.
Well, John Doyle, don't get ahead of yourself. He won in consent, you know? That's kind of a big one. You know, he actually has a woman who loves him. That's kind of like a pretty major thing. I mean, I can understand why John Doyle would not know what it's like to have a woman who loves him, but even still, it's a big gaping hole in John Doyle's theory here, you know? Also, he's soy-facing again. He's like literally soy-facing again right here. Again.
But now he's still dying, but he says, well, maybe it's better this way, because he's realizing that he just killed Gaston over a literal woman and his own insecurity, and that if he just stays with Belle now, more destruction is the inevitable result. He realizes that Belle...
Also, wait, he literally just talked about how the beast overpowered Gaston.
Belle inadvertently killed the most beloved man in the whole village, and now Belle, trying to maintain her control over the beast, commands him, no, don't talk like that. So then Belle says that she loves him, the curse breaks, and now the prince is back through this shape-shifting ritual, and guess what? He is significantly less handsome than Gaston. Now they're getting married, and it's like, who are all these people at the wedding? Where did they come from? I don't know. There were a lot of other questions left to be answered.
What do you all think is really going on here? Oh, I hate it because the beast is less hot than Gaston. Oh, I hate this ending. I want Gaston to take me.
Fu avenge Gaston's death? How long did it end up taking for Maurice to die? Would Belle and Gaston's children have recognized the state of Israel? I don't know. But the true moral of the story is that the nature of nature is right. What is natural is therefore right. Inversion of the natural order is inherently chaotic and therefore destructive, and man must be above woman to prevent or at least minimize that, generally speaking. And honestly, I think Gaston just got unlucky. I don't really think there was anything else he could have done. You know, you could say that he should have just shot the beast with more arrows and finished him off, but it's like Gaston just he just really had this understanding of honor and chivalry that we just can't comprehend. So
that's right. That's why he did the backstab, right?
he's a hero. He died doing what was right, and
I know,
we honor his
Gayfesh.
sacrifice by
But you know,
upholding the principles of Neo-Gastonism in our everyday lives. So check out the Neo-Gastonist shirt. Check out the new and restocked merch. Check out getundertack.com if you want some really solid underwear. They're a good friend of the channel, but
all right, everybody. Yeah, I mean, it's fairly apparent what's going on here. John Doyle is shit out of content, so he tries to disguise his raging hard-on for Gaston as an ironic anti-review of Beauty and the Beast. Now, the funny thing is that doing an ironic review like this can be funny, okay? But not as a 35-minute video where you're gasping the entire time, making like really, really low effort, weak male fucking misogynist jokes, and also salivating perpetually over Gaston. It doesn't really sell. That said, I'm so fucking happy we decided to go check in on John Doyle and see what he's been up to in the last couple of months. Cause that was the third most recent video he's posted. He hasn't posted in 4 months. His last video was an hour and 45-minute video about Russia, where he has I'm just gonna guess that he's pro-Russian, you know. So it's interesting. It's very interesting, and I would say I hope the best for John Doyle, but I don't. I don't hope the best for John Doyle. I think John Doyle is kind of a giant piece of shit and a coward, and I think his best bet is to grow a really big beard, grow out his hair, disappear off the internet for as long as possible, change his name, come back, and then try his hand at being a gay little twink boy for some strong men. Because honestly, I think he would be way happier. But he's gonna have to find a way to get away from all of his insane Nazi followers that he's gathered over the last however many years he's been making content. When was let's see, how long has he been doing content? 3 years? Maybe he did a purge before that. 3 years it looks like. Yeah, by the way, and also, if you think that was all a joke, just look at some of his old videos. Here's his video about rape culture, or you raped me culture, where it has the laughing face laughing at the idea of rape culture. Debunked truths about immigration. Nazis, mass shootings, and my own ideology. I wonder what that could be about. You know, you could just roll back a little. Oh, here's Rip to Andrew Breitbart. Here's all his fucking simping for Donald Trump. Here's him talking about how the media should be tried for treason. Sluts should be shamed. None of that was a joke. See, that's the embarrassing thing. It's framed as if he's doing this to like provoke a reaction, but he unironically believes all of the jokes that he's making. He's just a fucking coward. So there you go. There you fucking go. Wait, calling him a Nazi? No, he is a Nazi. Just see, no, wait. Serena Del Mar. John Doyle is a Nazi. Like, there's no ifs, ands, or buts about it. If you watch any of his videos, the guy is a literal Nazi. He pretends that he's not a Nazi because he doesn't use the term Nazi, but he literally espouses their talking points. He makes jokes about Jews all the time. This guy is a total piece of shit. So I'm not like, it's not a joke. No, he doesn't call himself a Nazi. No Nazi calls themselves a Nazi. See, because most Nazis are smart enough to not call themselves Nazis. There's actually there's a joke about this in The Boys, I think. I don't want to spoil, though. Yeah, I shouldn't spoil The Boys. There's a joke about this in The Boys. There's a character that says, they love my ideas. They just don't like it when I call myself a Nazi. And that's what every Nazi does. They will never call themselves Nazis because they know that people hate Nazis. So instead, they call themselves things like paleoconservatives, conservative traditionalists, tradcaths, etc. They come up with all kinds of stupid made-up words. But if you look at his beliefs, he is a Nazi. He advocates all kinds of anti-Jewish conspiracies. He jokes about hyper-nationalism all the time. He's a far-right collectivist. He believes in the Great Replacement. He believes that immigration is replacing white people. He believes that white people are superior. He makes jokes and statements about this all the time. The man's just a Nazi. Yeah. He just covers himself in camouflage because he's a coward. And that's the funny thing. The thing about people like John Doyle is at the end of the day, that is their biggest trait. They will always be known first and foremost and be visible first and foremost because of their unbelievable cowardice. So, there you go. There you go. Simple as. All right, everybody. It has been 7 hours and 27 minutes. I have to go eat some food and enjoy some rest time. However, I said I would answer a couple of questions. Yeah, I can't do... Okay, next stream, I'll do Cooking Mama, all right? But before I go, there was somebody in chat who asked a question, and I said I would answer it. So I'm going to answer that question real quick, which is Bug. Who did your tongue split? My tongue was split by Russ Fox. Russ Fox is a absolute fucking king. His stuff is absolutely amazing, and I can't recommend him enough. In fact, I think my tongue picture is up on his website. It's really fucking cool. I highly recommend him. His rates are good, and he is a consummate professional. So yeah, if you want to get your tongue split, I can't recommend Russ Fox enough. You'll have to go to Canada because he does most of his work in Canada, but it wasn't a big deal for me. It was super easy to do, and his prices are very reasonable. Consummate professional. So, all right, everybody. Remember, much love to all of my lovely imps. Always remember rule number 1, don't fucking die. Tell your friends about Demon Mama. We want to bring as many fucking new viewers as we can. Thank you for all of your support, and I will see you all very soon. Mwah, mwah. Good night, my lovely imps. Bye for now. Bye.